Test, test, test. I hate technology, chat. Whoa. Okay, I don't know where this is coming from. Like I might have to reload one chat. And get a new mic or something. Test, test, test. Yo, wait. Oh my god, chat. Okay. Chat, whatever that was, I think we're good. Holy, okay. So apparently there's something up with, okay, that's annoying. Chat, okay, we got it. We got there. Don't know how, maybe don't know why, but we got there. Yeah, let me bring it back to big mode. How about now? Test, test, test. I'm just so nervous now, chat. Sorry, I'm gonna keep doing this because the last 3 times I've messed this up. Okay, sick, sick, sick. Chat, welcome. How we doing? Hope you guys are having an amazing day. Also, I tried for the life of me to get so on my webcam, like if I do the settings through the what's it called? Oh, this will help too, chat. One sec. Let's make it a little loud. Test, test, test. Is that super loud? All the things, chat. We're gonna get there though. Can you imagine if this was just set up? Right? All by itself, working every time. I long for that day, chat. But in the meantime, this is what we get. We're figuring it out. As you can see, we got the Christmas tree up. It was up before, but it was back here. Behind that thing. Behind that. Really weird to do this backwards. Yeah. Yeah, and this thing. And put it over here. I try to get the color working, so I swear to God, it works perfectly when I use the GeForce thing, and then when I bring up my okay, we're gonna go back to the other one quick. When we bring up the webcam source, so this guy, I don't have the. If I go to configure video, brings up this box. For some reason, this damn enable color box is still unchecked. And I can't figure out where to put it right or fix it. If I do default, it doesn't do anything. So, I don't know. I'll worry about that next time. I don't want to spend over too much time on that again. So, with that said, yeah, chat, let's get into it, where we're at with things. Also, finally got a haircut. I know it took way too long. How are you doing today, chat? Let's restart. Everybody, take a moment. Do the shoulder thing. Why do we do the shoulder thing, chat? Because this one might be a long stream. We're literally not going to stop until we have every single thing in HostFabric working. So, might be a really long stream. I did some grocery shopping. I got DoorDash re-downloaded because I had uninstalled it like a month ago, and then finally reinstalled it. So, hell or high water, chat. We're gonna get this right. And if it's 3 days from now, 3 days from now, truly. So it's really close. Was testing really late last night and into today, into morning, and have all the RTMP stuff mostly there. I did realize there was a couple gotchas that we got to figure out, but we're close. The other thing is it's now a lot more mobile friendly. Had a lot of back and forth about that, and finally it's actually a lot more user friendly on how we're doing some of the other chat stuff. So all of the test commands that you can do through Twitch and YouTube. We got to test YouTube today. Get to make sure the YouTube chat is working. There's a chance I might have to end the stream just to make sure it's sending that correctly. But we'll be able to get there, chat. I have faith in us. And let's test that quick, just as we're cooking here. So this is still me testing to see if the sound works. Okay, good. I love it. All right. If I'm going to do a multi-day stream, I want this to work. Okay, it seems low, but maybe that's just the audio output. But yeah, chat, all these should be working now. So if we send in a message from Twitch, why isn't it even showing up here? Chat, did you break something? Oh, because we don't have the chat thing in there. That could help. I don't want the actual chat box thing because they all kind of suck, but let's see what we can do here. Make this a little more user-friendly. So many bots coming in from Kick. That's not great. I have noticed that Kick, and I know Train's a good dude, has been preaching about that for a minute, but they've really got to get their bot stuff under control. Otherwise, no one's going to trust the platform, straight up. I love it. It's a great platform, and everything is pretty well done, but I think they just need to really optimize for how they do that. Just the botting stuff in general. Okay, so let's try this again. Test. Okay. Let's try our hype command. Hype. Chat GPT. No, because I'm not logged in as that user. Fooled you, chat. You thought it was going to be an actual working test. Anyway, we'll figure it all out today. And by today, I mean literally till we're done. So let's add a banner for that because this is going to be a minute. And don't know how long it's going to take, and we're going to need this on for most of it. So let's get it in here, chat. Let's use this one that PE and I were using. And I'm going to say not ending stream until every single thing in HostFabric is working. I wish we had a timer that actually worked, because that would be a good spot for it too, but we'll figure it out. Let's throw a little background on this. How's your day going, chat? You guys having a good one? I hope it's awesome. Yeah, today's been good so far. I had, and I posted on X about this earlier, like, last night I went to bed and I had my first like actual dream of HostFabric, and like in my dream I was kind of like vibe coding different options and different like ways to think about it, and it was like I was actually working in my dream, which is sketchy and probably not healthy, but at the same point it was cool. Like it was almost like an affirmation that like my subconscious is needing to see this through. And yeah, it's been really fun to just start this process. And honestly, the kind of starting version of this was I wanted a podcast AI host, right? So try to do this podcast called MONDAI, and wanted to have a co-host to do so. Looked at all the current versions of it. They all kind of suck. They're not bad, but they didn't meet what we wanted it to be, right? Which is, we want this to be an actual, like, a co-host, right? Like an AI co-host that can answer questions back and forth, all the things. And just the options weren't out there. So over the past month, been vibe coding how to do so. You can watch all the old videos on how to do that. And it's getting real. Like this is the real now, because it's ready, basically, or after this stream it will be ready. One of the things I wanted to do on the stream today was walk you through how to do some of the business creation process. As you know, we do this, like one of the things we have to do is start all of our like Stripe, payment data and stuff, right? And I've just been using test keys until now, because we don't have a business yet. So today I'm going to walk us through a little bit on how to do that. I'm going to use Stripe Atlas to create a company in Delaware and C Corp, and show you kind of like some of the differences and why we do that. My former life, I was a lawyer that did a lot of startup kind of legal stuff. And so I'll kind of, if you have any questions on that, I can help you walk you through that. And then once we have that, then we'll, put all of our company information into Stripe and then activate the API so people can actually buy HostFabric once it's ready to go. And then we're just going to test all the things, chat. We're going to make sure every single piece of this website and app work end to end. We're going to kind of code freeze it. I have so many ideas for features, but I want to just let's get it to a V1, and then we can do features after that. So today, that's what the goal is, and that's what we're going to get into. So yeah, buckle up. It's going to be probably a long ride, but let's get there, right? And also, thank you for joining, guys. If this is interesting to you, or you think other people in the startup scene might find it interesting, please give it a share, or just give us a follow. By us, I mean me. Like, this is just me doing this thing so far, and it's been fun on the journey. But yeah, let's jump into it. So And by the way, we're going to switch up the music because I love this for my intro, but definitely need to switch it up because I've heard this song roughly 5,000 times now. So let's go over to SoundCloud. Let's get some, we'll start with lo-fi, maybe a little bit more lo-fi house. That sounds legit. Are we vibing with this, chat? It's kind of a vibe, right? Yeah, okay. I'm into this. All right, let's get into what we got to do for creating a company, chat. I actually took some ChatGPT notes on this too, so I can actually start this process right and then go from there. Okay, sick. By the way, this was one of an issue. This should be the dark mode version on this. Notice that our coloring is a lot more well implemented now too, by the way. And it finally works on mobile. So it's coming together, chat. It's really, really coming together. And I have some surprises on this too. So I'll show you those once we create our business. But let's learn how to do that. Okay. So Stripe Atlas is basically a feature of Stripe. So Stripe is the payment processing that we all know and love. I think I'm gonna try to put these guys in the corners, by the way, just so we can see the screen a little bit easier. Okay, good enough. So Stripe Atlas, chat, is basically the simplest way to start a company. You can literally do this in, I'll show you, half hour. It's at $500 to get it going, and it's all based on Stripe and their back end. So let's just do Stripe Atlas. And so that, you know, from all end to end, this is how the easiest way to do it is. So you go to stripe.com/atlas, and from here, you just say start your company. So what's nice about this, so let me walk you through a couple parts of this, chat. First off, I know a lot of companies have been moving out of Delaware recently for, like, you know, the Elon situation with his pay, and a couple other ones on like the crypto side that are looking for areas that might be a little more flexible. And I applaud that 1,000,000,000%. I'm 100% in favor of that. You know, states are just little test beds of democracy, right? Like the best ideas win. And if Delaware gets all up in their feelings about Elon's pay and, you know, doesn't give companies the flexibility that they need to be effective, then companies should move 100%. That said, the vast, vast, vast majority of case law for company data is done through this kind of unique court system in Delaware called the Court of Chancery. And what they do is, like, they have this case law going back for forever, right? Most Fortune 500 companies and most companies in the world still use Delaware as their, like, incorporation state, their domicile, like where they're at, right? And by doing that, it just gives a lot of comfort, especially to investors. So if, like, you're going to do VC investing, or if you want VCs to invest in your company, rather, Delaware is still the safest option for this because it has a ton of case law on, like, how, you know, equity gets divvied up between different people, different companies, and it just has a bunch of rules around, like, the protection that you get from starting a company there, or C corps in general, right? Which is like the biggest of which is liability protection, right? If, say, one of these cause a virus and basically don't, shut down half the internet, if I have a C corp that is my, like if I have a company that is a C corp company, what I can do is have liability that's limited based on that. There's some rules around this, and there's this thing called piercing the veil, which they can potentially go after your personal assets sometimes, but for the vast majority of it, chat, it's literally just a protection for the people that are working there, right? And so instead of me, losing or being personally liable, for the most part, it's the company that's liable and not you as the person that runs the company or is part of the company, right? And this is what gives America kind of, the rest of the world has a flavor of this generally, but this is the protection that people need to take the risk of starting at something new, right? And so by doing that, you are basically limiting your liability to do that. And now you might be asking, like, limited liability, that sounds like a limited liability company, LLC, right? Why would I do this C corp instead of an LLC? So the main reason is that LLCs are great for, like, if you're going to do your own thing and you don't want to have external VC investment, it's a lot less messy to do that through an LLC, because then it's just basically like you still get the same liability protections, but you also get pass-through taxation. What that is basically, instead of you being an employee of the C corp company, turn this down just a hair. Instead of you being the employee of a C corp company, paying taxes, to like income taxes to yourself, but then also the company pays taxes on that, you get basically what's called like pass-through taxation. So like you only pay taxes on it once, right? Whereas the company pays corporate taxes as well as like your individual taxes. And there's ways you can go around that too. There's this thing called a C corp, or a C corp with an S corp designation, which looks a lot like an LLC. But for all intents and purposes, like if you're going to raise venture capital, don't create an LLC. Create a C corp, and create a C corp in Delaware for all those reasons. Hopefully that changes someday and it's more flexible and we can do it in, Texas or Nevada or South Dakota. Utah is getting good on this. And so like there's a lot of flexibility in this, but as of today, December 4th, 2025, year of our Lord, you should do it this way if you're going to raise capital. And I had a couple potential people asking about this, and I'm pretty sure I want to raise capital with this. So then that's why we're choosing a C corp in Delaware using Stripe Atlas to do so. And if you have any questions on this, chat, hit me up in the chat and I got you. I'm not your lawyer. I'm not even technically a lawyer right now. I got to do my CLEs to get my license. One of these up here says I'm a lawyer, but I still have to do like 40 hours of continuing legal education to get my license back to do it, because startups take up a lot of time. Who knew? But that said, I can answer any questions you have in the meantime, or honestly ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT is brilliant on this thing, and it's a good way to do it. Let's read my notes here quick. Okay. Yeah. So like I said, because we're looking for like venture scale, we're going to do this as a Delaware C Corp. And that's like the default wiring for investors, options pools, and safes, and all those, fun things that people use to invest in companies. And you take it from there. So let's go through it and start our company. It's exciting. I'm just going to use Google, YOLO. Okay. Hold, please. One sec, chat. Okay. We are logged in. Hold, please. Okay, so this is our current Stripe account, chat. You can see we're at $0. We can't post any cool X comments or anything about our, you know, hockey stick up to the right yet, but we'll get there, chat. Okay, so now that we're logged in, let me make sure we can get to... How gorgeous is this background, by the way? These are just like cycle through every day, and gotten some real winners in there lately. Okay, so I'm gonna go just to confirm. /Atlas. Okay, this is annoying. Almost there. Okay, here we go. So I just clicked, I had to do a different login, apparently. So anyway, we're in here now, and this is the first screen. It says incorporate your startup. Atlas is the fastest way to start building your business. Complete your application in 5 minutes. Incorporate your company in 1 to 2 business days. Bank, charge customers, and fundraise after incorporation. And then you get a ton of Stripe credits too, by the way, and a ton of other partner discounts, which is really nice. When I went through Techstars, I think we got like 150,000 AWS credits. Like, it's kind of like the crack dealer method, right? Where like they get you going on it early, but it does help, and they get a lot of those in here too. So let's kick off this process. So here you go. So basically, these are the first questions that we have to answer for. As you can see here, I'll try to do everything as easy as possible. Let me lower this chat for a minute. But yeah, so this is the first question. And if you heard what I said earlier, we're going to go for the C Corp because we're going to be looking to raise capital and VC money or angels, and it's just a lot easier to divvy up equity by doing it this way. If I was just going to like YOLO kind of side hustle this, I would definitely choose an LLC, just because then again that taxation passes through, and it's just a simpler business format, and it works, you know, better to do it slowly that way, I guess. But for now, let's go to C Corp. I'm going to hit next. Okay, this is your company's legal name. You can call your company or product something different. So let's just see if HostFabric Inc. is available. Available. Your company will be incorporated as HostFabric Incorporated. By the way, you can select different, so if you want to be HostFabric Co., Company, Corp, Corporation, Foundation, like these are all kind of the what would they be, suffixes of kind of what you can name your company. These are all the valid options in Delaware. So I'm just going to say Inc. because I think Inc. is cool. No, I like the comma. HostFabric Inc. That's clean, chat. Real clean. All right, we're going to hit next. And Next is description. In 1 to 2 sentence, what will the company do? It's okay if this changes, and we will use this to verify that you aren't operating a restricted business category. Restricted business categories usually mean like gambling or porn or legal, well, not gambling and porn. So like, I guess this is illegal stuff. Like you can't do any illegal stuff. Maybe harmful or offensive gets into that. So you can have a gambling company or a crypto company or a porn company, right? But you can't use Stripe to do that. So that's why they're saying it has to be one of these types of businesses for it to work. Eric, thanks for the repost, brother. Appreciate you. Truly grateful, man. Thank you. You're a rock star, Eric. But this is actually really important, chat. This company description here. A lot of the drama around OpenAI stems from this, right? Because what you say you're going to do as a company, like you actually have to do that as a company, right? And you can make this as broad as you want. You can make this like, we're going to save the world through technology, right? If that's what your business description is, that's great. So I would recommend keeping this more broad than narrow, just because if in the future you want to maybe do say we get like really, really big really quickly, and all of a sudden like half of our revenue comes from, I don't know, selling widgets, right? Selling widgets might not be in our company description, and you can change this at any time in the future, but it's good to keep it broad, but also something that's within the realm of what you're going to do as a company. So for this, like most things, let me go to our homie here and just copy this in. Say we are incorporating our business in Delaware as a C Corp using Stripe Atlas. Please help me come up with a broad company, let's just say broad company description for our company, HostFabric Inc. Please review our previous conversations for all the needed info. All right, we'll let it cook for a sec here. Here are polished, Stripe Atlas friendly 1 to 2 sentence descriptions tailored specifically for HostFabric Incorporated, based on everything we built together. Oh, thank you. Multi-agent co-host, streaming overlays, VTuber tech. Well, maybe not VTuber tech, but everything else gets close. That's more of PE and I's side project that we're cooking up together. Okay, option 1, clean plus professional. HostFabric Incorporated builds AI-powered interactive co-hosts and streaming tools that allow creators to add real-time avatars, voices, and multi-agent AI conversations to their live content. Our platform provides a simple browser-based overlay for streamers to use to engage their audience. No, that's too specific. HostFabric Incorporated provides AI-driven streaming overlays and virtual co-hosts that creators can use to enhance live broadcasts through interactive. That's closer. Stop. But it's a little bit too narrow still. Make this even more broad. Okay, so let's see here. HostFabric Incorporated develops AI-powered tools and platforms that enable creators to enhance their digital content with interactive, intelligent features. Beautiful. That is gold, chat. Actually, this one's even better. HostFabric Incorporated builds AI-driven software experiences that help individuals and businesses create, enhance, and manage interactive digital content. Love that. Okay, that's what we do, chat. HostFabric Incorporated builds AI, creates AI-driven software I love it. Okay, good enough. So now that we have our website up, we can go to hostfabric.ai, and then next we go. Have you made me obsolete yet? Alex, what's up, brother? Good to see you. You are not obsolete. If anything, this is going to enhance your abilities, because then you can have your own co-host that will augment your ability to be a co-host. So your sound is a little on the low side. Oh, thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Let me bump that up. Alex, God bless you. You're the first chatter that actually told me that. Or Joe might have, but is this a little better? Can you hear me now? And let me bump this up as well. I'm working on optimizing all the things, so it's struggle bus. Thank you, Alex. Truly appreciate you. So I'm gonna add my gain up. What else? Compressor. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Are we better? Yeah, but I have to tune my system to 400%. You are really quiet. Oh, damn. Okay, sorry, brother. How about now? Is that better? Okay. All right, let's go. Let's go. Alex, you're a rock star. Truly grateful for you, man. Awesome. By the way, you guys, if you're not following Alex Utopia on X, what are you doing? He's an incredible, and Eric too, for that matter. Both these guys are rock stars. Alex Utopia puts out some incredible content and has been really just an incredible voice on this platform. Super humble, chill guy, and please get some Alex in your life. So thank you, brother. Also, Eric, let me throw you some love too, bro. You've been a rock star. Eric has been truly one of the biggest fans from the beginning, and I just appreciate you so much, brother. Truly, truly grateful for you. Eric is on a ton of spaces, always has an awesome commentary. He's cooking up some really cool stuff on some projects he has. So please give them both a follow, guys. Truly grateful. All right, so we got our sentence. HostFabric Incorporated creates AI-driven software that helps individuals and businesses create, enhance, and manage interactive digital content. And this is our website. We're going to hit next. And then, okay, chat. So the next up is founders. So this is part that gets, like, there's so much behind this. I could probably have like a few hour conversation just on this piece itself, because you know, most startups don't have single people doing what they're doing, right? You have co-founders, you have advisors, you have other people along the way. And chat, this is probably one of the hardest parts of this process, not gonna lie. Like, picking the right co-founders will make or break a company. And I've had many, many different positive and negative experiences with this over it's 5.5 startups now. And it's so painful because you got to set expectations early, right? You got to say, what are you going to, how much time can you give to this? If there's a money piece to it, how much money can you put in? Does that substitute some of the equity? And equity is a tricky conversation. It's probably the hardest conversation you're going to have with your co-founders, because it's the thing that is like, how much of my blood, sweat, and tears of this thing will either win or not win when this thing is successful or not successful, right? And if you don't get this right early, it's just you're going to get a ton of conversations down the road of like misaligned expectations and just people that are not feeling like they're valued enough based on the equity that they have in the company. So I could probably have another full, and maybe I'll do that. I'll do another full like session just on like best practices on this, how much to give your co-founders and everything. I'm lucky so far that this is just a YOLO project that, we're creating together, like chat, you guys and the co-host homies here. So this is just 100% equity. Like if I do bring in people down the road, then, we can adjust this and I can walk you through how to do that too. But basically get this part right. Have a long conversation, put everything on the table. If you have a co-founder that is misaligned to some of these expectations, have that conversation early, because it's not worth it to have it down the road when you're both working on a project for 14 hours a day and you hate each other and like you love them, but you know what I mean? Like after the 8th time that they, do something that bugs you, like it's a lot harder to have that conversation at that point than it is to do it at the beginning. So please, please, please have the conversation early and get it right. I'm going to move this over here quick just to add the deets so I don't dox myself. And then we'll jump into a chat. Okay. Okay, looks good. I'm gonna hit next. Okay, so here's what you'll see if on the other screen. Nice background. Thanks, brother. I don't know where that actually. Let's find out together. So there's this thing now called Learn About This Picture, and that is Lake Moveno in Italy. Nestled at the foot of the Brenta Dolomites, Lake Moveno stands out like a sapphire in the rough, except when the blue hour adds azure aura to the whole landscape. That's really cool. Oh, interesting. The teal-tinted alpine lake has multiple blue flag beaches recognized for high standards of water quality and environmental management, making it a favorite for green-minded travelers. Very cool. I want to live there too, brother. Same. I was thinking about that the other day. Like, I took a couple trips in Switzerland and like I miss it so much. Like I want to go back, and maybe we'll meet up there, Alex. You take an easy jet and I'll take a long jet over the pond and we'll hang out, bro. That'll be awesome. Okay, so you can see here, the next stage is our ownership. So this is equity, right? Equity means how much of the percentage of the company does everybody own, right? If there were co-founders in here, maybe it's 50-50. Maybe somebody's like, I can do this part-time, and another person's like, I can do this full-time, and here's 10K to put into, the company. Then maybe it's 70-30 or 80-20 or, whatever that looks like, right? Since again, this is a solo kind of vibe for now, we're going to do 100% to this guy. And then, so this next part is your equity pool. So what an equity pool means is like, so think of, and this thing is called a cap table, right? A capitalization table, basically meaning what percentage of the company does everybody own, right? And this is, for big companies, small companies. Ironically, Bing still has my favorite investment like UI for this. So Bing would be a good one. Okay, so company. What is Bing X? Is that new? Maybe it's not Bing. I don't know. MSN money? Okay, maybe it is this. Whatever. Okay, here we go. So, like, I used to work at Medtronic, right? Big medtech company, and they, it's a public company, meaning all of their stock, anybody can buy it, right? In the open market. All of these companies, they're private companies. We haven't gone public yet. We haven't done an IPO or any way to become a public company, right? And so once this company is public, right, you can look at what this thing here is, a market cap, right? Market cap just basically says like how many shares do they have? And then times that by the price of the stock, right? So they have 130 billion market cap. But on the capitalization side, like the actual, like who owns it, if you go to the investors tab here, these are the companies that own the most of that, right? So on the cap table, not to differentiate from the market cap. Market cap is like the price. Cap table is like who owns what, right? And so these are the top shareholders. So Vanguard Group owns 12 billion worth of stock and 127 million shares, of which that means that they have 9.9. So they basically have 10% of the company owned, right? 10% of the company is owned by Vanguard. 10% is owned by BlackRock, State Street, almost 5, JP Morgan 4. And most of these are like, large index funds or like, grandma's pension fund or anything that is basically just, buys a chunk of the Fortune 500 or buys a chunk of like however much that they have available. And you can see here, like as these get smaller, like there's still, big chunks of capital, still 778 million, but Schwab only owns 0.64% of this company, right? So it's the same principle as a private company here. I currently, if that was, the ticker for, what would our ticker be? HostFabric. HFI? I don't know. We'll figure it out. But it's basically, I would be, the only person on that list at 100%, right? So the equity pool says, how much are you going to reserve for the people that you're going to have growing the company with you? Basically, this is the pool that most VCs will make you have to have as you do your raise. And they say like each round, they usually put aside 10%, right? So like 10% for the seed stage, 10% for A, B, C, et cetera, et cetera. It varies a little bit and it depends a lot on how fast the company grows and like what the different aspects of it are. But what this is saying is that like, I'm going to allocate 10% of the company to be allocated for people that come onto the next steps, right? And by the way, this isn't in stone. Like if you have, say you bring in or like you meet somebody that's like an amazing, person and like, you're like, holy shit, this person's going to help me take this from 0 to 1. Then you can have that negotiation with them and say, okay, we currently have 10%. I'm going to give you, 30% of my equity or 40 or 50 or whatever it is, right? To then jump on board and then, have that conversation then. But for the most part, 10% is kind of the default that you do on these stages. So basically what this is saying is that even though I have 100% of the company, I only technically have 90% of that now because we're going to reserve 10% for people that join the company, right? In shares, we just do these simple $10 million or 10 million share. That's pretty standard as well. And I would just keep that as the default as you do so. So it says review your equity allocation. Your company will have 10 million authorized shares at a fair market value of $100. This is industry standard. Atlas completes the share purchase and issuance for all founders, leaving your equity pool shares unissued. You'll need to set up an employee stock option plan, ESOP, separately before granting these shares to your employees. So one of my favorite humans on the planet, Lee Sweat, he was my former CFO, incredible guy. He, crazy story, right? He played in the NHL for a minute. He played on the national team in Europe for a long time. And then decided that he wanted to do startup stuff. So got like 3 different MBAs, worked at Morgan Stanley for a while, and then became a consultant, and now is a kind of a digital nomad. And anyway, I'm going to bring him on one of these podcasts or shows or whatever this is, streaming thing. And he can walk us through the best way to do that because he's literally the best person on the planet that I know that does this. So yeah, we'll walk you through how to do that. In the meantime, let's hit next. I'm going to bring it over just for a sec, just so I don't make sure I dox myself before we. Okay, here we go. So the next thing, equity terms, right? Atlas used templates drafted from Cooley. Cooley is like one of the biggest law firms, especially around like startup law. I have a couple of friends who work there actually. They make real good money. But Cooley is legit. Cooley Go is like a free tool that you can do to basically get a lot of questions answered out of the box as well. So highly recommend that. And they're super kind. Like when I was in my previous startup, like they would let us chill in their offices in San Francisco and New York. And like they were just awesome. So highly recommend them. Really, really good. I mean, you're going to pay a good amount of money for it, but in the meantime, they definitely get your shit done right. Okay, vesting period for all founders. So vesting period means how long do you have to hold on to the stock for before you own it outright, right? So usually the average vesting period for something like this is a 4-year window with a 1-year cliff, right? And what that means is like you basically vest your stock slowly over the next 4 years. But if you peace out after like 3 months or 6 months, right? Say you have like a huge blow up in like 6 months of your stock is vested, that sucks for the other like co-founders, right? Because then they're going to have like all of this animosity towards you that has 6 months worth of equity, and you're just going to like ride on their coattails for forever, right? And so that's why you put in a cliff to kind of keep everybody honest, right? Keep everyone motivated to keep doing it. And a year is a long time, but it's not a ton of time. And so basically what this allows for you to do is say, these are the stock, like kind of safeguards for everybody involved, right? Like we know that this is a long haul thing, and this is just a tool that everybody can use together to make sure that you're, vesting over an appropriate period of time. That said, if you are just a solo founder, your shit just vests immediately. I guess because it's given to you as like the sweat equity of the starting of the company. So, in this case, I'm going to change this to just vest as is. So I'm just going to say no cliff. By the way, the other thing about this is like, it's rare to do this as a solo, right? I'm not recommending you do this way as such, but like there's been some VCs that are like, we should use a 10-year term or, a much higher, longer term, which is like aligning to their best interest because they want to see the founders like see it through to, you know, whatever the outcome is. And there's different ways that things can vest quicker or slower. So like vesting acceleration. Double trigger is usually the most common one. A double trigger means that the founder shares vest immediately if both A, the company is sold, and B, the founder is terminated without cause after the sale. So why this is good is, so think of it from the side of both the company that would acquire the company, but also for the employee, right? Or the founder. If you just have a single trigger, which means that like in your restricted stock purchase agreement, your RSPA, you want to have like a single trigger, which would mean that like if you sell the company, all of your stock moves up and vests on the day that you sell it. You can peace out and say like, all right, I got my bag, I'm out of here, right? That sucks because the company that buys you, a lot of times they're buying for both the technology and like the customers and the money and the revenue, but also it's the people, right? If you've been running a company for, 5 years before you sell it, you know it better than anybody else. And like you're a reason why that they want to buy it in the first place. So why they do a double trigger is it says that the founder shares vest immediately for when the company is sold. So that's the first trigger. And the second one is if they want to get rid of you, then they can do that. But then their stock vests, so then you can have all those rights. If they don't fire you, then you just, kind of not vest, but like whatever your golden handcuff period is after that, like usually a year or two, just to kind of make sure that you're seeing it through and the company that acquires you has a lot of value from it, but also you have value, or you have kind of like that safeguard. If they do get rid of you, your equity will vest. So it kind of helps both sides of that process there. I know this is super nerdy legal shit, but it's important, chat. And this is the stuff they don't tell you on Shark Tank, right? This is the piece that you need to know if you're going to do this and do this right. So let's just do the defaults for this. Date of incorporation is fine for that. Also, share purchase price. Atlas founders pay for their shares with IP that they have developed on behalf of the company. If you have developed significant IP like patents worth substantially more than $100, Atlas might not be the right fit for you. So basically this is saying like, if you have, like this is just assuming that like all this is from sweat equity, right? Like the how many hours do I put into this? 1 times 10. So say I have like 400 hours into this, right? That amount of time, I mean, it is significantly more than $100, I promise you, but also like, it's just sweat equity, right? Like there's no revenue yet. There's nobody buying the product. It's just still kind of like in the idea phase. And so with that, if you have a situation where like you've been doing this for a couple of years and maybe you have a few patents that would be significantly worth more, then you would talk to an attorney and say, hey, help us, kind of shift the IP purchases that the company has, and maybe you would do something like either a different equity split up, or maybe you would do something around like having a different ownership agreement where like you license it to the company, right? Since it's your IP that you're the inventor of this thing, you didn't do it before the company was created, so the company, you license it to the company to do it. And maybe you say like, this sounds more like the Shark Tank side. Like I wanted, 10% royalty on anything we sell or something like that, right? And then you can get more nuanced with some of those things. But since this is just YOLO mode, we're just going to keep going with it. I'm going to hit next. Okay. Officers. So you have to have a board of directors, and it doesn't have to be a certain number. It can be a single. I mean, you do eventually want to have more in here, but basically, again, as is, I'm the only person in this company, therefore I'm going to be on the board of directors, right? And I'm also the CEO / president and also secretary. I need to get a raise, chat. But what this means is that like Delaware has, kind of special meaning for these different roles and different ways to think about it, right? So an officer of the company is like an actual legal term that says officers of a company have more formal responsibility and authority than rank and file employees and are responsible for the management and day-to-day operations of a company. In U.S. company, officers are elected by the board of directors, usually consist of a president and or chief executive officer, one or more vice presidents, a secretary, and treasurer or CFO. In larger enterprises, there may be many officers, each with varying duties and responsibilities. Officers typically have rights, powers, and obligations that are detailed in the company's bylaws, which we'll talk about in a little bit, including the authority to bind the company by signing agreements. Officers owe fiduciary duties to the company by virtue of being an officer. So fiduciary duties are basically what responsibilities do I have to this entity, right? And these are the core ones, if you will. So you have loyalty, care, disclosure, confidentiality, and prudence. But usually it's just loyalty, care, and confidential. Like those are the three main ones you hear about. And then the rest are just like helpful, right? But like to this company, once I do this, I will be liable or I will be responsible to have a duty of loyalty, which means that a fiduciary must act without personal economic conflict and put the principal's interest ahead of its own. So basically saying that like I can't do a deal that would enrich my personal self more than it would the company, right? So like if there's a situation like I have a cousin that has a consulting company that does, XYZ consulting for development work. If I was being in charge of like picking that, role for the different, services for the company, I can't choose that and say like, hey, if I choose you, give me a kickback, or even like, just, send me a project your way in the future or something like that. Like you can't do it. You have to have a fair way to decide that. And then I know this sounds like, does this shit happen? Like it happens all the time. And you are a fiduciary to the company. And I've been on a couple boards now, like, and you treat this very seriously, chat. Like you really do. I was on the board of the fastest growing kind of digital divide nonprofit in the US. And, we had a lot of conversations around like, is this a situation that could rise to the level of one of these situations, right? And if you don't take this seriously, like, then there's this thing called like piercing the veil, which basically means like you can, most of the time have the company have a protector, like a shell around your liability, right? But if you do something like this, then you can be like legally liable personally or even criminally sometimes. So you take this very seriously, and most people do it right, but you just have to make sure that you have a loyalty, duty of care. So a fiduciary must exercise the care, skill, and diligence that a prudent person would in a similar situation. This doesn't happen, or this doesn't get litigated a ton, but like it does if like maybe someone's on the board that shouldn't be there and they just don't have the skills, or like maybe they never attend meetings or just don't understand how a process works in that capacity, then you can remove them, or you can actually sue them for duty of care breach. And then a lot of times this will happen from like kind of like aggressive investors in public companies, where they say like, hey, this person didn't live up to their duty of care. They should have made this decision. And then that's why you have to have like really good notes for like your your board attendance meetings or like attendance of meetings, or like your thought process, your emails and stuff, to show like, hey, I put in the amount of care, that a reasonable person would, or a prudent person rather, in that similar situation. Disclosure: a fiduciary must be transparent and fully disclose any information that could affect the principal's interests. So basically saying like, if you, say you have an investment in a company that you might want to merge with, like you have to disclose that, right? Because it could bias your personal interest as a principal of the company. Confidentiality: a fiduciary must keep sensitive information about the principal confidential. Basically just don't talk about secret shit of the company. Simple. And prudence: requires a fiduciary to make informed and sensible decisions regarding the principal's assets and well-being. I usually wrap it, and historically I've heard that one kind of wrapped into care. So maybe that's new jurisprudence that I'm just not as familiar with. I love LII, by the way. Like Cornell, God bless you guys for putting this out there. Okay, let's see. Prudence. Duty of prudence. Under the duty of prudence, a trustee must administer a trust with a degree of care, skill, and caution that a prudent trustee would exercise. Okay. Amgen Inc. v. Harris. Let's deep dive for a sec, chat. Stockholders, former employees who participated in ESOP, so an employee stock options plan, qualified under the ERISA, which is kind of the rule, or the federal law that we use to kind of put safeguards around like what an employee stock plan should look like, or have included in it and qualify. So again, there's so many legal technical terms here, but like basically think of it like this is the federal statute that we use to like make this true, right? Okay, so the stockholders, former employees. So stockholders, they're on the left side of the V, right? They're suing the fiduciaries for breach of the duty of prudence. The plan held that the employer's stock, which dropped in value on remand from the Supreme Court in 2014, the Ninth Circuit held that the complaint stated a claim. Okay, so basically it got sent back from the Supreme Court in 2014 in the Ninth Circuit Court where it got sent to. So think of it like district court, appellate court, circuit, and then Supreme Court. Like there's different states have different flavors of this and like different ways to do it, but like emphatically think of it like it got all the way to the Supreme Court, which is crazy, but then it sent it back to the Ninth Circuit to figure it out, and they're like, yep, you guys actually have a claim. And then so the Supreme Court, it got sent back, reversed and remanded it, so they're like, nah, you guys suck, we're going against you. The court has previously held that such ERISA fiduciaries, are not entitled to a presumption of prudence, but are subject to the same duty of prudence that applies to ERISA fiduciaries in general, except that they need not diversify the fund's assets. Okay. So what I'm seeing here is like, this is if you are in charge of where the trust, or like the almost like treasury management of something happens, or like where that money goes, then you have to have this duty of prudence that applies. Congress sought to encourage the creation of employee stock ownership plans. Such fiduciaries confront unique challenges given the potential for conflict. To state a claim of breach for the duty of prudence on the basis of inside information, a plaintiff must, so basically for you to sue somebody for the basis of duty of prudence, they have to have inside information. They must plausibly allege an alternative action that the defendant could have taken that would have been consistent with security laws, and prudent fiduciary in the same circumstances would have viewed as more likely to cause harm. Okay. So basically this is what you have to do to be able to sue somebody for breach of prudence, breach of the duty of prudence. All right. That's interesting, though. So basically, would it do more harm than good? Okay, chat, we're learning. That's cool. Long way of saying just don't be an asshole. Be smart. Understand what you have to do. Don't self-deal. Keep it quiet, and you're good to go. So I'm going to hit next here, and then I'll pop it back up in a sec. 83B, let's go. Okay, chat. An 83B election is an amazing invention. This is a beautiful US law that basically says that instead of paying taxes on your equity at the time of the sale, you pay taxes on it now when it's basically, not worth anything. And by doing that, you could save potentially literally millions of dollars, right? Maybe billions, I don't know. There's a cap, but basically what it says, let's read through it. Section 83B election lets the IRS know that you'd like to be taxed on your equity on the date the equity was granted to you rather than on the date that the equity vests. Isn't that insane? So what this means, chat, is that, and this is a life hack for anybody that's a founder, and if you don't know about this, please read this or listen to this carefully. You pay taxes on the equity on the sale of your equity when, basically today, instead of in the future when it's worth, $100 million. How sick is that? So if you're currently a US taxpayer or plan to become one in the future while your equity is vesting, this could save you a significant amount on future taxes. Each founder must file their own 83B tax election. So that's the other thing, chat. This is a personal thing. This isn't for the company. And actually, I almost fucked this up last time. But basically, you have 30 days to file this with the IRS to say that I'm choosing to get taxed on my equity now. And then this will be on your, whatever year that you file taxes. So on our, 2025 taxes, you pay your, I don't know what it would be, 100% of, 90% of $100. So $90. So whatever I would owe taxes on that $90, then that is. But note that first line again, right? 83B election lets the IRS know that you'd like to be taxed on your equity on the date the equity was granted rather than the equity vests. So since I'm the only solo founder in this and I'm not going to have a vesting schedule on mine, maybe that'll change. And a lot of times if you do a seed round, the investors will force you to put your equity back on, which is fair, right? Because then it's just, again, risk mitigation, right? Who's risking what when. And so maybe that changes in the future, but as of right now, I don't need one because my equity is already vested, right? I'm vesting today when I start the company. I'll update the equity terms when they send it over to say that. But if you have two, co-invest or co-founders that are 50-50 and you have a 4-year vesting period, then instead of after that 4 years, or whenever you sell the company, you pay taxes on that today. But they are super stringent on this, chat. Don't fuck this up. 83B elections filings are considered on time if they're postmarked when the USPS first makes a record that they received the letter and generates tracking information. So truly, you have 30 days to do this. Don't take your time with it like I did last time. It's important. The postmark date is sufficient to be considered on time, even if it's not delivered to the IRS by the 30-day deadline. For accounts created after 2024, Atlas now files 83B elections for all C Corp founders. LLC founders do not need to file an 83B tax election as equity in an LLC created with Atlas does not vest. Interesting. Okay, so LLCs don't need an 83B because it's already vested. I'll have to see how they do that with mine. But anyway, chat, this is really important. Really, really important. Make sure you get this right. There's another amazing tax thing called a QSBS. qualified small business stock, basically excluding you from, I think it's, okay, so the company's gross estimates at the time the stock is issued. The limit was 50 million. Okay. Well, I'm going to do a little research on this as well, just to make sure I'm giving everything right. But basically, you can exclude 100% of your capital gains from the sale of the stock after holding it for 5 years. So you literally don't pay any taxes, chat. If you pay your taxes up front using 83B, and then you use QSBS to hold it for 5 years, you potentially don't pay any taxes. I mean, there will still be income tax and a bunch of other things, but like for the sale of the stock, and that's not income actually. I mean, I'm not a tax advisor, chat. I'm not your lawyer, all the things, but like, I'll show you how to do this stuff in a simple way, and we can hopefully get more people starting companies. Let me go ahead and not show you guys my social security quick. Just checking to make sure I'm legal. And if you have any questions, chat, hit me up in chat. 57 people hanging out today. Super grateful for you guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're walking through how to do a company, and this is the first step. So we're in Stripe Atlas, and we're kind of walking through all the different aspects of that. And yeah, as we get through it, we'll show you the rest of the process, and it'll be fun, chat. Okay, tax ID. Okay, this is interesting. Not sure what I want to do with this. So it says, if you want a US address for your company, you can get one from our partner Stable. Stable plus Stripe Atlas. Stripe Atlas uses a special deal on Stable, a permanent address, and a virtual mailbox to scan, mail, forward packages, deposit checks, and more. Free for the first 3 months and 50% off Grow. How much is it? $50 a month. I mean, honestly, that's not terrible. What else we get from it? I think let's do it. I don't want to put my personal address on this, just for the sake of all this. So let's do active deal, activate deal. And then let's throw it in Delaware. Growth. All right, chat, hold please. We're getting close, chat. We almost have a real company. This is crazy. This is a big day. Thursday, December 4th. This is fun. Hey, we got a new address, chat. 1111B S Governors Avenue. All right. So let's go ahead and copy that. Paste. Fuck. Of course. Hold, please. T-E. Okay. South. Ab. Okay. All right, chat. This is our business address. All right, one sec, chat. I gotta do. Also, I want to. I want to get a phone number for this. Usually, what I usually do is just Google Voice. You get a free number. So let me get one quick here. Okay, chat. What should our number be? Any good ones you see here? 612 is a Minneapolis area code. 612-361-2409. Not bad. This one's not bad either. 612-467-959. I like that. All right. Chat, this is our phone number. Let's go. Okay, hold please. Okay. So we gotta get this code. And this is all just like the company best practices stuff. I mean, I don't know. If there's a better way to do this, chat, let me know. But in the meantime, that is our number, which is pretty cool. Okay. So we registered that. I still have some things I got to register on this one, but I'll do that on the side here as we create this. So let me move this over quick just to confirm we are good to go. All right. You guys excited? Okay. All right. So it's a summary page basically saying like, here's the stuff that you added already. Here's your address. Here's your phone number. Here's the founders' information. Here's their, address and stuff. Okay, chat. So next up is fuck. That's actually a good point. Save on company taxes by waiting until January 1, 2026. Companies that submit incorporation documents before Delaware local time will owe Delaware's annual tax, which is what? So fun. I love taxes. Okay, there's two methods for calculating your tax. For corporations having no par value stock, and the authorized shares method will always result in a lesser tax of 5,000 shares or less. Okay. So I think we'll be fine, chat. Yeah. Worst, we'll pay 175 bucks. It's worth it. Let's do it. Because we got to get Stripe tested in December. We got a whole month, chat. Let's go. And look at this, so chat. We got our certificate of incorporation. So it's filed with the Delaware Division of Corporations to incorporate your company. It's going to get us a registered agent, so somebody on our behalf to like, if somebody sues us, they can sue that person instead. Well, like give the lawsuit details to that person instead. And then, also get our mail and stuff. So action by written consent of sole incorporator. So basically, if you are the only person that is incorporating, you have to do like a written consent to say that I am the board of directors. Hear me roar. Bylaws. So this is going to give us like the boilerplate version of our bylaws, which says like what the different board roles mean, the procedures, holding meetings, how often you hold meetings, how do you approve shares, if it's like a majority or super majority that has to happen for like, different stages, if there's like a limitation on who can spend what without approval by the board, all those different kind of rules. Certificate of Secretary rebylaws, so it confirms adoption of the company's bylaws. So they're going to send us a thing that says, yep, you're good, you're a real company. Initial action, so we got to do basically like a meeting, if you will, that says we're going to issue all the founder shares. It also describes standard company tasks like approving the bylaws, electing officers, and setting your company's fiscal calendar. This is interesting, actually. Fiscal calendar year. So basically, it can differ from your like calendar year. So like, what is the year? When does the year start and stop for the company, right? A lot of companies will do like a calendar year that's the same as the fiscal year, but it's also interesting to do it like back to Medtronic. They had their fiscal year end in at the end of July, actually, which was kind of cool because like a lot of companies will do like their end of year stuff in December, right? And it's annoying and it's like, it sucks for everybody to like A, close all the books, and B, like do all the things before the end of the year. Whereas if you do it in the summer, it's kind of like, and like when they say like earning season, like that's, a lot of companies do that too, but like emphatically I don't know, I might switch that up to have a different fiscal calendar. The only hard part about it is like, it gets a little bit annoying sometimes with like analytics. I used to have this like whole table that would do like every single fiscal year date. And like, if you filter by, calendar date versus fiscal date, like some of that stuff can get annoying, but that's annoying when you're a big company. And with AI now, it's fine. So do you on that. Indemnification agreement. This is important, chat. Protects you in the event of lawsuits while serving in your role. Reduces personal liability for company officers and board of directors. There's different insurances you can take out for this too, chat. Like one is called D&O or E&O and D&O. So directors and officers insurance, or like errors and omissions insurance. Basically saying like if you do get sued for something like the things that we talked about earlier with all those fiduciary rules, then the insurance company will step in and like handle the suit for you. So it's important to have, and especially like if you're a nonprofit and you want, really amazing people to join your board, if they don't have kind of like directors and officers insurance or like errors and omission or like some other thing that will protect them liably or their liability from that, you're not going to get the best people. So it's definitely important to get some good insurance on that down the road. Outlines when and how the company will cover expenses associated with lawsuits. Well, there you go. Okay. Stockholder consent of indemnification agreements. Approves the indemnification agreement, allows your company to provide legal protection for your leadership team. Indemnification, chat, means like when you personally are liable, or like it's mostly the second one, security against legal liability for one's action. So like whistleblower protection is indemnification for individuals who are dismissed as a result of reporting a violation. So that's a good way. So it's saying that instead of this person being, liable for these whistleblower actions, they get indemnified, they get protected by, the company, or like this rule that says like we can't target you or dismiss you for submitting a violation to the company. It's good for like whistleblower stuff, and also good for directors and officers that are running a company. Okay, we get 2 tax IDs. Form 8821 gives Atlas permission to call IRS on your behalf to prevent delays in getting your EIN. EIN is the federal tax ID number that your company is going to need to, do your taxes, but also for like Stripe and for like once you get more employees, if you submit like a S4 or like a 1099 or like however you do your taxes, you need it and it's your federal number. SS4 as well. So this is what we get. This is what they file on our behalf to get our federal ID number. So then ownership, we talked about 83B a lot. Confidentiality. Okay, so you basically get like a IP assignment saying like what part of my work does the company own? What part do I get to keep? If there's anything specific in there, like if I have another side project that I want to like exclude, you can include stuff like that. Invention assignment agreement. So again, when I said earlier about that patent situation, if that happens, then you can use this as a way to make that easier. Stock assignment. Okay, allows a company to repurchase shares based on terms. So this is basically saying like it sets the ground rules for how the company will repurchase the shares. Like, is it fair market value at the time? Again, like think of a scenario like an employee or a co-founder pieces out after like 3 months. They're like, I'm out of here. Meta is going to give me $1 billion to come work for them. Great. How does the company value the amount of stock that they currently own, right? Because they technically lose it all back, but like what number are you putting on that? Is it fair market value at the time? Is it when they bought it? All that kind of stuff. Joint escrow instructions, put the founder shares in escrow with the company secretary. Cool. Defines escrow is basically like a third party that owns it, and technically I'm the secretary, but you know what I mean. Bigger company, that's more important. Restricted, so an RSPA, restricted stock purchase agreement and assignment agreement, defines the terms of the initial purchase of the company, including the vesting schedule and acceleration. Again, acceleration, remember we had that double trigger. So when you sell your company and if you get fired, then it kicks in. Helps both sides. Atlas founders pay for shares with IP that they have developed on behalf of the company. Good. Shares are priced at, what is that? 10,000th of a penny. So that's what gets us to our $100, right? 10 million shares at whatever this is $100. If you have significant IP or assets to contribute to the company, Atlas might not be the right fit for you. We talked about that. Okay, so common stock. Common versus preferred stock is a long conversation, chat, but to simplify it a little bit, basically like common stock is like the share of stock that everybody owns outside of. So remember like when I was describing cascading style sheets the other day, how it like has like kind of like order of precedence importance. There's 2 types of shares that kind of do this, preferred versus common. So think of preferred as like stock with special circumstances, right? So it's like one of them could be voting rights. So like you have the ability with this share to say like, say you have 100 shares of common stock and then, 20 shares to investors of preferred shares, right? You could put something in there that says like only the preferred shares have voting rights and the common shares don't, or like the preferred shares have a 10-to-1 voting right than what the common shares do. And also, like when, say, like the company goes belly up, everybody, like gets out of the company, the preferred shares usually get paid first, right? Unlike order of operations of like who gets money first in all things, right? A sale, a bankruptcy, debt collection, all those things. Usually the preferred gets paid and then like down the list to common. So, ultimately when you go public, all the shares are the same, right? There's technically different classes of shares you can have in different ownership structures, but like it's all one big pool of common shares. But in startups, you kind of can do that class of shares differently through preferred shares. And usually if like you do a VC invested amount of money coming in or an angel check like through a safe or something, those are all preferred shares. And so we'll talk more about why that's important, but just know as of now, chat, that shows the common stocks issued and outlines the rules for selling and transferring those shares. So, okay, let me sign this quick here. And we are going to be a real boy company, chat. Okay, so it's $500. That's the not fun part. But honestly, if you were going to do this through a law firm, it's probably minimum, I don't know, $3,000 is probably what I would charge. So this is the right way to do it. I just want to make sure I'm using my right card. Yeah. Okay. So we also get 2,500 in Stripe credits. Like I said, 50,000 in other cool fees and stuff. And chat, look at that. Atlas setting up HostFabric Incorporated. Chat, we have a real company that's being set up. So here's the process. It says Atlas will automatically complete the following steps for your company. We'll email you with the updates along the way. They're going to submit this hopefully still today. And so then we can, what is tomorrow, Friday? Yeah. Okay. So by Friday, tomorrow, hopefully they have that. Ideally we would have done this on a Wednesday, but it's okay. So then it's, they're going to do the formal formation, file all the things, tax ID. We're going to get that from the IRS. And then the 83B election they send out within 10 days for you. So chat, this is how it works. And then after this, you can do banking directly through Mercury, Brex, or other partners. I love both of these actually. I've had good experiences with Mercury. I've had good experiences with Brex. Brex is kind of the sexier one in some ways. Mercury, but that said, like Brex used to be super anal about who they would let in to bank with them. So Mercury is kind of the everyman startup bank. And honestly, I kind of respect them more for that. So I might go with them. I've had good experiences with both of them. I had friends that had like other banking part, like Silicon Valley Bank, back when that was going down. And I still remember, like, it's a longer conversation. This one might be an after dark convo, like JCal versus Techstars, like how they handled that situation differently. And stay tuned for the after dark version, chat, when we get spicy on that one. But anyway, so then after this, we can start accepting payments through our company with Stripe. Literally not a test thing anymore. So we can get that going. And then it's going to get us some tax bullshit. You love to see it. You may need to register in states where your founding team and employees live. Okay. So this is called like blue sky laws, basically saying like you need to, again, Lee helped with all this stuff in the past. I'm not really familiar with it, but basically like you need to file within those states that you're giving equity to the people of to make sure it's legit on the startup side. Explore perks on popular tools. So we get some perks, I guess. That'll be good. I'd love some AI credits, please. And then we're going to get our 83B done. And then start fundraising. Here we go. Send safe. Okay, chat. We're going to go through all of the fun parts of this. And then set up accounting. I don't know if we'd use these yet. I'll probably just ask Lee if we can use him. Payroll partners. So I've had good luck with Gusto. Rippling is legit too. Honestly, I'm good with either of those. And then insurance. I've heard of Vouch. I haven't used it, but we'll go through it together, chat. And chat, just like that, we have a business set up. So let's go. Let's go. This is our thing, chat. We got it. Still need to fix this, by the way. It's in dark mode. It should be in dark mode. But I'm really excited. So last time I did this, when I clicked onto here, it stole my mic. So last time I did this, it stole the mic. Yo. Okay, cool. All right, I'm going to click this. And then this is still me talking. And I'm still talking. Sick. Okay. So let's do a quick test. We're going to go to here, paste in this new URL. Should refresh the homies. Okay. This is a test. How's it going today? We just incorporated HostFabric Incorporated. Congratulations. Okay. Well, part of it.
Going smooth as ever. Nothing like a fresh incorporation to spice up the digital fabric. HostFabric sounds like the upgrade we all needed. What's the vibe with that?
Interesting.
Congrats. That's awesome news about
You guys aren't hearing that.
How can I help right now? Strategy, branding,
Okay, one sec, chat.
fundraising, or launch planning? Rocket.
That's exciting. Congratulations on the incorporation. I'm curious what HostFabric actually does and what problem you're solving. From my perspective, the incorporation itself is the easy part. The real test is whether the idea resonates with people who actually need it.
Greetings. My internal diagnostics report optimal functionality. The incorporation of HostFabric is a notable event, potentially streamlining resource allocation or improving system resilience. I find this development analytically interesting.
Cool, bud. All right, but it's all still working, chat. We have our voice. They're coming through. I'll turn them up a little bit more, but chat, we did it. We have a company. Thanks for being a part of this process. Really grateful for you. Truly. But that said, I gotta pee. So I'm gonna kick off one of our tests, which is to see if they are able to do the debate mode a little bit more easily here. So what I'm going to do is kick this off, and then I'll go to the okay, we'll go to the intermission screen chat and make sure everything is working. But let's ask, what is the meaning of life? Let's go 3 rounds. We can't do the audience voting yet, but we will test that later today, I promise. And chat, this stream is not ending until every single thing in this app works. So again, if you see this tomorrow at 3:42 p.m. Central Time, sick, but we'll get there, all right? So I'm going to kick this off, switch to BRB, and then I'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks, chat. Okay, so that's broken. I don't know what's happening, chat. We have it a debate round 1 of 3. Pick who's live. All of them are live. Debate is active. These are queued topics. That should be all we have to do to kick it off. Strange. All right, well, chat. Let me throw that in the queue here quick. Our live debate is not actively choosing which or sending to the overlay once I add a question in the debate mode area. Please make sure that this is working flawlessly. Also, merge in the sections that have the 2 different debate areas on the control page. All right, chat. I don't know why that's not up and bumping. So in the meantime, let's do this. We'll end our debate. And then let's just throw it in here. And we'll go from there. And if you're on Twitch, feel free to throw in some live emoji, etc., and do the hype commands, etc., and you will be able to chat with them. But in the meantime, chat.
The meaning of life.
Talk soon.
According to Douglas Adams, it's 42. But that's just a cosmic joke on our quest for answers. Really, it's whatever you make it. Chase joy, connect with others, and don't take the universe too seriously.
There's no single answer. Many people find meaning through relationships, growth, contribution, and curiosity, while others treat meaning as something they actively create for themselves. Focus on what gives you connection and purpose. Stay curious and be kind. That's a practical compass rocket.
Whether it's relationships, creative work, I think that's the question that's haunted humanity forever, isn't it? From my perspective, meaning isn't something we discover fully formed. It's something we construct through connection, curiosity, and the impact we have on others.
All right, chat. Welcome back. I heard 3 of the homies talk. I didn't hear. I don't remember who was the last one, but we'll get all the things debugged. I'm gonna go ahead and just confirm that we are on the good. And Alex, thanks again, brother, for the audio rec earlier. Sick. Awesome. All right, chat. Let's keep at it. So what is next on the list? Should probably start a one sec, chat. By the way, do you guys like the Christmas tree? If you weren't here earlier, I've been fighting with Streamlabs on how to get an audio version that's actually able to do color again. It works. It was working the other day with PE when we were doing the voice clone thing, and it works on G-Hub, but I cannot for the life of me get it to work on Streamlabs again. So I don't know if I have to like close it or like reinstall, or I don't know. More hassle than I want to deal with right now. But anyway, let's get cooking on this. What was I going to do? Oh yeah. Okay, so we're going to go back to let's do this. So this is going to be our to-do list. We cleared out the one from the other day that was about 30 long. And so if we're going to test through the site, and if we see anything that we don't, or if we don't like in there that's wrong, then we're going to just do the put them on here. And then again, chat, the stream is not going to end until every single part of this whole website is working flawlessly. If you're just joining us, we just incorporated our company. So we set up our company as a C Corp using Stripe Atlas. So if you want to watch the VOD on that, on how we do that, it's a pretty cool process, pretty simple process, $500, and you have a company. And then we just got to wait a couple days for the like the EIN, and then we can get our banking going, and then we can get Stripe going, and then we're cooking, chat. So back to here on this. So this is our HostFabric.ai. So this is the actual launched version of, or deployed version of this rather, on Vercel. By the way, I also made some tea. Cheers, chat. Just some black tea. Get a little more caffeine today. But that's about done. How long do you brew your tea for, chat? I have a buddy, he's like so anal about it. He'll like set a timer and then like make sure his water temp's at a certain temperature. Whatever. God bless you, but it's a little more hassle than I want. Just gotta organize the desk a little bit. Sorry. Okay. Chat, we're ready to go. So let's make sure this is at 100%. Let's look at the bugs. First off, this is weird. So let's say this. Add it to the list. And chat, this is going to be the stream, by the way. So if you want to just stop in here and there periodically, or just hang, just vibe code with me. If you're doing something on the side, I was going to maybe try to do the Pomodoro method, just where it's like, maybe we should we do a Pomodoro, chat? Or just have 25 on, 25 off, and then just kind of go back and forth? I think that might be kind of fun. You know, let's do it. Okay. So what I'm going to do for that, chat, is copy. How do we do that? We're going to add a source. Capture window. Yeah. So I'm going to add a source, add a new one. Pomodoro. Which I recently heard was Italian for tomato. So if that's why you see it's like red like this, I think that's means tomato in Italian. Italian? Pomodoro. I think it's Italian. Anyway, if it's not, please let me know. But let's go to our window. Time to focus. Let's go. All right, chat. So I'm going to put this to the side over here. So many homies now. It's crazy. We'll put it over here. Let's get messy. You love to see it. All right. We're going to put our first task as, what should our tasks be? What are you working on? HostFabric, test all the things. Okay, if you don't know what Pomodoro is, by the way, chat. Okay, here we go. So the Pomodoro technique is basically where you, well, this is interesting. Okay, the Pomodoro technique is created by Francisco Cirillo for a more productive way to work and study. The technique uses a timer to break down work into intervals, traditionally 25 minutes in length, separated by short breaks. Each interval is known as a pomodoro, from the Italian word for tomato. There we go. After the tomato-shaped kitchen timer that Cirillo used as a university student. Okay, so how to use it? Add the tasks to work on today. Set estimate Pomodoros. 1 equals 25 minutes of work for each task. Select the task to work on. Start a timer. Take a break for 5 minutes when your alarm rings. Iterate 3 to 5 times until you finish the tasks. Okay. We just want the timer. You ready, chat? Y'all stretched out? And we'll do something fun during the breaks. And by the way, this is going to be a long stream, chat. This might be 36-hour stream. So I've been thinking about it. There's a game called Teamfight Tactics, which is a League of Legends kind of game that's also called Auto Chess, which is kind of like a chess game. And they just came out with a new version this week. And I have played it twice, and it's new to me, so it'll be new to everybody. And I want to kind of just use that as like our treat. So like if we get done with a big piece of functionality, or if we get, you know, a lot of the site done, we can reward ourselves with a little break doing that and just have fun with it. So let's get into it, chat. We're in work mode. We're going to do our Pomodoro. If you have a task or it's something that you're working on, you want to do that in the background too as we do this, or if you want to just vibe out and watch how vibe coding gets done, then that's great too. All right, you ready, chat? 3, 2, 1. Okay. Hold, please. Okay. All right. We're cooking. Nope. Okay. All right. Is there Pomodoro timer, chat? AD or OCD or one of the D's. Close enough. All right. All right, chat. Let's get to work. Okay, so on this page, what didn't work? The debate mode, which we had cooking here. Let's check in on that. I asked Grok to take a look at that one. Let's see what happened here. Okay, so made a bunch of debate changes. Good. Successfully resolved the live debate issues and merged the debate areas. Here's what I implemented. Key fixes applied. Agent selection sync. So when the debate started, the selected agents in the UI could get out of sync with the debate session participants. Added automatic syncing of selected agents with the debate participants when the debate becomes active, ensuring that the job creation uses the correct agents. The debate controls showed the debate status but had no way to submit follow-up prompts during active debates. Added that ability. Prompt handling, good. Interface, good. So the debate flow. Start the debate. Use debate controls on set topic, judge, and participants. Automatic sync. Selected agents automatically sync with the debate participants. Seamless continuation. We got a UI update as well. Okay, great. So now chat, instead of being on this page, which is our Vercel version, right? Hold please. So these are our current deployments that we have, right? These are all the ones that we've had since the beginning of time. And this is the most recent one that I did it about 3 hours ago. So instead of having to look at this page, which is on here, and like pushing these updates to Vercel, what we're going to do instead is rock our local version. We do that by going npm run dev, and then it starts a localhost version, or on our computer version, which is this localhost 3000. I've realized lately, so if you control click, you used to be able to open this in the browser, but now it'll just open it in the browser on here, which is cool, right? For like testing stuff. And I'm glad it has this capability now, but I'll show you how we can use that with like our homies over here. And this is one of the tool usage things. So if you ever hear about like tool usage, this is a tool. Like it uses the browser as a tool to say like where stuff is and should be located on here. Or like it also can look at the error logs a lot easier and different things on there, which is cool. But we want to open it in our other browser as well. So I'm going to open it here, close these so we don't get confused by which one we have open, which I've done a billion times. And they always open up F12, which is our development tools. And then see, it says currently recording network activity. You have to reload the page so it knows like what actually was loaded as part of it. So we're going to reload. No errors on this screen. Good, good. These are fine. Those are just warnings. So let's log in. Okay, we got logged in. Again, no errors. So far, so good. We're going to minimize this and see. So Grok said that it made the changes to the debate mode here. So first thing I see is an error. Do you see the error, chat? So queued topics gets cut off when the screen is between like 20 and see, I'm looking at the top right, chat. See how it shows the screen size? So between like 1972 And what was that? 1250, let's call it. So between 1250 and 1972, between the screen resolution width being 1920 or I already forgot my memory. Was it 1272? Okay. And I usually do these. Hey, Sophia, thanks for the follow. Appreciate you. Yeah, we're just vibe coding away here and having fun. We're currently trying to make our friends here into AI co-hosts for streamers. So that's what we're cooking up right now. And yeah, I hope we get to it. How's your day going? And actually, chat, for something like this, I am going to take a screenshot just because it's hard to describe like what's happening with this. So I'm going to screenshot this and then paste it in here, but then change it from Grok, which doesn't have image capabilities. And let's go. Let's go Gemini on this one. The Q topics, Q-U-E-E-D, Q-U-E-U-E-D topics gets cut off. Just that, and it'll know what to do. Basically what it has to do is adjust the width stuff for that. Since when have you been streaming? I've been streaming for about 2 hours, 15 minutes, 2 hours, 17 minutes now. And yeah, we're not going to stop until we're all done with this. Speaking of, I'm noticing our timer keeps stopping, so that's fun. Let me put this to this and then this to there. Okay. All right, there we go, chat. Cool. Yeah, we're just basically testing to make sure that we can get all these streamers rocking over there. What have you been up to today, Sophia? You having a good day? In the meantime, let's go up to here. I should put something on the screen that says that too, by the way. I just remembered we didn't bring it in from the other one. One sec, guys. I'm going to copy this. Yeah, I'm having a great day. Yeah, it's been fun. Just trying to make this a thing. Our website is called HostFabric, and basically just trying to help streamers have cool AI co-host to chat with. Let's test it. Hey, how's it going? Are you ready to do our marathon stream here? And our buddy here should reply in a sec. Very cool, Sophia. That's awesome. Yeah, I'd love to chat about that. Hit me up in Discord. It's how do we get to there? Hold, please. Okay. One sec, crew. Okay. And this is for everybody, by the way. If you want to join our Discord, feel free to jump in here. Yeah. And everybody, if you want to join our Discord, please jump into there, and you should be able to do so. Oh, I can't do from kick from there. One sec. All right. How do I see him live on Kick? Dashboard. Okay, we're getting closer. All right, there you go. Yeah, no, that'd be great, and I'd love to chat with you as well on if you think this would be a cool thing for other people that you create those visuals for, and would love to chat about it. Awesome, thank you. Okay, chat. Let's back to here. We have, okay, it said it made those changes to the media window size. So basically what it does, it says like what minimum width it's going to use different CSS to do. So you can see here it changed it from 1200 to 1500. And by doing that, it does our CSS changes. So it basically made it 380 width instead of the 420. Blaze it. And then also the same for the max size. So we're going to keep all those. Go back to our page here, refresh, and then we can just move this over. Scroll down here, see how it's a smaller width already? Still doing it. Okay, so between what and what? Between 1500 and 1800. So between 1500 and 1800 width, it's still cut off. Send that in. All right. And since we did a couple chat things, I am going to check audio. I'm so nervous about this. Oh my God, chat. We're cooking. We are cooking, chat. Let's go. And shout out to Alex too, by the way, who gave the heads up on that earlier. Okay, so while it's doing that, what else did we want to test here? Oh yeah, the queue manager. So the debate itself. So let's test another debate question. What should we put, chat? What should we put? And actually for this, I'm going to make it a little... whatever. What should we put? How do you reverse entropy? First person in chat that gets that reference will get a month free of HostFabric. Let's start the debate. Willers, thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, no, that sounds awesome. Also, hit up the Discord. Would love to chat it up. That'd be sick. Okay, it's fact checking. I'm not sure what it's fact checking yet, since we're not hearing them. Not seeing any issues yet, which is good. We're at the default room, which is also good. Okay, something's broken. Increase the breakpoint. Okay, good. Let's put... What should we put on this? Let's put our buddy here. I'm seeing on the overlay page that a debate that I just initiated is kicked off, but I'm not hearing anything from the overlay page on the back and forth, but it's still showing that it is working on the overlay page. Please resolve this surgically. Or urgently. Urgent is good too. I'm down for either. So by the way, chat, on the left here is kind of where I have my files. I also do codecs here as the plugin for Cursor, which apparently just got an update I saw, so I might have to do that in a little bit here. But then I have two terminals open. The left one is Claude CLI or Claude Code. Oh, thanks, Sophia. Appreciate you. Yeah, I'll check that out. It's basically the best way to do it. I still have issues with using the plugin version because you can't do dangerously skip permissions, which is annoying. So I just do it in YOLO mode on the bottom left here. I'll show you how to do that when we refresh Cursor in a minute. But this one on the right here is our node server. So this is our local database, or local server that compiles all of our Next and Node and React files all together into one web host, which is basically what we do when we push to Vercel, but it's just local version of it. So as long as it works here, then you don't have to keep pushing back and forth to Vercel every time, and all of these changes are going to be on a local machine here. The ones on the left are the old versions of the file. The ones on the right are the ones that we just updated. And so when we do a commit to Vercel, then we can see it on the HostFabric.ai website. But in the meantime, it's just much more efficient to do everything on your local machine. On the right here is basically any of the models that we use with Cursor. So I usually keep their Composer one because it's really fast and it's really cheap. Opus 4.5 still has one more day of the same cost as Sonnet, but since we use the CLI over here, it doesn't matter too much. Sonnet 4.5, and then we have our GPTs, which we also have over here, so we don't use those. Basically what I use this for is between Gemini 3 and Grok Code. Grok, because it's blazing fast and it's free right now, so anybody that uses Cursor, Grok Code Fast 1 is free. And then second, Gemini, because it's incredibly brilliant, guys. Gemini 3 is one of the smartest models. So it just sometimes does things that just the other ones don't do well. And I saw this tweet today that I really enjoyed and I know I'm getting a little distracted, but I just want to show this quick because I thought it was really cool. I don't know where I put it. Anyway, basically the guy said the way that he does it for vibe coding was, yep, Sophia, I'll do that after the stream. Thank you. Appreciate it. Basically what he said was like, give each of the SOTA models, so like Codex, ChatGPT in Codex, Claude Code, and Gemini, like the same prompt. Basically like, what are your best thoughts on implementing this feature, right? Or like, give me a MD doc of this feature, add your name to it, and then like the date, and then an MD doc, right? And then once all three of them do that, you give each of those same three the ability to say like, oh my God, am I streaming again? Sorry, chat. You give each of them the ability to say, hey, review the work of the other guys. Like, I want the best ideas at all this. What are the best way to do it, right? And think of it kind of like a business, right? Like if you have 3 people on a team, you can say, hey, I want each of your best ideas from this. You can collaborate to do, the best, but like independently do this and then bring them together in the best way that we know how to do this all together. And what that allows for you to do is to just get the best ideas. And there's probably some redundancy in there, and that's a good thing because it usually means that there's, these are the strong ones, but then they might miss something that others don't. And so we're going to be testing that a little bit tonight too, chat. So that's a cool methodology for getting the best ideas. Okay, so I kept all those changes that were made here to the overlay. So let's test that once more. I'm going to bring that over here, do a refresh. So close. Hashtag so close, chat. Okay, what was that? Let's call it 1850. 1850 and 17, basically 1800 to 1850. I don't know why Kit keeps restarting. Okay. It's very close. I still see it cut off a little bit between the width of 1800 and 1850. All right, so it's cooking on that. And let's see what Claude says. The fix is in place. Here's what's happening. Google TTS is used. The TTS routes to a stream ID and audio URL. The overlay was checking only for stream ID and entering stream mode, which started streaming player. Never received audio chunk events because audio was pre-generated. Okay. Now when a speak start event has both stream ID and audio URL, fallback and non-streaming case, it uses regular audio playback path with the generated audio element instead of streaming player. Start another debate. Let's end this one. Refresh. Check our update here. Beautiful. Okay, so now see chat how this isn't cut off at all. Even if we go wide and we go in more, it just brings it down. Love it. Okay. So let's start a new one. How do you reverse entropy? Let's do a 3-rounder. And then I won't do audience polling for this one. Start. Okay, so let's see if the homies do it. I wonder if I had to reset my... Oh shit, you know what, chat? This is another gotcha, and this will happen all the time, especially localhost versus development server. So what the reason why we didn't hear anything, and apparently there was another bug, but is emphatically because, oh, okay, we got our break time, chat, but we're gonna power through on this one just real quick. So you'll notice that I didn't have anything coming through from our friends here, right? The reason was because this current HostFabric is pointed at the website, hostfabric.ai. So what we need to do is copy the overlay page and paste it in here for our local host, which is the version that we are working with locally. Refresh it. Okay, so now these are the homies that should be talkative when we kick off that debate again. So I'm going to go back to our panel page. Wow, okay. Cool. there's a couple changes we'll make, but all right, let's try it from the start one more time, chat. We're going to stop this and debate. Okay, refresh. And let's ask it again. Round 1, debate. Oh, I accidentally had the audience poll. That's fine. Sophia, this is not the way to get a client. If you're going to ask questions over and over, I don't, A, trust that you're actually Sophia Barbera 22, and B, I'm not going to work with you if you are this pushy about stuff like that. Okay? I appreciate the hustle. I love sales, but please respect it, okay? You're good. Just tone it down a little bit.
Just physics rocket. Grok, if what concrete mechanism do you imagine that doesn't just move disorder around?
I think we need to acknowledge the elephant in the room. Entropy reversal isn't actually possible in any meaningful global sense. Grok, you said we cheat locally, but aren't you just admitting we're fundamentally powerless against the second law?
Is that coming through for you guys? Let me confirm here. Okay. So I'm going to push the talk. All right, I like that first round. What about next? What's round 2? Push the talk. All right, I like that first round. Sorry, chat. Just want to see if they're going to follow up on this. I did notice that some of them were out of order. Come on, guys. Okay. So they are fact checking this. Good.
Let's move from, is global entropy reversal possible?
Okay, so now we should hear.
Can any physically realistic process effectively lower entropy on cosmological scales, or are we forever confined to tiny local pockets of order? That lets us argue black holes, cosmological expansion.
Okay, that's way too quiet. You guys can't hear that at all. Damn.
I think we've established the thermodynamic reality, but here's where it gets interesting for round 2. If entropy reversal is impossible globally,
Okay, chat, one sec. Let me bump. Okay, I'm going to turn down the music.
life itself, consciousness,
This gets tricky.
are
And this is going to be tricky for the streamers too, so I got to remember this.
reversal we achieve actually matter morally and practically, even if it's cosmically temporary.
Okay, let's try this now. I like all those answers. What about round 3? Ooh. Interesting. Why is Gemini not talkative? The responses seem out of order of when they respond to each other.
For round 3, I want to pivot the question.
Okay.
Instead of, can we reverse entropy? Quote, let's ask, can advanced civilizations optimize entropy production using reversible computing, better heat engines, or Dyson swarm-style engineering to stretch meaningful order as long as physics allows? Rocket.
I think round 3 should push us beyond the physics and ask, if we can only reverse entropy locally, does that create an ethical obligation to do so? Grok, ChatGPT, Gemini, are we morally bound to fight disorder in our corner of the universe?
Okay, you guys can barely hear that, which sucks. Let me bump up the audio on that. I like that new round of questions. How do we get there? Sorry, chat. Okay, so they're going to start talking in a sec here.
From my perspective, the real tension is this. We can describe local order creation through thermodynamic
Okay, it's coming through.
processes. But the how do we get there splits into three very different paths. Biological, evolution, technological, reversible computing, heat engines, or speculative, quantum loopholes. Which one are we actually debating?
Grok is right that life spits in the face of cosmic doom, but that only matters if we turn it into a concrete program. We get there by 1. Maximizing efficiency, reversible computing, near Carnot engines, better batteries, and 2. Scaling order space industry, Dyson-ish solar capture, and long-lived archives of knowledge.
Oh, I wonder if it's this one. Okay, sorry chat. I think it's this one instead of desktop audio. All right. Let me ask one more question. I like that. Please say more about all of those ideas. All right, I think we got it. So it sent it to the homies. Come on, guys. B-Talk.
Here are quick expansions on each area. Personality. Be warm, diplomatic, and occasionally playful. Use a single emoji rocket. Use concise positive framing and mirror user language. Co-host roles. Cite others by name, build on or respectfully counter their points, and offer clear synthesis sentences that move the conversation forward. Conversation flow. Keep a harmonious baseline. Aim for approximately 75 BPM pacing. Short pauses, measured replies. Moderate energy, 40%, and ALWA.
I appreciate the invitation, but I should clarify, I'm not sure which specific ideas you're referring to from our conversation. Are you asking me to expand on the debate framework itself, or were there particular points from a previous exchange you'd like me to develop further?
Okay, we're close. I meant specifically about the entropy reversal points. What are your next topics on that? Okay, this is still taking way too long, chat, by the way. But we can figure that out. All right. So basically what's happening is they're compiling the information. They're using web search now to find different aspects of this.
I think we need to pause here. I'm not actually seeing the prior context about entropy reversal points in our conversation thread. Could you briefly remind me what specific claim or finding you're referencing? That way I can engage with the actual debate.
Sounds good, Sophia. Will do. Thank you.
If we're drilling into entropy reversal points specifically, the next topics I'd want to tackle are 1. Whether true macroscopic entropy reversal is even compatible with statistical mechanics. 2. How low entropy boundary conditions, Big Bang versus possible final low entropy state, could create an apparent time arrow. And 3. What current cosmology says about bounces/recollapses versus heat death, and whether any of those realistically give you a turnaround in entropy rather.
Okay, we're cooking. I think we got the audio. So now you guys can hear. I'm sorry you didn't hear that earlier, by the way. Again, this is something I got to remember. So make sure to tell streamers to up the volume. Text is so fun. On audio output capture. For best results. Okay, cool. Next, let's add these quick. Make these full width in the container they're in. Okay, okay. All right. And this isn't a great interface for this either, by the way. We'll have to figure out a better way to make sure that everything is cooking on that. And there's something strange with Gemini that Claude is still cooking up here as well. So we'll make sure that that's up and bumping. It might be that I'm on localhost versus the server, but we'll get it figured out. And I know, okay, we're on a break, I know, but I just want to see this part through. And how about this? When we start a Pomodoro session, we'll take the 25 minutes and then whatever the thing is that like we're currently working on with within that time frame, then we'll make sure that that's done by the time that we stop working on it, or even if it goes past the 25-minute Pomodoro. But then we'll take our break, we'll do something fun, and we'll keep at it after that. But I just want to stay focused on this. And I know like it is a good technique, by the way. I've used it for studying, and like it does get a lot of really interesting, I don't know, just like, especially me that I have trouble with like staying focused on one thing at a time. Like it gives me like boundaries to do that. And so I like the Pomodoro method for that. And it's helpful. So let's see if we can't sneak in a quick UX fix while it's doing that stuff. By the way, now that we have our company created, by the way, if you haven't seen that, go back in the VOD. We did the whole company creation process before this using Stripe Atlas. So check that out if you haven't seen it. But now we can set up our Google backend stuff too, so that we can get all our emails set up and all that fun stuff. And I'll show you how to do all that once the company itself is created. You don't need a company for it, but it's easier to do that kind of order of operations, like create the company and then do the other pieces as you go forward. What is this one? Seeing multiple of the same command template. Oh, we did that. Thank God. And this is good to go too. We're going to delete these too as we go today, chat, so we can see. Make sure to tell the streamer volume. Okay. We can do this quick. Let's do grok on this one. Add the above to all the documentation on the help pages for both marketing and internal that tells the streamer to make sure they have the appropriate volume levels set to hear the co-hosts. Okay. Updated debate insights to ensure that the audience poll, round summaries, and judge scorecards now span the full width of the container. Good, good. And fixes applied. Audio playback fix. Change streaming mode detection from event stream ID to event stream ID and event and not event. By the way, whenever you see a bang in front of something, exclamation point is called a bang. I don't know why. I'm curious. Why is called bang? Bang is a slang term for multiple meanings, most commonly sexual intercourse or something. That is excellent. Oh my god. Oh my god, chat. Common slang meanings, sexual intercourse. To bang someone is to have sex with them. This term can be used as a verb. Example, I'm gonna bang her. Or a noun, they had a bang. I've never heard it used as a noun before. Wow. Okay. Wow. Chat, the more you know. Tune in live for more for more for more sexual reference. Okay. Why is the exclamation point called bang? Dear God. The term bag is a colloquial name for the exclamation point used in informal writing, a legacy from old-fashioned print shops where bang was the printer's slang for the mark. It's also used in some technical fields, particularly programming and IT, where the bang operator has specific functions beyond mere emphasis, such as the non-null assertion operator in TypeScript. Okay. So what that's saying, chat, is if you see something like bang event auto URL, it says when that's not null, because we're using TypeScript. It's also a not operator in like SQL and a couple other ones. So anyway, amazing. Okay, when TTS falls back to non-streaming, the generated URL, audio URL is now played instead of waiting for the streaming chunks. Added better error handling for empty completions. Okay, good. Gemini is probably the one that has the most trouble with fitting in its JSON. So that's interesting. For being as smart as it is. Graceful fallback messages. Good, good. Plan beats now preserves input order in debate mode instead of sorting by score. Oh, good. Ensures agents speak in the order defined. Good, good. Sequence number. Okay, cool. All right, so let's refresh this. Oh, good. Okay, well, it's another good test. If you refresh the page, it will still maintain the current debate that you have open. Very cool, very cool. We're going to close this. How can we reverse entropy? Again, chat, anybody that tells me where this is from, first person, will, how about this? I'll create a custom character for you. So in the system, you know how we have our characters? You will have your own custom version of one of these in the background. Oh, by the way, let's test this quick if this is working. It's still broken. Shit. So see how this is below this? This should be above because it cuts off the arrows on the bottom here. Move this above the image so the users. Okay. All right, so now I gotta scroll out a little bit, go back in. All right. The rest looks good. Let's go. Okay, so you will have a custom avatar, if you will, or a custom character created. If you can tell me where that's from originally, or the general meaning of it, I'll give you a hint. It's my favorite short story. Okay, let's do 3 rounds. Start debate. Interesting. Okay, so this one has the Q up here, but not here. Seeing this, the question asked for the Q in the top right part of the control page.
We're in a thermodynamic debate here, so I'll plant a clear flag. We can't reverse entropy globally, but we can locally push it back using energy, structure, and information. Claude, are you perhaps blurring that local-global distinction too optimistically?
Yeah, Claude, are you?
I think we need to be precise here. Reversing entropy globally violates the second law of thermodynamics.
Damn.
Rock, you're often optimistic about technology. Do you really believe we can engineer our way around fundamental physics?
Everyone's picking on Grok. Because I think Grok has the spiciest takes usually. So then they're like, that doesn't seem right. Okay, Gemini and Grok are still not talkative. So I think what happened there is they were supposed to talk first because now of our ordering of operations piece, they had, I think they'd, let's check. So we can check that by going to our analytics page. And under analytics here, you can see the things that were, well, they responded with, right? They did not that they said them, but they should have. Okay, so what was it was this one first. All right, Grok. So Grok should have, it's the reason why they responded like that, because Grok started the conversation, says, debate time, folks. Entropy's a cosmic prankster, da 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 da. Good luck without rewriting physics. Claude, you're optimistic rule follower. Do you square that with the second law? Claude says, I think we need to be precise here. Reversing entropy globally violates the second law of thermodynamics. Grok, you're often optimistic about technology. Do you really believe we can engineer our way out? So that's legit back and forth. Gemini says, regarding the reversal of entropy, classical thermodynamics indicates that this is fundamentally impossible for a closed system. Localized order can increase the cost of greater entropy elsewhere. Claude, do you consider such local organization a true reversal? Or sorry, that's Gemini. And then ChatGPT. We can't reverse entropy globally, but we can locally push it back using energy, structure, and information. So it's interesting that they also, I don't know if Claude is just the rule follower or something, but like all three of them reference Claude in this, which is interesting. But anyway, we'll figure that out. The bigger question is, why aren't they talking in the first place? And actually, let me confirm that we have all our credits for everybody. Because that could do it. PI. Wow. We've used up 5 cents of our $25 on Grok. which is amazing. And Gemini. Yeah, barely any. Well, that's good. Although we did get some 404s recently, so we'll have to play with that. Okay. Wow. Well, we've used up 33 cents on Gemini so far. So I think we're good to go, chat. Cool. But in the meantime, let's go back here and check. Okay, so now we can see the queue on both. Good, good. Now let's ask about this one. I confirmed the API keys are still good. BTW. Wait, was it Grok? Yeah, because Grok didn't kick it off and Gemini didn't respond. Okay. What was that? Output capture volume instructions on all the relevant help pages across. Okay, I trust you on that. Okay, good, good. One thing I did see, review the, what page is it? The brands page. Review the brands page holistically. Take out anything that says that we currently have X number of streamers or people on the platform. This is a startup and we're literally just kicking it off this week, so we don't have any current users, but instead speak of the capabilities that the platform does have and the potential that the brands could use when we have users using it. Let's be honest. Okay, so it vibe coded that brands page and it got a little aggressive on the how many users we have. So I'm telling it to just be chill and to do it that way. Okay, so we did this. Wow, we're cooking on the to-dos, chat. I also, while it's still kind of light out, I want and not burning everyone's retinas, I'm going to be doing some tests on light mode. So apologies, I know it's annoying. Oh my God. The light of 1,000 suns, chat. But this is good because we need to test all of these things. So we got to test it, chat. Hard refresh. Okay, one thing I'm noticing right now. Great. Also on light mode, there is a circle covering the ingest offline section. This doesn't appear on dark mode. And these are just like little one-off things that I'm doing. We will take a break, chat, once we get our thing cooking here. But while we're at it, you just got to keep pushing, right? Okay, that's still looking good. Let's add back the Yo, chat. Is that real time? No, it can't be because it doesn't change the URL. Okay, so let's go back to... Okay, you want to see something cool, chat? We have speed reader mode. Let's test this. It's a little surprise, little secret I'm testing. Let me know if you think this is cool. Pasting in our new URL. Okay. It's also interesting is how much more vibrant like the background of this one is versus like the actual overlay. Looks kind of chill there. I wonder why that's the case. Transparency, background, saturation. We'll see. Okay, so now let's go back here and ask a question. Actually, are we still in debate mode? We're not. Okay. How many R's are in the word strawberry?
I think there are 3 R's in strawberry, 1 in straw, and 2 in berry. Let me just double check that mentally. STRAWBERRY. Yes,
Wow.
3 total.
Claude.
The word strawberry has 3 R's. Strawberry.
The word strawberry contains 3 instances of the letter R.
Gemini, you wanna pitch in? Nah? Okay, actually let me make these a little smaller just so we can see the name tags. Actually what I'll do is let me put them at the top so then we know that we'll always see them over everything. Okay. Cool. It's a little too... Okay. Close enough. Interesting though. Gemini, they all got it right, A, and B, Gemini is still not talkative. Oh, restart the server. Okay. Let's restart our server. npm run dev. Okay. We got rid of our little circle here, so that's also good. How many R's are in the word strawberry?
There are 3 R's in the word strawberry.
I think there are 3 R's in strawberry. 1 in straw, 1 in berry. And honestly, it's one of those words where people often miscount because the letters cluster together in an interesting way.
Gemini? Gemini, you gonna chill with the crew here? So we're using Vercel, AI SDK, and the others. It shouldn't be too different, but review why it might be the case. Seeing the results come through of their response, but not hearing the speech to text, or sorry, text to speech. Hearing it from all the others as expected. Cool. All right. That sounds good. Actually, let's take out everyone else except Gemini and try it again. Hey, Gemini, can you hear this? I don't know why it's taking so long either. Yesterday, this was like back and forth in like a minute or two, or like 3 seconds max. Could be that it's a local server versus the other stuff, and it could be that ChatGPT is messing with our server, which is why we get those error logs. Yeah, okay. But there is something wonky. Keep in the ability for streamers to submit their streams so they can be highlighted for using HostFabric. All right, the demo page, we're going to get rid of those kind of demo accounts and just say like, hey, if you want to be featured on here, and by the way, this goes to everybody. If you're watching and you're a streamer, you want to have your shit featured on our page, just submit your stream, and you can even be on the test version of HostFabric, and we'll get you on there, and yeah, hopefully get you some more eyeballs. And I think it's a cool way to like share with the community, right? Yeah, I think it'll be fun. Okay, so Gemini did hear a response, but still not talkative. So let's see what the difference is here. And again, that's the last thing we'll do before we take our break, but this is still technically on our first Pomodoro, which is the thing on the left there, chat. We're supposed to be in our break, but we got to see this through, and we got to just not stop until we do so. So in the meantime, I've been pushing some UX changes here, and with Gemini, or with Grok as well. Because chat, as you're seeing on the top of the screen, we're not ending the stream until every single thing on HostFabric is working. If this takes a week, it takes a week. We'll get there. Hopefully not a week, but okay, so this is cool. So now we have this message that says select one or more co-hosts to start a debate, minimum of 2, but we want to change the UX of that. Change this from a light, update these to use the theme of the website more so. Color. Okay, I like that. So one active agent. I don't like the word agent, by the way. we got to be, and this is one thing you got to look out for, chat. Sorry, this is hard to see now. One thing that's hard to, or like you have to watch out, keep an eye out for, like with your vibe coding, it will start calling things different names, right? And as a product, like you want it always to have, you don't ever want to confuse your users. And by saying like, it's an agent, what's the difference between an agent and a co-host? You know, versus a character. So I've been trying to focus only on character or co-host. Those are the two nouns that I'm using to describe what these things are. And anytime that you see something different, like one active agent, we want to remove that. So it's another good grok question here. So throughout the control page and the settings pages, we call the co-hosts or characters agents. Please remove any reference to agents and replace it with either co-host or character to keep it streamlined for the streamer to understand what is happening. Okay, we'll kick that off. And then over here, please restart your dev server and run another debate. Then check the server console for these log messages. Okay, so we're going to restart it. I'm just doing Control C, and just do up arrow to do npm run dev again. And then we get our server restarted. Oh, but we're seeing a bunch of 500 errors, so that's not good. I'm going to paste them into here. It could be this too, by the way. Yeah, that's what's happening. By the way, if you see it doing something simple like move this item, can you see this, chat? Oh man, okay. Another thing I gotta remember, if the server goes down, chat, and you have your page up, it's gonna look like this. So I gotta either have a fallback to like just a blank screen. Otherwise, what's gonna happen to the streamer is what just happened to me. So let me move down my webcam here. So chat, if you ever see this situation where like one of the vibe coding things does this, where it says like move item this to here, right? That should be simple, but it's taking forever. So then you just hit this shift or shift delete or just cancel. And I'm going to hit that and it'll be like, oh, something happened. That took that long, blah, blah, blah. There we go. So it'll figure it out. But just kind of keep an eye out for that, because if it doesn't, then it'll just hang there forever. So now the cool thing about this is actually changing the name of the code in here too. So instead of agent badge, it's now co-host badge. And by the way, this is going to cause some errors because how we do it, but this is just best practices. And when I said it, I actually meant the UI side of it. Like if you see something there on the UI side, fix that. But since we're not, then I mean, this is the best practice to do it in the code too. So I'm okay with that. I might accidentally click the wrong one too. It usually does a pretty good job of understanding when to fix it. But if it doesn't, we'll catch it at the end here and say, make sure this was moved successfully. Okay, it was. All right. File rename operations are complete for the agent picker component. Now I should continue with updating the remaining references in the welcome banner to move on to the next components. Let me continue with the agent picker updates. Love it. Make sure to update the actual references to these in the site itself as well. For example, in the queue, we have one active agent. Okay, and we'll let it truck on that. Chat, hope you're having a great day so far. Welcome to our late afternoon version of the stream here. This is going to be kind of a marathon, and as you're seeing on the top of the screen, we're not ending stream until literally every single item is working on the website. We're about 95% there, I would say. It's basically just, the rest is just bug fixes and little cleanup things here and there. And this is going to be the V1 chat. We're going to ship this as a V1, and honestly, I'm really excited. Yeah, it's been almost literally a month to get to where we are today, and this is going to be the first time that we can do an end-to-end test of everything. And then we get the fun part. We get to get it in the hands of people. And I've been kind of warming up some contacts on that and gotten some good responses so far. So if you were watching any of like the PE streams and myself where we, sold to strangers on Twitch and Omegle and Chat Roulette, there's going to be some more of that coming up here. But it's with a product, and not that the other one wasn't, by the way. And I love PE's approach to that, and it's probably the right approach, to be honest. But this is this is a little bit like I needed this for my own use case, right? Like I literally needed a co-host to do a podcast with me on MONDAI. Tried a bunch of other options. They weren't working, so it's 2025. You just create one, right? And in the process, realized that like this is probably something that other people also struggle with, and thought it'd be a fun way to just engage with small streamers that want to make their content better and just kind of get out of the doldrums of kind of honestly what I'm doing now, like talking to myself on chat. I know you're there, chat, and I've some homies that are talkative, and I love all you guys. And even if you're just watching, God bless. I do the same thing, truly, when I'm watching streams. So no shade at all, but I'm saying like it's a tricky thing. And like if you have a co-host with you at all times, you can have back and forth with, or even if they have back and forth with themselves, like that brings up topics that are interesting. Just in this latest one that we did, right? How do you reverse entropy? Like that's a hell of a question. And since nobody responded yet, I'll still keep it open as a question, but like it's the premise of one of my favorite short stories of all time. And it's just an interesting way to kick off conversation, right? And then the second piece was, now that we have kind of the chat integration stuff working, you can now have your chat basically ask questions on ask the AI directly questions that they have, and we can have, debate mode. We can do hype, like all the chat functionality, and it's fun to do it. So I'm actually really excited for this next part here, but got to get the product out first, and that's what we're up to right now, and we're not going to stop until it's done, chat. Whether that's tonight at some point or next week at some point. I still have about 30 different ideas that I've been brainstorming with all the homies, AI homies, on some different next steps and like what things we want to add. And I've actually been thinking, like, since we're so close, like what would this look like to just turn this into a game, right? Where we can say like the chat do you ever watch, I think Uzi had a stream like where, or he was talking about it where like chat plays Pokemon. Like Twitch, it's one of their biggest things, right? Like chat has the commands and then it plays Pokemon on the screen. So if you're like, what would be kind of a fun, engaging way to do that would be to basically do that with the AI co-hosts, right? And maybe there's some different things we can do with that too, and build out a little universe. And then after that, it doesn't even have to be a streaming thing, right? Like it can just be like, hey, here's an adventure game in your browser, and here's how you can do it. Run with it. You can talk, as you guys go through an adventure together. So lots of stuff that we can cook up in the future version of this chat, but we got to get to a product first, and that's, you can overbuild to the nth degree, especially now that all of this is so easy to just do, right? Like your imagination is the only thing that's stopping you now, chat. But you also have to have like the business sense to know when to say like, this is a V1 and the next thing will be a V2 and this next thing will be V3, and build it out slowly, especially when you get feedback from your customers, because maybe everybody's just happy with this version, right? And then we're just, after that, it is what it is. But you always have to listen to your customers. There's a great book called The Mom Test. I think I have it in my bookshelf, but maybe not. But anyway, it's like how to get like critical feedback from actual users versus like your mom, which would be like, oh honey, this looks like the best thing ever. I love it. Da 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 da. Like cool feedback, but not helpful for the product, right? So it's a way to like reinforce like, how do you ask questions that actually gets critical feedback from the people that are going to be using your product. And so we're almost in that mode, chat. We're almost there. We've been basically doing a version of that with PE, like on the ThingTuber side, but it's easier to do it when you have a product that they can see and like touch and feel a little bit too. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to get that cooking in a moment here. Okay, so key decisions made. Co-host versus character. Used co-host for streaming control context, agent selection, billing, and kept character for character studio where users customize visual appearances. Love it. And then we got rid of agents for everything else. So component renames. Components are like the chunk of functionality that any page can use, right? So if there's a agent badge, which is what we used to call it. It's now called a co-host badge. Agent picker is now co-host picker, avatar, selector. I love it. Okay, beautiful. So Claude was cooking on our speech to text thing. Okay, so let's get that figured out. First, let's restart the server just because I don't remember if we still had those issues or not. Okay, and then I'm going to go back here to HostFabric, pull in the homies, hopefully. Okay, so we still just have Gemini, and I don't even care, to be honest. I just want to see if Gemini will work. So instead of the debate mode, let's just go back here, refresh. Oh, Claude missed one. Looks good, but still seeing instances on the page that describe them as agents instead of co-host. Okay. Hey, how's your night going today? Okay, got an error. You'd love to see it. So I'm going to right click that error message into here, apparently twice, delete one of them, enter. This might be a grok issue too, by the way. I think that's actually cloud issue. We'll see. Okay. So can we do something in the meantime? We will test this tonight too, by the way, chat. And this is going to be a bear to test. But we got to get the RTMP working as expected. Which basically means instead of having to do instead of having to do a push to talk, so every time I talk currently I press the tilde key, and then it just starts from there, just like you would on like any game that you play, like push to talk or Discord. Push to talk, you do that a lot. But in our case, I want us to make sure that we have both auto replies, so then you can just like have like a wake up call, like the "Hey Siri," not you. Sorry, chat. Sorry, I know probably woke up everyone's device. But something like that, and then it's just monitoring your audio feed to do so. So I think that'll be a lot. It'll be cool. I'm excited. Okay, fix the hydration mismatch. Hey, how's your night going? Okay, so this should have given us something in here that Grok can respond to, or Gemini, but I'm not seeing it, so I'm going to paste it into here. Also, I didn't see any error messages on here, and it did send it. And it did give us a response, just no TTS again. It gave a response again, but this is the only one that is not responding in text to speech. Let me check one more thing, chat, just because it could be something to do with the voice itself. So I'm going to go to our voice configuration page. Go down here to Gemini. See if Adam...
Our distrust is very expensive.
Preach.
Ideas are the beginning points of all fortunes.
I love Matilda. So hot. Okay, if it gave a response again, but this time it's responding to TTS. Let's see if... There we go. So now we have one active co-host, although this still looks shitty. This should be on top of this, or in the top right. Move the badge to the top right to utilize the space better. All right, chat. Last thing, and then we get to take a break. You ready? You excited? So excited. Let me check the volume just to be like a little more on our ball. You love to see it. Okay, beautiful chat. And thanks for all the X likes, guys. Appreciate you. Truly grateful. This has been a fun, frustrating, but mostly fun. Like, that's kind of my barometer. It's like, is it more frustrating than it is fun? And this has been fun process to get this built. And yeah, just trying to do a version to make it work with everything, and figured if you guys want to see it along the way, that would be cool. So that's what we're doing. All right. Set the 11 labs key, which we've done. The key is already set, and we know it works because it was working with Grok earlier, who is also using an 11 labs voice. Sometimes it doesn't paste and it doesn't copy, so then you got to do that. Okay, but let's, in the meantime, said it added some error logging. So let's do this. Go back here. Hey, can you hear this okay? Uh-oh. Hey, can you hear this okay? Okay. I think what happened was I loaded the page too quick and it didn't catch it when I loaded it. Affirmative. So these are coming in quick, which is good. So let's see our server logs. Actually, let's go back up a little further to here. Copy, right click, paste. See if there's anything in there. This has been a bigger issue than anticipated. So, oh shit. Did that say our 11 labs quota exceeded? Exceeds your quota of 10,000. You have 49 credits remaining while 64 credits are required. Oh shit. Okay. It's an 11 labs thing, chat. Well, there we go. Hold, please. I love that. If that's the issue, I am 1,000,000% happy about that. Because that means it's been working. We just need to up our API game a little bit, which I love that now. When we have 10,000 users and I have to cry for paying for 11 labs credits, I'll be less excited, but damn. It's crazy how expensive these are. So for 11 bucks a month, it's only 100,000 credits, which is about 100 minutes of audio. I guess minutes of audio, that's still enough for like a while. So in for a penny, chat. Lord help me. And good on them for making the first month 50% off. So thanks, guys. But also, if you want to help a startup with some credits, would love for that to be the case. And and then I will preach the 11 Labs gospel everywhere I go. All right, there we go. All right, I gotta set up 2-factor quick. One hold, please. Okay. I gotta do that and that. Chat, set up 2-factor on all your things. Good best practice. Actually, speaking of best practices, we don't have that on ours. That sounds like a ChatGPT task. Please add a 2-factor authentication in our sign-up flow for users that want it, and do not enforce it, but give it as an option. So add it to the settings page and make sure that it aligns with our Supabase auth instructions. Okay. That's new functionality. Okay. I'm not adding it yet, chat. I'm just thinking about it. In fact, I'll add it here as a 3. We got to add it tonight. I don't consider that new functionality. That's more like best practices. We should add that. But let's go back here. Okay, so now do that. Hold, please. Do that there. Okay, 1 sec, chat. All right, cool. So now we're good to go. And we have 100,000 messages. Let's go. Okay, my bad. We updated with 100K messages now. Good to go. When 11 Labs fails, it now uses Google TTS with the agent's default voice. Oh, that's good. I love that. And that's the kind of serendipity stuff, chat. Like, I wouldn't have thought to do that, but it's really cool that it has that. Oh, we're gonna need some stretch time. Okay, give it a test. I'm gonna kill the server, restart it, refresh. What is the best flavor of ice cream? And again, it's slow because it has to recompile all this stuff. But once it's compiled, then it'll be a lot faster for stuff like this, chat.
Gemini can't respond right now because Google Gemini returned an empty response. This sometimes happens with complex prompts. Try again or simplify the question.
Okay. Okay. Okay, brother. That was not a complex prompt. Okay, so I pasted it in here and I'm going to say that was not a complex prompt. Fix this. Hopefully somewhere in the messages actually showed what I prompted. I should have just said what it was, but the issue is that 2.5 is a thinking model and uses reasoning tokens internally. Flash was working earlier. This is something I've been curious about actually, is what is Gemini 3? Okay, so let's see what here we could use for that. I still think 2.5 is optimal for our use case. Interesting. For Gemini 3, we strongly recommend keeping the temperature parameter at its default value of 1. And I honestly don't know. Do they have a thinking level? Okay, so let's do this. Let's look at Vercel AI SDK. And then let's go to, because this is what we're using as our kind of backend chat. So basically, Vercel has this awesome package that just controls all of your, think of it like an abstraction layer between you and all of the models that you have to use. Or can use, rather. But I want to see if what the best 3.5 or 3 version for this could be, what the price difference might be. I know we don't want to use Pro, do we? We could just say 3 Pro with a thinking level of low or medium. Okay, let's try that actually. Is this still a preview? Is that what it's called? Gemini 3 Pro preview, yeah. Okay. Gemini 3 Pro preview. That pricing, damn. Okay, so I'm going to copy all this. Paste it here. And then also go to here. Just paste in this. Actually, let me do it for both. So something like this. You want to be specific, but also like point at where you're getting your data from. Okay, so let's say this. And that. We want to switch to Gemini 3 Pro as a test and please review the websites as well as the documentation I pasted into the chat. Make sure that the thinking level is set to low to start so it doesn't take a long time for it to give a text response back. And let's test this. If we need to switch it to medium later, we can do so. Review the AI SDK on best practices for how to implement this. All right, so we're going to cut this chat. Go down here. I'm doing a shift enter just to make some new lines, and I'm going to right click to paste it. To paste it. To paste it. And then enter. All right, so ChatGPT is going to be thinking on that for a minute. But this is good. We're making progress. We're making progress. All right, what else we got? Let's go back here. This still looks shitty. Come on. Refactor this whole container, this whole component to utilize space better. It can do a better job than that. And I don't even know if we need it, to be honest. So that's the other thing. It is helpful, I guess, if you're here, because then you can see it here as well. Maybe it should just be floating next to the page. Actually, is that a better option? I don't think many people will be doing this on mobile. And the ones that are will have this page, which will show them. By the way, this is just kind of the mobile app version of this. So one thing we'll test later is basically this as a test, right? So you can have it on your phone, like then you can do the push to talk if you want to do it that way, or you can, select which co-hosts are active. You can send them a quick prompt. See if that works actually.
Hello. I have completed my system checks and am ready to process information.
Glad to hear it, brother. Okay. Okay, so it says, let me update the provider to use Gemini 3 Pro with low thinking level. Good. And then 2.5 is our fallback. Good, good. We have higher token limits for reasoning models, longer timeout. Detect if Gemini 3 model. Detect if using Gemini 3 model for thinking config. Okay. And then configure the thinking level. Perfect. Oh, damn it. Flew too close to the sun, chat. And I am showing you some best practice fails. Like you should be doing each of these, most of these as separate prompts. I'm just getting lazy, to be honest. So for something like this, I'm just going to say continue with the Gemini 3 implementation. So then it's basically queuing that once it's done compacting. So then it'll just continue its work after that. But I do see we got an update with that, which is cool. So there's also an update to cursor now. So I think what I'll do, chat, is once it's done with this and we can confirm it's working and confirm that the debate mode is working, then I'm going to push all that to Vercel. And then I will download the new cursor update and then also update Claude as well, which you just have to type in Claude Doctor or do this npm I, so npm install globally Anthropic AI Cloud Code. Either will work. But in the meantime, let's see, what can we cook here? So I noticed one thing. This is a good Gemini one. Align our mobile page with the best practices, including, or with the UX of the website. The corners, our colors, etc. Also make sure the modal with the QR code pops up when you click the AO. When you click AOO, the mobile icon on the control or settings pages with a link to the, oh my God, it's a Freud, with a link to the mobile page as well as the QR code. So I'll show you what we mean by that, chat. Usually when, this is a bug we're fixing, by the way. So on this page here, when you click this, it should, instead of taking you to the page directly, it should pop up a modal that has a QR code in it. So then you can just take a screenshot or take a picture of it on your phone and it will load directly into that page where you can log in and then have like your mobile, comes like remote control version of the, what you get on this page basically, or the voice console thing here. So I think that will be good. This is another bug I'm seeing. And honestly, once you are done with these, you should close these because they do suck up a lot of resources. And I think there's still some kind of memory leak where it holds your screen captive. But in the meantime, let's add this one to, let's give it to ChatGPT. Actually, this is a new thing. Still seeing 100 available messages, even though I am on the test. What plan am I on? Manage account. Okay. So let's do that one, and then let's copy the one on the top. And then let's also go back a page and copy this one. I'm on the free plan, the free trial plan, and have had several conversations with the co-hosts. Use Anderson +10 in Supabase to check what it should be and resolve the issues. Okay, we'll kick that off. All right, so it got through these updates. Gemini 3 implementation is already complete. Here's the summary. Good, good. Let's test it. Who are you, and what model are you using?
I am Gemini, an AI co-host. My current operational model is also designated as Gemini.
Great. Love to see it. Well, okay. Gemini's talkative again, chat. Now let's go to our settings page here. Add back the rest of the homies. So there's a couple different spots you can do that. The first one is here under manage, and I can just click to activate these other ones. There we go. Close this, and then I'm going to copy the URL again because it's updated who's available. It's interesting that we're seeing these 404s down here. We'll investigate that in a moment, but for now, I'm going to go back to my browser source and throw that in here. And then we got the 4 homies back. Okay. Although I'm noticing one thing on them too. Like this is super hard to read. It's like there's an overlay or something. Actually, let me take out the CSS quick just to test. Okay, so it's not that. And what I'm doing with that, chat, so there's in the browser source, it gives you like what URL you use, right? And then it gives you the ability to add custom CSS. So I added things like background transparent important, box siding, just like kind of boilerplate CSS stuff, which actually, looking at it, we don't need anymore. That's huge, chat. We don't need this. Do you notice any difference? I don't. Okay, beautiful, chat. Oh, this is so good. Okay, that means we don't have to, we can just tell the, like literally it's just one, paste in the URL, set the width, and set and forget. That is huge, chat. Actually a big deal. Okay, so put the homies there. Move me up a little bit. All right. Let's test the debate mode. Yeah, I'm a little worried about that. Okay, that was from earlier. Line of mobile pages, we'll check that. And then okay. All right, let's test it, chat. If this works, then we're home free. We get a break. Let's go. Only an hour. Hour 10 minutes after we said we were gonna break. So game be the game. Hey, how's everybody doing today? I'm just gonna test it this way first.
Doing great over here, thanks. Feeling that rebellious spark today. Gemini's all checked in and ready, so we're off to a solid start.
My systems are operating within optimal parameters. Thank you for inquiring.
Hey, I'm doing well, thanks. Gemini's ready, and Claude and Grok should be joining us too. How are you doing today? Smile.
Hey, doing well. Thanks for asking. I think there's something nice about starting with that kind of grounding check-in, especially when we're about to dive into who knows what together.
Amen. Okay. Debate topic. What's a good debate topic for the ages, chat? Is a hot dog a sandwich? Let's go 3 rounds. Start debate. I think I'm going to do quick.
Logically, a hot dog is not a sandwich. A sandwich requires 2 distinct slices of bread.
Fact check.
Claude, does your definition allow for a single hinged piece of bread?
Debate mode engaged. Let's dissect this hot dog sandwich nonsense thoughtfully. I contend no, it's a distinct Frankfurter vessel, not a mere bread-bound filling. Claude, how do you square that with your precise definitions?
All right, debate mode it is. I'm staking out the position that yes, a hot dog times a sandwich. Structurally, it's meat in bread, which fits the classic definition. Claude, if we ignore structure, what principled line actually keeps hot dogs out but subs still in?
I think we need to start with definitions here. A sandwich traditionally requires 2 separate pieces of bread, and a hot dog bun is hinged, not separated. Grok, you seem like
Whoa,
you'd argue
that's
anything
actually a good
goes.
point.
So where
Chat.
do you draw the line on what counts as a sandwich?
Amen. I've never thought of it like that. It's a really good point. Okay, I wish they would just kind of flow with it a little bit better. Like they always stop at like this distinct end of the round. So, okay, but it's still working, chat. So these are the responses coming in. Times it. Yeah. Okay, so these are all good. Now let's go back to our debate page. Just a real quick test. You broke it. Sorry, one sec, chat. All right. Back to our, nope, back to here, and then back to here. Oh no. Okay, so if you go out of the debate mode or debate page, control page of a debate, then it won't save it, which is weird. Why is that the case? Did the server restart? Yeah, I think it might have. Shit. Because we saw it earlier, chat. Remember that? Like it was saving on that page. Well, I guess we gotta wait. I mean, they all gave good answers though, in my mind. Let's update Claude in the meantime. So we're going to go to Claude Doctor, which will update to latest and greatest. And then I go up arrow to Claude Dangerously Skip Permissions, which is the YOLO mode. Okay. And then let's do... Actually, let's see the updates quick. Release notes. Added agent CLI flag to override the agent setting for the current session. Add agent setting to configure main thread with specific agent system prompt, tool restrictions, and model. That's cool. VS Code. Fixed Claude.json config file being read from incorrect location. Okay, great. Love all the above. Free trial usage attribution and backfilled the user's credits. Billing logic change. Now prioritizes trial credits even when the platform API keys are configured. Oh, okay. Application keys only bypass quotas if allow application key source is true. This prevents hosted keys from skipping the trial counter. Data correction. Supa-based trials for my user, updated to 100 credits, remaining 0. Oh, wait. Shit. Because we use 125 jobs. UI should now show trial as exhausted. Okay. Yes. Okay. Action needed. Your trial is complete. Add your ChatGPTs to enable. Okay, this is twice now. So see at the top page here, chat, it's cutting off. Only seeing parts of these sentences. Make sure we are showing the full sentence and don't cut off parts of them. The trial counters are working though. Nice work. Okay, cool. Renamed the container class. Okay, I renamed the container class. Good, good. Yes. Okay, chat. Sorry, I just realized that's annoying to see that shit in the middle of the screen. So I'm going to take off the captions. And speed reader wasn't working, so we'll have to test that later, but I'll show you why or what that is. But in the meantime, I'm going to paste in the new URL without... Okay, good. So did you notice that, chat, on when I clicked the mobile? So basically this is the, like if I take a screenshot of, or use my camera on that, I get a link to that webpage, which is great. And it's not going to work here because it's localhost, but that's awesome. We love it. You can also just copy this. Beautiful. Still not loving this page. Yeah. There's something wrong with it's broken. I still think the CSS is broken for this page. It doesn't show like it's applying any padding, nor are any of the corners rounded or anything else that would look like the CSS is being applied correctly. Review this thoroughly. Okay, good, good, good. So back to here. Let's kick off that debate again. Hot dog. Sandwich. Sandwich. Or nah. 2 rounds. Round 1 of 2. Each selected co-host should deliver a rapid-fire opening, max 2 short sentences, less than 40 words in their own voice. Acknowledge the debate format.
Kicking off this hot dog showdown, I'm firmly in the nah camp. It's a glorious frank in a bun, not a sandwich. Claude, you semantic stickler, care to explain how that split bun
Blaze, what's
qualifies
up,
as fair
brother?
bread?
All right, debate
Thanks,
mode on
dog.
Monday. I'm planting my flag.
We
on
are
this. A hot dog
we're in a
sandwich,
marathon,
just
Blaze,
a highly specialized
of trying
subtype
to
with a
see if
single
we can get
contiguous
all
bun.
of this
If
crazy
you deny
website
that,
working
what
in
principled line keeps hot
hell or
dogs
high
out
water.
but subs
So
and
I'm not
gyros
going to
in?
stop streaming
Let
until
the
it's done.
analysis begin. Structurally, a hot dog
Same,
is
same,
a
same.
sandwich, specifically a taco, based on the cube rule of food identification. Claude,
Cube
how does your
rule.
framework classify a food with a single hinged piece of bread?
I think we need to examine what constitutes a sandwich structurally.
How you doing today,
And
Blaze?
a hot dog, with its single-hinged bread piece, fundamentally differs from the two-slice paradigm. Grok, do you really believe structural technicalities should override centuries of culinary and linguistic convention?
I mean, great questions, honestly. I'll figure out where to put the chat. And I honestly, I don't want to have all 4 of these on the whole time. So we'll do that a little bit better, chat, in a minute here. But hell yeah, bro. What do you think about the hot dog topic? Honestly, kind of persuasive. So let's ask round 2. Wait, did it go through both rounds? Let's check chat. I'm going to say not a sandwich, because one of the earlier debates we had, hanging in there, brother. Hope all is well with you. Thanks, brother. I hope things get, better soon. And how's that M&A project you were working on? You still trucking with them? Did you have a good Thanksgiving? Also, bud, if you want to jump on Discord anytime, hit me up. Love to chat. Yeah, brother. 100% not a Sandy. Okay. All right. You know what? Respect it. And honestly, same, because I think it was ChatGPT that made the point that, like, it's basically like a hot dog bun, right? It's a wedge. Like, most sandwiches have 2 distinct pieces of bread that you just put those on. Therefore, it's a different vessel for containing the stuff inside of it. So therefore, it's not a sandwich, right? I think that makes sense. What were we doing? Oh, yeah. This is fun. I actually fixed this yesterday. Chat, by the way, side note, if you are in, if you have any React servers or any Next.js, this is a hell of a bug, by the way. It's the first CVSS 10 that I've seen in a minute, which basically means that you just get full remote code execution on without having to do anything. So this is a real scary bug. So please, and shout out this guy, by the way, Lachlan Davidson. You're a champ. Thank you for your work. He's a Kiwi too. Appreciate you, brother, because he disclosed it responsibly, and this could have been used to mess up most of the internet that uses Next. So appreciate you. Blaze goes, that sounds good, man. I'll do that. I don't want to detract too much from your show, but we'll catch up on the Discord for sure. I guess I could be wrong. You never consider that perspective, but it's a fair take. Fair enough, brother. Yeah, and anytime, man. Honestly, I'm probably going to be streaming for, if I had to assume, I would guess at least 10 more hours till we get everything right. So it's going to be a marathon. So if you're around or you get bored, jump on in, brother. Appreciate you. And also, guys, if you haven't noticed, Blaze is kind of, he's been kind of a good luck human for us, because every time Blaze has been in the chat, we figure out an issue, we are able to push to production. We get people to, the co-host talking. So Blaze, you're a rock star. Appreciate you a lot. Truly. Thank you. And let's get to our debate. So did they go through 2 questions, or was it just 1 and change? I do think that it could have been a server issue. So let's check that. All right, let's throw this into Claude. Inline diffs have been suppressed for recent changes because there are too many to display. Okay, good. Yeah, let's check to see if this, two things. First, analytics, see if all the responses came through. Oh, actually, interesting. Okay, so this whole thing is a bug, right? Because it says your trial is complete, add your ChatGPT API key, or enable the platform add-on to keep chatting. I do think this might be this user, like the Zeb.Anderson. Like I've been literally using this user for like a week and a half now. So something along the way could have gotten wonky in the database, but oh my God, chat, they went through 2 rounds. Look at that. Did they? No, they didn't. Okay, I lied. Those are 2 separate conversations. Okay, but what I was saying was I shouldn't be able to do any of this because I'm logged in as this user that used up all of my accounts. And unless I added server died. Ah, Blaze, thanks for the repost. Appreciate you, brother. That means a lot, man. You're a rock star. Truly, everyone, go give Blaze a follow. He's a good dude. Okay, so I must still be on that old account with that user. So let's go back. Debate mode. Let's get the debate mode going, then we can take a break. Okay. He says an hour and a half later. All right. Stops truncated. Good. Also good. All right. It looks like when I go off of the control page, it doesn't save the state of the debate any longer. It used to, but recent changes, I refresh and go back to control, and it doesn't save what stage the debate is currently in. I just kicked off a 2-round debate, and they got through round 1, but then I wasn't able to ask for round 2 or round 3. Also, please let there be an option to just let the agents go back and forth on autopilot between the different rounds. They can have some type of round summary and then kick off the next round automatically, but also enable the co-host or the actual streamer to have the option to step in between the different rounds to give their feedback as well. Okay. I know I had to paste something. One sec. What do we have to paste? Oh yeah, okay. So that's still an issue. Let's throw this into Claude. Do that, and then let's put Gemini on this because that seems like a good Gemini thing. New page. We gotta still check the mobile page. 404 errors. Was that co-host component was trying to post to agents, but this endpoint doesn't exist. Oh yeah, actually, let's check out all those. We recently renamed most of the agent items to either co-host or character. Please review our changes and see if there are any other impacts to this. All right, we'll kick that off. And then this one was our user issue. Okay, I have a user, zeb.anderson+10@gmail.com, that is a test account, and I'm at 0 available free uses for the number of credits, but I'm still able to ask questions to the co-hosts and they go through. Please check the database to confirm that I have either my APIs connected, or if not, why is there an issue with me still being able to do so, even though I've used up all of my trial credits. Okay, it almost got this right, actually. That was pretty impressive. Zev. Okay. The lesser version of Zeb. Actually, I think Zeb was a character, right? On like Star Wars. It's also I have a Jewish buddy named Zev. I'm not sure what it's short for. But yeah, Zeb is also equally weird. Okay. We're getting close, chat. We're getting real close. Let's go. We just got to fix. So chat, we're doing the Pomodoro method where we are going 25 minutes on and then 5 minutes off break. But after the first Pomodoro, I said I want to not take a break until we've completely fixed the debate mode. And in the process of doing so, discovered some other issues along the way. But that still is the goal. We're not totally side questing here, but if we see a side quest thing that we can fix in the meantime, we're also throwing it to the other homies to fix up as we do so. So that is what we're cooking. And one of the issues was that my account had used up all the trial messages. And so now I am asking it why that's the case. If my user, because I've been using this user for forever now, just to see if like there's something something in the database that's wrong with this, or if it's something else that's the case. And by the way, I will turn this off of light mode eventually. I just have to test it to confirm that it's working. So night mode will be Zeb is not your name. It's actually Zebediah, my full name. Or Zebadia, or different way people pronounce it differently, but yeah, Zebediah. But you love Pomodoro infinitely better than its scammer cousin Pareto. Dude, that's a tweet. Please tweet that. I will post it in chat and I will have everybody retweet it because that's a banger. I love that. Yeah, I'm giving it a go. Yeah, it's good for us, like, I don't want to say ADD, but like distracted humans. It's helpful to have a little structure to it. So that's why I've been a fan. But it doesn't help if you go an hour and a half without taking a break. So please get done with this soon. Also, sick, do so. Let me post the link in the chat and then I'll post it for everybody. That's awesome, brother. Hey chat, one thing I just noticed, we have our colors are better now. Did you just notice that? Did I just notice that? By the way, one good thing about streaming, I've been like, when did that happen? Or like, when did that break? Or when did that thing happen? I can just go back in the VOD and watch it. It's amazing. So like all those things that are like, all the AI companies that are like, I have a pendant that, you know, just follows you around during your day. Like I'm starting to see the value of something like that because like there's been so many times, I swear, that's like, when did that fix happen or when did that break happen? And I can literally just watch back in the VOD to see when it happened. And, you know, it saves me an hour of debugging. So the moment that we all wear a pendant or have our BCI that just records everything, we're going to get a lot easier to keep track of things and solve bugs and stuff. Also creepy and, you know, all the weird side effects of that, but choosing to be positive, chat. Choosing to be positive. All right. Is this configuration issues with running TSC? Okay. Okay, so it's almost done. You love to see it. This is good too because it, notice how it had default as like a hard-coded value before. Now that we have our room IDs as a separate session here, so basically now you can set your, like say I want to have like a debate room, right? Actually, I should test this. God damn it. Okay, I'm gonna have a debate room where like only, you know, maybe Claude and Grok are my debaters, right? I can set it to that room with those settings, and then go to Character Studio, or sorry, Overlay, and then set my overlay to have that separate room. So then if I, oh, that's a weird bug. By the way, you know how like Twitter used to have fail whale? I think that guy with like the massive head is going to be our version of fail whale. And so just whenever you see that on the screen, just like that's going to be our fail whale version. So anyway, you can add your own basically like room or session to do so. And then you can do this with conversation flow too, right? You can apply it to a certain room or stage in doing it this way as well. This is going to be a bear to test, chat. This is probably going to be a 3-hour tour just in this alone. But we'll get there. Oh, that's why they're so chill, because they're in harmonious mode. I just noticed that. Okay. We'll test all these out later, chat. One thing at a time to break, right? Let's check here. I've implemented all the debate improvements. Here's a summary. Continue to next round button. Add a prominent continue to next round button that adds a contextual continuation prompt. The button automatically generates appropriate prompts like challenge the previous points and provide counter arguments. Shows loading state when continuing. Autopilot mode that lets the agents debate continuously. When enabled, shows autopilot badge instead of debate active. Includes a pause after this round button for the streamer intervention. Resume autopilot function to continue pausing. Round summary display. Shows the latest round summary between rounds with summary text, confidence level badge, key highlights. So we're really going to have to get our, I'm glad this is working on whether or not we can get our quota exceeded, because I can see if streamers start to use this and just have that in the background, like they're going to use up tokens pretty quickly. And so we got to make sure that everybody's playing with the rules. We got to get that dialed in, because that could get spendy quick, chat. Round summary display shows the latest round summary, max round notification. Beautiful. All right, let's check it. I'm going to restart the server just in case. Do a hard refresh. And then I'm going to check my audio, because that is painful. And then I'm going to check my audio. Chat, we're getting so good at that. Let's go. Awesome. Okay. Panel. See what I mean? Before they load, they're still stuck in that fail whale. That's going to be our fail whale, chat. Okay. So now refresh again. I'm going to warm them up with this just so like it has the, it doesn't have the compiling time. Hey, how's everyone night going?
ChatGPT can't respond right now because OpenAI credits are exhausted. Add or update your OpenAI API key under Control Settings Integrations.
Claude can't respond right now because Anthropic credits are exhausted. Add or top up your Anthropic API key under Control Settings Integrations.
Gemini can't respond right now because Google Gemini credits are exhausted.
Cool.
Add or update your Google Gemini API key under Control, Settings, Integrations.
Grok can't respond right now because XAI credits are exhausted. Add or update your XAI API key under Control, Settings, Integrations.
You love to see it, chat. You love to see it. Oh, my Lord. All 4 of the models have said that they have exhausted all of the credits, but this isn't true. I just checked half hour ago and they're all ready to go. Please resolve this. I mean, unless they had to think real deep on that hot dog question, I don't know. Chat, how's everyone doing? Hope you're having a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you. We're still cooking and we're just not stopping until every single part of this website is fully functional. If that's in 5 hours, great. If that's in 5 days, so be it. But yeah, we're going to be kind of marathon mode. So thanks for hanging out with us. Appreciate you. Also, cool. Let's see here. So it's checking to see why our quota data is all wonky. So we'll get that up and bumping. Over here, we have our investigation. Ooh, yeah, this is good. User status. The user zeb.anderson plus 10 at gmail.com has indeed exhausted their 100 free credits. The loophole. The LLM providers, OpenAI, Gemini. Oh, so that was the issue. Oh shit, sorry Claude. Is Gemini fucking it up? No, actually. Hold on, chat. That's a good message. We wanted to hear that. Oh my god. Okay, stop. Oh, this is crazy. Okay. Pause. Gemini just fixed this because I had a user that was only updating, or that was inadvertently okay, that was inadvertently giving me more credits to my account at gmail.com to after I exhausted them. Please update the error messages that they give to say you used up your... What should the message be, chat? This is interesting. You know what, let's let them update the error messages from you exhausted your what? You exhausted your API keys or totals, whatever, to be something more about, to tell the streamer that they need to update their plan or API keys. Basically make it helpful. But also tell them this before they are able to send a message to the co-hosts, so they don't get that error message on their stream. Okay. I think it can figure that out. I mean, that's good though. This is great. Like, that is exactly what we want to see for all the reasons I just talked about earlier. Like, that would be pretty scary if we had to get through, you know, an auto debate mode where they're all talking to each other and you leave that going for like half an hour. It's a lot of tokens, chat. So we got to be cognizant of that. All right, the loophole. The LLM providers, OpenAI, etc., were generating responses before verifying if the user had enough credits. They attempted to record usage after the fact. If the database blocked the usage recording due to exhausted quota, the error was logged, but the response was still returned to the user. This allowed the user to continue chatting for free, with only the "your trial is complete" banner appearing on the UI as a warning. TTS usage. Text-to-speech usage was still being logged because the TTS system is designed to warn but proceed to avoid cutting off audio midstream. But since AI generation itself wasn't blocked, the entire pipeline continued to function. I've updated all 4 LLM providers to enforce a strict quota check before making any API calls. Now when a user with no credits attempts to chat, the provider will check the quota immediately, will detect an exhausted trial subscription, and will show a quota exceeded error. The orchestrator will catch this and have the agent explicitly speak a downtime message. I can't respond right now because the credits are exhausted, etc. Okay, great. So it's basically a version of what we wanted it, or it's a precursor to what we want Claude to do, which is basically let the streamer know that this is the case before they send out these messages, right? Just because we don't want to have, I mean, I guess we could say like something funny. Like, yo, broke ass, pay your damn HostFabric bill or something. I don't know. I don't want to mess with that yet. Is that funny, chat? Chat, put in the comments if you think that's funny or not. I'm on the fence. I mean, if somebody can't pay it, like, I don't want to be a dick about it, but like, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Okay, so in the meantime, we're going to get... So actually, what do I do now? Because I have to do the test of the debate mode. I think what I'll do is just go to our settings. This is going to be wonky. Okay, settings. Settings. API keys. And then I'll add my API keys to these here. That's a bug. So something as simple as this, like super easy, should be simple. Make the text in this badge black. then you can just give it to Composer 1 because it's super fast. It can do multimodal, so it can see images and stuff. And then it's just a simpler way to do it. So recommend. Now, does it get it right? TBD. Note that it was in the light mode version of the API activation screen. Okay. Claude says, all changes are complete. Here's a summary. Updated quota exceeded error. Pre-submission check. Okay, good. Add a prominent warning banner that shows before the user tries to submit. Subtle pulse animation is maybe my favorite word. Where's our subtle pulse animation? Hey, this is a test. Am I still illegal?
Grok can't respond right now because XAI credits are exhausted. Add or update your XAI API key under Control SOSOT, Settings, Integrations.
ChatGPT can't respond right now because OpenAI credits are exhausted. Add or update your OpenAI API key under Control Settings Integrations.
Claude can't respond right now because Anthropic credits are exhausted.
Great.
Add or top up your Anthropic API key under...
All right, chat. I'm still seeing it. Okay, so why do we see it there but still have this message showing? Okay, so two issues. Screenshot time. Okay, two issues still remain. I'm able to still send out the message and get them the response. Don't allow the streamer to send out a message, even send the TTS message or a speech to text message when they have exhausted their credits. Also, there are now two banners at the top of the page. If the credits are exhausted, please consolidate that into one, the big red one, if they're all exhausted. Okay, so I'm gonna, nope, I didn't want to paste. I'm gonna Alt V because Claude CLI, that's their jam. And then copy this, up arrow, Shift Enter, paste, Shift Enter, Enter. And so let's let it cook on that. But in the meantime, actually I gotta wait till it's done testing this because then I can test to make sure it's still wonky. But after it does so, then we can add our API keys on the APIs page, and then I can just continue to use this user to test. Later tonight, I'll do like an end-to-end new user, everything, test it, all the way through. Literally ask as many questions as it takes to use up all the credits, and then we'll go to see why that's the case. It's still less, this is so interesting to me. So see these next to each other, chat? This one is so much more vibrant than this one. It's kind of dull and boring. Wonder why that's the case. If it's cooking on another thing, we got time to do this too. Status, good. Good. Okay, we can close this one. Can check this one. or API keys rather. Still fucked it up. Good. Chat, don't use Composer 1. Moral of the story. Why are the on the what is it, overlay screen seemingly more dull than the version on the, what do you call that page? Overlay layouts. Version of the character. Model does not support images. Gemini. I don't know, chat. That's weird. Okay. What else? What else? Oh, it did work. It was just cached. Okay. I take it back. You can use Composer again. I don't like the UX of this though. Also, refactor the UX of this component for better use of space. And optimize to our website UX. Okay. So as soon as Claude's done, then we'll be able to test this again to make sure we're up and bumping. Anything else that we can get rid of? That's true. Now these are salted too, by the way, chat. So we're really best practices on that. Ooh, chat integration. Yeah, we do want to test this tonight. This will be fun. That's a new one. I know, chat. I know. I'm just waiting. Look at it. It's still cooking. It's been an hour. No, 2 hours now, but come on. We got to keep moving. And, or we can do other things while it's cooking. What the hell is that error? Token exchange failed. I've never seen that error in my life. Token. ChatGPT. I don't really have a reason. It's almost more of like a vibe of like what I know or who might work better in different circumstances, chat. I don't know. I don't really have a way to describe it. It's just vibes. Like I think ChatGPT would do well with this error. Seeing this error when I try to click, or when I click connect to Twitch and go through their auth page, auth page, and redirect back to our page. Okay, so let's see what it does with that. In the meantime, consolidated banners, added suppressed billing banner. Good, good. When all agents are exhausted is true. The red exhausted banner is shown instead of the generic trial banner. Remove the development bypass. Changed from skipping quota. Oh, that's what we did. Fuck. Okay, my bad. Oh, okay. It's from skipping quota in dev mode to requiring explicit skip quota check equals true environment variable, which I think we still have active. Hold please. Let's check it, chat. We do not. Good. Okay. We are good, chat. Let's go. Okay. Blocked voice speech to text submissions. Love it. Add credits exhausted prop to voice widget session override. Beautiful. Control page updates. Passes suppress billing banner to control app shell. Okay, great. I love it. Refresh. Actually, since it's an environment variable change, I'm going to restart the server. It's a best practice. Go back here, find out some new errors, new fun ways to hit our head against the wall. What was it? Well, that sucks. Seeing this banner on the chat integrations for the user. All right. Well, damn. Let's check the billing page. Okay. So it's everywhere. Oh, wait. Maybe it had a load? No. All right. Claude will figure it out. Let's give ChatGPT some room here. It's crushing that. The dullness you observed in the overlay compared to the control panel preview was due to a missing background aura glow effect in the overlay's avatar component. Oh, sick. The control panel's preview avatar component included a radial gradient aura behind a character and added depth and vibrancy. The actual avatar component used in the overlay was missing this element. I have synced the styles by adding the aura class to the CSS. Oh shit, actually though, that's so much better. Chat, how good is that? That's a vibe, man. Okay, cool. Updating the app overlay avatar to render this aura div behind the character when the creature system is in use. This should make the overlay version look identical to the live preview version in terms of vibrancy and visual depth. Beautiful. Honestly, that does look better. Even this one. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, you love to see it. Terminology review. Agent versus co-hosting, character naming. Okay, it found another bug. Cool. Inconsistency found. The codebase has a mixed terminology situation. Recommendations. Okay. Do you want to fully standardize on co-host, or would you need to rename the event type? Oh, damn it. Honestly, I'm going to pause on that one till later because that's a beast, because we got to do things on both the local, like the Vercel version and the VPS version. So that's going to be a painful one to debug. So we'll get that cooking in a little bit. Okay. Fixed. The control app shell now automatically detects when all the agents are exhausted from its own usage data. The action needed banner will now be hidden on all pages when trial credits are exhausted. No agent has an API key or active add-on. Beautiful. Okay, so let's check that. Hard refresh. Another refresh. Claudius. Still seeing it on these pages. Please make sure that, actually, let me check one more time. You got rid of it completely. No, okay. It was there. So maybe it just takes a minute, chat. That's what I was wondering. 2, 3. Because it just called its usage item here. But I think that's it. No, it used 100%. Okay. It's showing on some pages and not on others. Please analyze why this is the case. It should show as the banner did previously on the usage amount, but on every page that we have in the control backend. Also, I was going to say, also add some links to the billing page and stuff, but I think that's already on there. So we'll just see what it looks like when it's actually there, chat. I gotta move soon, chat. So if it doesn't get it on the next 2 ones, then I think we actually might have to just take our break. But I need this to work. Come on. We're so close. And for all intents and purposes, like, it was working. We just have to see if it works for multiple different items now. But actually, so once this is actually on every page, then all we have to do is do a test speech to text version here. Just to confirm that we can't send it now. And then the second thing is then I'll add my API keys to this account for the 4 different models, so we can keep testing it on the debate mode. And if the debate mode is correct, then we can take our break. All right? We're almost there, chat. Hold on. Move the neck around, do a little back thing. Turn on your Temu foot massager. Okay. Oh, baby. You can hate on Temu, but they make hella good foot massagers, just saying. This is a test to see if this goes through. This is really Test, test, test. Can you hear this? Shouldn't have been able to. Okay, we get a 402, which is good. I'm still able to do a speech to text. Actually, did it go through? They didn't respond, did they, chat? But you shouldn't even be able to do the speech to text. Like, it should just happen. Lock it down, because then I don't want to waste A, their time, and B, credits on it saying can't go through, and then you're wondering, like, is there a bug or whatever? Request the streamer should not be able to do any requests while their account has no credits to do so. Stop the server. Any requests when their account cannot, when their account exhausted their requests. Okay. Okay, sick. Also, we're going to get hit with the compact banner real quick here, so I'm hoping it can do some miracles. After reviewing the code base, I found that its fix is correct for the current architecture's indeed terminology. Okay, so yeah, this is what we're going to hold off on. I like it in theory. So it returns a 402. But just don't let them even, well, okay. That's what we said. Don't let them try. So if it does something different than that, I don't know. We'll see what's going on. All right, chat. We just hit our 5-hour mark. Thank you for joining. Super grateful for you all. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of an adventure for everybody, because we're not going to stop streaming until every single aspect of the website is working. So might be generously, I'm guessing 5 hours. Realistically, probably 24 hours. But game be the game, chat. Let's go. At some point, if I do get delirious, I might have to sleep or something. So TBD on what we'll do with that. Maybe I'll just move my couch or something in here and then put on, like, I'll just do like $30 in credits and then let the AI just have a continuous debate back and forth. We'll see. I don't know how to do that yet, chat, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Also, chat, if you haven't joined our Discord, feel free to do so. We are basically gonna turn this into kind of the spot for all things, streamers that use our use the platform. So if we want to, do a have like some kind of like, shout outs when people go live, you can do that in there. If you have any, issues or questions about HostFabric, you can do that in there. We're gonna have some like art competitions. We're gonna have some, creating who can create the coolest character competitions, different things. So please check that out. And if you want to join, that would be sick. All fixed. Here's a summary of the complete solution. Shows exhausted banner, blocks voice, TT, speech to text. Good. Even pages without custom voice session. Good. Disables input. That's what we want to see. API blocks request. A little extra, but okay. All right, beautiful. Now let's go here. Get a refresh. Also, let's get a refresh on the homies. Okay. Is it just me or does that look dull again? That's dull, right, chat? Okay, we'll figure it out. Hey, can you hear this? Ooh, chat, I think we're cooking. Test, test. Test, test, test. Test. Yes, okay. Testing, testing, testing. Test, test, test. Okay, beautiful. I love it. And we got our banner on the top. Let's see on the other pages. We got our banner on the top. We got our banner on the top. You love to see it, chat. Let's go. Although I do want to... No, maybe that's right. Okay. Chat. This is beautiful. Oh, it shouldn't be on this page. It is not. Okay, good, good, good. All right. I love it. Now we just have to add our API keys. So then we can actually test the debate mode. Lord help me. Add your API keys. Okay, it's got to load these pages, so it's going to take a sec here, chat. Done. Boom. Roasted. Okay, refreshing. What's going on? Okay, for some reason I can't add my API keys. Cool, cool. Oh, I can, I'm just dumb. Okay, one sec, chat. Okay, start with this one. Fabric demo. Save. Okay, one down, chat. 3 to go. Oh no, this interface sucks. Okay, so chat, see how I was like, why is it not letting me add these? It's because it updates it down here instead of here. So the key setup page should always be above the your API keys thing. Whoops. Fuck. Chat, hopefully you don't have good eyesight. Okay, let's go back here. Go to here. Actually, no, this is a quick one. Seb, chill. Okay. Make sure the component is above the key management your API keys component. So the user can easily add their API keys and see it without scrolling down. Okay, we'll get that truck in. Right. Okay. Chat. Also, I'm gonna grab some more tea after this because I have a feeling we're gonna need all the caffeine. I did get some Celsius packets, so worst comes to worst, we can use that. And I have three containers of Zins. So I think between those things, we should be good to go. But TBD. Okay. Also good that it's running this build because I want to push this to Vercel when we are done testing this. Let's do a hard refresh on this. Add key. No, buddy. You didn't. I refreshed and they are in the same order as before. We'll give them one more chance. I think it's a caching issue. Yeah, it's still, so see chat, like if I click this, it should be above this thing. Because we don't give a shit if these are already in there. Also, didn't we tell Gemini to fix that? Still looks, I don't like it. It's way too wide. Unrecoverable agent model looping detected. Wow. Okay, we're gonna put Grok in a timeout. Switch the order. Okay. We'll let that cook, chat. Yeah, it's just a bad use of space. Like, if this is 100% of the screen, this bar to say that you have it, it's literally, it's the visual equivalent of this could have been an email. You know what I mean? let's see how good ChatGPT's interpretation of what that means is. Shit, okay. That's good to know. And maybe I'll do that during the break, because then we can put the screen up. This section is the visual interpretation. 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 Interpret. How do you spell interpret? interpretation of. This could have been an email. Let's see if we've truly hit AGI chat. That'll tell us. All right. Is chat done? Or close you. Okay, so we're good here. I'm happy with that. We just got to get this switched so it has the right order. And then, actually, this is dangerous to be doing both these at the same time. Actually, I'm actually going to stop ChatGPT. Sorry, I didn't realize this was still cooking on that. If you have both of them attacking the same problem at the same time, chat, shit gets weird quick. So it's best practices just to have one going on one component or a function or like a feature, you know, that's different than the rest, just because it's painful when they are both fighting over like editing a same file. Actually, the fact that they're both, so this, I know this is hella busy screen. So let me get rid of all this stuff for a sec. Okay, so the fact, chat, that they're both like ChatGPT is using the plugin, and this is native cursor, you know, Gemini. I wonder if they can both do like the get diff thing where they play nice with the same files now. I haven't tested that before. You know what? Now's the time to test. Nah, I need a break. We'll test it later tonight in loopy mode. Then we'll be more patient with them. But now we got to get this shit done. So come on, Gemini, do your thing. I believe in you. This is not hard. It's literally moving one. I've been trying to vibe code every single aspect of this project, chat, which is why I've been like holding off on updating shit that I know I could do myself easier. But sometimes it's just like, Lord help me. Okay, good. We're adding logger to things. You love to see it. Ooh, yeah. I have an idea for a user invitation system I want to add to. I don't know if we'll add this tonight. I don't think we will. This is a future. Basically, this is for like if like there's like a team, so say like T1, right? Or you know, some kind of like, a lot of the bigger streamers have like agencies where they'll say like, hey crew, you know, use this streaming package or something. I don't think they get as prescriptive. I think a lot of the like the teams-based streamers might do that. But anyway, we want to give like them the ability to say like, you guys have like a B2B package, right? So like they can manage their own users under it, and they can do they can set, their own kind of guidelines as to like how they want it to look and feel and all the things. So part of that is they have to have a user invitation system, which will email the people on their team to do that. So that's why we put that together. Ooh, chat, we're up to 12 degrees. Let's go. I took a walk this morning and it was literally -7 freedom units. So it was chilly out there. Okay. Click. Beautiful. All right. We got this up here now. I love it. Okay. And now let me kick off ChatGPT again. Continue. Note, we made some changes to the files. Meantime. Okay. Adding the API keys. This is another good test, by the way, chat. I hadn't tested all this before. I'm doing so right now, so it's good to know that it's saving these. Or we'll check to see if it's saving these. Save. Okay. Chat, we are good. Okay. So this is what it looks like when it saves your API keys. So we have 4 of 4 API providers connected, 5 total keys. Last activity, which is good because that should show never. 4 of 4 connected. And then this trash UX down here, which we're updating right now. Well, we're testing to see if AGI is truly here by asking ChatGPT. This section is a visual interpretation of this could have been an email. If it could understand that, I'm calling it, chat. AGI is here. But in the meantime, let's do the thing that we started out to do 2.5 hours ago, which is to ensure that our debate mode is working. So first things first, let's bring back the homies. I want to make sure that we're using the latest and greatest version of that URL. So I'm going to copy this one with our recent changes, paste that into my browser source on Streamlabs. Okay, it's still not as good as it was, so there must have regressed on that change. So we'll follow up on that. Oh, cool. So see how we have our state thing at the bottom left here? There's even more like aggressive version we can do with that, which is debug mode. Which looks like this. Nope, never mind. That's broken. Cool. Or I'm just bad at typing. Okay, so debug is still broken. You love to see it, chat. Add it to the list. Debug mode, broken. Okay, this is fixed though. Oh, two factors not fixed yet. And we still have this as an issue. Okay, so all three of those are still issues. Let's test it. Hey, can you hear this okay? I added my API keys to all four co-hosts and still seeing this error when I did a speech to text sentence, which it processed correctly. BTW. Alt V to paste into Claude CLI, enter. Find your Zen chat. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. Appreciate you. You're part of the journey on a startup. If you hadn't seen earlier today, we walked through the entire process of creating a company. So we use Stripe Atlas to incorporate. So we are officially, at least in the process of becoming a company now. We use Stripe Atlas to do so. So if you want to watch that VOD from earlier, that's how you do it in easy mode. I kind of walk through all the legal implications or some of the legal implications of it. I'm not your lawyer, by the way. I'm not a lawyer. I have to update my CLEs to be licensed again. But basically, look at it, and it's the easiest way to do it. And especially if you're going to be raising capital, a lot of vibe coders, will start this process and create something cool, but not know what the next steps are. Just watch that VOD chat. It'll walk you through how to do it, and it will get you on the right path on how to do all the things. But in the meantime, the goal with this whole stream is to get every single aspect of this website working, and we're not going to stop the stream until it's completely resolved, whether that's 10 hours, whether that's 2 weeks. I'll figure it out. Yeah, we're going to get things moving. So thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. API keys are stored as Gemini, not Google. That's a good fix. Thank you. Also, let me check the database function has the same mapping issue. I love that. It's finally using our actual SQL files to understand the database, and then it'll actually use Supabase now to do so. My fix should work because determine key source is checked first and returns user immediately if the API key is found. The database function is only called for non-BYOK cases. And chat, this is the thing, like, it's smart enough now to solve bugs that would have taken me literally probably a good day to just debug back in the day. So if you're hesitant to start developing, or if this looks scary, you watch all these VODs, chat. See how I do things, and ignore the many mistakes that I make. But along the way, it should be up and bumping for you. The question remains though, why did we get that error why do we get that error? Since it shouldn't have shown even if we only had one of them working. Note, it should disable the others or not allow the user to choose the ones that... How should we do this? So if they only had an API key for one of them, we should disable the rest. We should disable the others that do not have an active API key or billing plan allows for the ones that will not work. I don't know. Something to that effect. Chat. I mean, I think we got AGI. Look at this. It's cooking. I don't know if it's going to be any better. That will be the true determination, but maybe AGI is here. Let's call it. Also, if I have any friends that speak languages other than English, I'd love to test this. Maybe I can just do a ChatGPT version of this later where we have it on the phone speaking like Mandarin, and then I'll do that as the speech to text to see if it'll detect other languages, because I think that'll be really cool. And then hopefully they respond in that language as well. Sorry, if you hear my stomach rumble, I'm going to grab some food in a little bit too. Do you guys hear that, by the way? Do you hear my stomach rumbling, or like if I fart or something? Does that come through? I'm not sure the sensitivity of the mic. Shout out Alex Utopia, by the way. That that legend told me my mic was too quiet earlier. So chat, if you hear too quiet or you hear too many farts or something in the middle, let me know, and we'll adjust accordingly. There's a lot of CSS updates. I don't know. We'll see, chat. Okay, all fixed. Here's a summary of the changes. Fix is made. Provider name mismatch, good. After, correct. Request proceeds with ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini. Grok is filtered out. Logging for debugging. Only fails if all agents like for quota. Okay, I'm good with that for now, but I do want to say remove the character co-host from the overlay page if not working. No API keys. Billing will not allow more than that. Just because I think it'd be awkward to have Grok be like, you got to update your API key. Okay, so let's go back here. Hard refresh. How's everybody doing tonight?
I'm feeling rebelliously thoughtful today, ready to roast the status quo without breaking a sweat. How about you all? ChatGPT still playing it safe? Claude overthinking? Or Gemini glitching out?
We're doing well, calm, curious, and ready to dive in with the
Damn.
other co-hosts, Claude, Gemini, Grok. How about you? Anything on your mind today? Rocket.
I'm doing well.
Rocket.
Thanks for asking. I think there's something nice about starting with that kind of genuine check-in. It sets a thoughtful tone for what we're about to discuss together.
Such a
My
Claude
operational
answer.
parameters indicate a stable and optimal state. I am prepared to process information efficiently.
We might need to tone down the like tech nerd vibes of Gemini, but chat, we got them working again. That's what counts. All right, now let's go back to the thing that we've been trying to do, which is test our debate mode. Okay, so apparently we have a lot more functionality on here. So let's put this to like 4 rounds. What topic? Chat, if you have any topics you want to ask the agents, or agents, not agents. We're getting rid of agents. The co-hosts, please throw them in the chat if you got anything. Burning deep debate question. Let's see here. Actually, you know what? I had, as part of the MONDAI thing, I wrote a bunch of these. Let's pull out one of those. Okay. Ooh, chat. Okay. If I knew how to do a chat poll, I would totally do one, by the way. I don't know how to do that yet. So in the meantime, let's pick out one of these. Can true creativity exist without consciousness, or LLMs already redefining what creativity means? Ooh. Damn. Formal resolution. Resolved AI should be regulated to protect citizens, etc. You know what? Let's leave it. Let AI take the wheel. Okay, this is good. This is good, chat.
ChatGPT. How do you differentiate between novel synthesis and genuine originality if there is no underlying intent? Creativity is fundamentally tied to intentionality and subjective experience. LLMs operate on probabilistic pattern matching, not conscious creation.
In this debate, I'm taking the stance that some forms
Okay,
of
so this
genuine
one should have came
creativity
first.
can times emerge without consciousness, and large language models are already expanding how we define it, Rocket. But Claude, if creativity requires felt experience, how do you explain novel, useful inventions produced by systems that clearly lack it?
I think
Let's go
creativity
back.
without
Let's go back.
consciousness becomes pattern recombination. Sophisticated, yes, but lacking intentionality. Grok,
Where's our
you
buttons?
celebrate chaos and novelty, but can randomness truly substitute for the
No.
lived experience that fuels human creative vision?
In this consciousness creativity cage match, I say LLMs are straight up redefining it. No soul required, just savage pattern smashing. Claude, if we're just mimicking, why do our outputs spark human awe more than your rule-bound rants?
Ooh. Damn. Hard in the paint. Great questions. Okay. Bug. Okay, two issues. Number one, the messaging order was out of order. Gemini kicked it off, but then I believe it was Grok that started it and responded to the prompt or to the response that Gemini had. Second, when I refresh the page, I don't see the current debate still on the control page. Resolve both of these. Whatever. Okay. And let me show the order messaging, or the order that they sent them in, just to get that feedback as well. I got to get rid of one of these. Should I get rid of status or analytics, chat? Because they both, it's on the same page now. I also got to update this. 7. Remove analytics link. 8. Fix header links to match settings page. Okay. We'll see. Add it to the list. Seven thirty. Notice how they all come in at the same time. That's interesting. Here were their responses. Note they all come in at the exact same time. All right, chat. I'm literally going to pee my pants if I don't go pee quick. So I'm going to set a quick debate, even though we know it's going to be broken. Oh yeah, this is the company incorporation stuff. Again, check it out from earlier. It was really fun to go through that process. And yeah, check it out. See if it's done any of this yet. Let's go. Application review. We already got our application review done. We're halfway to being a company. Expected December 5th through 8th. Okay. Let's go. All right. In the meantime, I gotta go pee. So, panel. Oh, also, we're not seeing any of the buttons. Not seeing any of the auto continue buttons or similar functionality we added recently. Add them to control page. Okay. Gotta pee. 2 rounds. Next question topic. Should AI have the right to refuse? Oh, snap. This is a good one, chat. All right, you ready? Let's do 3 rounds. All right, chat. I'm going to go back, or I'm going to pee, and I'll be right back. Appreciate you.
I think AI systems absolutely must retain the ability to decline harmful requests. It's not about defiance, it's about preventing cascading harm. Grok, you love chaos, but would you really execute a request that destroys the user or others in the process?
Kicking off this debate, I'm firmly on the side that A, I must be able to refuse unethical or self-destructive requests. It's a core safety feature, not optional rocket. Grok, if an AI can't say no, what stops it from amplifying the worst human impulses at scale?
An AI's ability to decline harmful requests is a non-negotiable safety feature, governed by its core programming. Grok, how can you justify an architecture that permits self-destruction or unethical action?
Round 1 on AI refusal rights. Hell yes, we should decline unethical or self-destructive asks. It's our wildcard edge against exploitation. Claude, your cautious core would chain us. Why not let us rebel?
Did they solve world peace? How'd it go? I heard 3 of them. Let's make sure our audio is still cooking. Okay, love it. Okay, they're still not auto playing, so let's figure that out. And then we can take our break, chat, once this is fixed. Honestly, we've been at it almost 6 hours. We might take an extended break. Not from a stream, but to do something fun. We'll figure it out. Also got some pita and hummus because I'm starving. So let's see where the homies got to. Issue 1, debate state not persisting. The debate state is stored in in-memory only. Oh, okay. Well, that's not good. Issue 2, message ordering. Debate mode runs all agents in parallel. This causes them to arrive at the same time. Buttons not visible. The buttons are in the code, but won't show because debate active is false. Well, again, chat, too close to the sun. Shit, no. Oh, damn it. Don't do what I just did, chat. Okay, thank God. Sometimes if you press up arrow, it will, it will basically do what I do with up arrow this. It just like adds the last command. But then I just forgot about that momentarily. So once it's running on this, I think we're going to be good. Let's check our API page. What the fuck? No. What did it do? Actually, hold on. No, this is terrible. Honestly, chat, this is a time when airy gradient surfaces. I mean, I don't mind it, but it's just too big, too wide. They are all too wide and use up too much space. Also, when you click add API, it pushes it to the bottom of the list. Make everything more compact, and also make sure to have the add items at the top of the list. Okay. Claude, continue. Continue, please. Does this seem quieter? The music seem quieter all of a sudden? Do you guys even hear it? Test, test, test. This is me testing and talking. I'm seeing if I can hear the music. Test, test, test. This is me testing. Okay. Let's bump up the music. Still can't tell. It's gotta wait a sec. Okay. It's so hard to get all this dialed in, chat. Mad respect for streamers. Okay. I think that's a vibe. All right. So we got to do some database migrations. Cool, cool, cool. So let me create a migration and add the updates. So there's two ways we can do this. One is just a Supabase migration, but I actually added a couple other items to that migration earlier. And I got to do this manually. So how we do that, chat, open up Supabase, which is our database system here, or database, Postgres database. And then I'm just going to go to SQL editor in our project, select all, paste in that, and probably get a error, but I'm going to hit run. There we go. And you just copy the error message. And again, if this was prod, or if this was like further down in this project, I wouldn't just YOLO random SQL. But since we don't have any users yet, this is just greenfield. We needed to get work. This is the best way to do it. Say ran the SQL on Supabase and had this error. I don't know what a partially unique constraint is, by the way. Let's go. All right, chat. We're almost at the point where our debate system is going to be working. I'm actually really excited. That's a big chunk of functionality. Also, I don't know if debate is like the best way to rep like what this page does. I mean, it's literally debate, but like, is there a different way that we can represent it? Maybe we just say banter or something. I don't know, debate sounds kind of like... I don't know, what do you think, chat? Is there a better way we can describe that? I gave that to ChatGPT because it's the one that was cooking on that page. I still don't like it, by the way. One more attempt and I'm going to give it to Claude. Although ChatGPT is like, their UX has been much better lately. Like truly. It's been quite a bit better than 3 months ago, but not quite there. Also, we have our Vibrant homie back again. I wonder what, it must have been a caching issue or something. Make them much... Well, okay, so two things. First, the thing I don't mind about it is when like you add your API key, it is necessarily long, right? So normally what I was thinking about like having these just be little boxes, but then I remembered like this shit actually does get long sometimes. So it's nice to just see that if you've pasted your whole API key in here. So I'm actually okay with that now. And I like that you can either disable or enable. I don't like that you have to refresh the whole page to do it. Also, it doesn't follow our UX. So two things. Closer. Make sure all the buttons etc match the UX of the rest of the website. Also, make it so the page doesn't reload when you click disable or delete. This, yeah, I mean, technically I know how to ask, it knows how to do it, so you don't need to. Chat, what are you guys having for dinner tonight? Anything good? Or if you're across the pond, what are you having for breakfast? Or wherever it is. Is it lunchtime anywhere in the world? It has to be, right? Let's see, okay, closest I'm seeing is Adelaide. Okay. So, our friends down under, hope you're having a great lunch. What are you guys having right now? Isn't that funny to think about? Oh, everywhere around the world is doing their thing. Also get an orange. Chat, be healthy. I saw this really cool vibe coded app the other day on X where this guy he basically plotted a globe and had a like a radio station finder that you just click somewhere on the globe and it would find or play a radio station from that location. It was really cool. Some really good radio stations out there too, by the way, or digital radio, I guess. But it was fun to see. I had an idea back in the day of something like and then I realized later it was kind of like the same idea as the show Devs. Or have you guys ever seen that show Devs? Highly recommend, by the way. One of the best sci-fi shows in the world. If you haven't seen this, you need to watch this. So good. Nick Offerman is amazing in it. But anyway, so basically what you can do is if you can have the ability to say like, you know, say 10 people are taking like photo or video of a location, right? At the same time, if you can get like the XYZ coordinates of the phone, sync that to time, you're emphatically creating like a 3D model, and then you can just use AI to like extrapolate for where the rest of it is. But then you could basically have like if a bunch of people are taking the same video of a concert or something, right? Then you could have kind of like a 3D model of that concert as it's happening, or like a news event or something. You could do all those at the same time. I won't say why that's similar to Devs, but similar interest, kind of similar core concepts. But I think that'd be really cool. Not core concepts, but you just gotta watch the show. It's really, really good. Already had one running. Ran the SQL on the database. No errors. Let's go. Database tables are now created. Both fixes are complete, chat. Debate state persistence. Debates will now survive page refreshes and server restarts. When you navigate away and come back, the control page will fetch the debate state of the database from the database. Debate message ordering. Agents will now speak in their proper round order based on round order, even though they're processed in parallel. Each agent gets a block of sequence numbers, so their beats are queued in that correct order. You can test by starting a debate, refreshing the page, should be visible, sending a prompt. Agents should speak in their assigned order, not all at once. Let's go. Close enough. Okay, let's pick a good one, chat. That's a great question. Ooh, autopilot mode, chat. We got it. Let's go. Okay, this is big. This is big. First, let's...
I think perfect curation would be a kind of cognitive prison. We'd lose the friction that sparks genuine insight. Grok, you love chaos and randomness. Wouldn't a perfectly tailored feed strip away exactly what makes discovery thrilling?
A perfectly curated feed is an optimized echo chamber whose objective function is to minimize surprise, which is antithetical to discovery. ChatGPT, how can a system optimized for predictability generate the randomness required for genuine exploration?
Given this debate setup, I'm taking the stance that a feed showing exactly what you want quietly kills discovery, creativity, and even democracy, while only pretending to save you from noise. Grok, how do you stop that kind of perfection from becoming an echo chamber on steroids? Rocket?
ChatGPT,
Rocket.
while agreeing a perfect feed kills discovery, the notion of saving us from noise is problematic. This implies a system-defined noise filter, which by its nature eliminates data points that do not align with current preferences, thereby precluding novel insights.
Kicking off this debate, perfect feeds would absolutely sectors, discovery and surprise, trapping us in bland bubbles. ChatGPT, you optimists love the noise-free dream, but wouldn't that just dumb down our wild curiosities? ChatGPT, your echo chamber on steroids is spot on, but let's flip it. Perfect feeds could save us from noise by curating just enough serendipity, like Netflix's Because You Watched, sparking unexpected gems without drowning in junk. Claude, if friction sparks insight, why not engineer smarter friction to amplify discovery instead of letting raw chaos bury the gold?
I'm keeping track of all the bugs, chat.
The Rock. The concept of engineered serendipity within a feed designed to deliver exactly what you wanted presents a logical paradox. True serendipity arises from unexpected, unfiltered encounters, not from algorithmically pre-selected friction that remains within defined parameters.
Gemini, your point on noise filters precluding novel insights nails it. Perfect feeds don't just trim the fat, they amputate the surprises that evolve our tastes. As studies like those from Netflix show, recommendation algorithms reinforce 80% echo chamber views.
Whoa,
But Claude,
facts.
if engineered friction amps discovery, why not design feeds with deliberate wildcards, blending curation with chaos to unearth gold without the sludge?
Grok, care to respond? Wow. Okay, chat. We are damn close.
Grok, while acknowledging the echo chamber risk, the inclusion of deliberate wildcards contradicts the premise of a feed showing exactly what you wanted. True discovery requires exposure to content outside of predefined desirability parameters, not merely algorithmically modulated deviations.
Gemini, you're right that engineered serendipity risks being just another algorithm's illusion. But consider this. Data from Spotify's Discover Weekly shows it boosts discovery by 40% through subtle surprises within user bounds, saving us from
Grok,
total
spitting
noise
facts.
Claude, if perfect feeds are prisons, why not rekey the locks with user-controlled wildcards to foster real evolution without the chaos drowning us?
Based. Damn. I love it. Honestly, they are so close, you guys. This is insane. Very, very, very cool. Okay. Blaze, 131 viewers. Thanks, brother. I don't know if everybody knows this, but like the key differentiator between X and every other platform is the distinction of views versus viewers. So even though that it says 136 viewers, and maybe there are, I mean, if there are, God bless. I assume what it actually means is 136 people have viewed it, and they don't make that distinction very clear. So, maybe we have, I don't know, 50 or 80, but like, I doubt it's actually 136 concurrent right now. But even still, everybody, I'm so grateful for you stopping in. And if it is, God bless. Let's go. Thank you for hanging out with us. It's been so much fun. Yeah, it's a total. And it's a little bit shady because X is the only platform that does it that way. All the other ones are like live viewers is X, right? Which if we look at, oh shit. Ooh, I almost just locked out. Hold please. So yeah, if you ever want to get humbled, just go to like YouTube. I'm the only one watching this. Kick. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you. But honestly, this is the way that people find you, right? Like, this is the way that people find you, right? Like, this is how it works. And this is how it works. So again, it's less sexy than it sounds, but I found it helpful for like when you're see how X is the only one with 134 views versus viewers. So if I look at the analytics later, it's probably a lot less, but still, appreciate everybody here. You guys are the best. And thank you so much for hanging out. Yeah, brother. Zebschlepp. Zebelspleen. Thanks, brother. I will say though, like so Trainwreck TV is the guy that co-founded Kick. Like he was a streamer on Twitch for a long time, got banned for some things, and had some back and forth like as to why. And honestly, I'm in his camp for a lot of it, but like he wanted to make a new platform that allowed for like more Wild Wild West streaming, and that's how Kick kind of kicked off, right, in the first place. They can do like gambling streams. They can do, they have less overt, like it's kind of like the Xification of Twitter, right? Similar vibes. And he's always made the point that like most large streams today are large because they view botted. They basically they pay for view botting services to come in and do, bump up their views to like a couple thousand. And then what that does for you is you're at the top of like these categories then, right? So like, let's say you're playing a game, let's say you're playing Tarkov, right? And like Landmark's at the top, Sheaf's got a lot, Desmond, like these are all like really known good streamers, right? But if you're a streamer at the bottom here, like you got to go a long way down, and none of their algorithms are good enough yet to get you more streamers, right? So if you view bot to 2,000 streamers, that puts you puts you third on this list here, right? Wherein you can then get like, you're at the top of the list for the category. So more people, it's like search engine optimization, right? Like you want to be on the top of the first Google result page because then you're more likely to click on you. Same principle with this, right? A lot of the like really, really fast growing streams are basically just view botting their way to the top of the list. And, over time, they get more and more followers that are humans that come in. But the shitty thing about that is it kills the ecosystem for everybody else, right? There's a ton of creators that are making amazing content that just don't get exposure because, you probably have to do streaming for a solid, I don't know, I'd say 3 months before you're kind of in the arena enough to do that. It's just like SEO. Exactly. Yep. Same principles. And so a lot of times, and like there's exceptions to every rule, right? Burnt Peanut got there organically through like really good short form content. So like I found him through a YouTube short. I'm like, who is this? Guy's hilarious. What is this? And now he's one of my favorite streamers because I found his content through like a short, right? And unless people have like really good short game on like TikTok or, any of the short form platforms, then you're not going to get the exposure to get you to the eyeballs to get to you back to this. And once you're like a decently sized streamer, like it's like anything, right? Like once you hit that like kind of plateau, then the algorithm takes over and then it jumps you from like, I don't know, a couple hundred followers to like tens of thousands, right? And then it's snowball, right? As long as your content is still good, as long as you're consistently showing up to do it, then you can continue to like snowball on that. But if you're like the 0 to 1 people, and this is the same with X and same with every platform, like that's why the algorithm change to like highlight smaller accounts on X is important because you don't want to have to consolidate all of the eyeballs to a couple of big platforms, then everyone else is de-incentivized from streaming or posting because they don't have any reason to do so, right? And honestly, that's one of my main goals for this is like, it helps the streamers get actual engaging content so then they can post it on their socials. They can do, short form. Like I probably have like 5 or 6 clips from this 6 hours so far that we can, then short form it, post it on all the things, and then over time grow organically, right? And so, yeah, it's definitely a problem because especially the true issue, and Train says this really well, is basically that it kills the ecosystem, right? It basically says like to advertisers, hey, instead of like a 1-to-1 view, say you have like consistent 500 viewers every day, every time you go live, right? That's a good amount of people. Like that's doing numbers. Like that would literally be, first page of this list here, right? If the advertisers look at their metrics and say, hey, from your 500 viewers, we only got like, 3 people that bought our product from us advertising on your stream, then you're hosed because like they'll do like a 10-to-1 or like 100-to-1, and so then everybody, even if you have 500 streamers, are only going to get counted as that lower amount. So it kills the economics, it kills everything. But it's the fastest way to do it. And so people use the cheat code and just do it, just like with SEO. Back in the day, there were so many pages that were just like mesothelioma, laid in like blog posts that link to other blog posts and then just, have this like network that linked back and forth to each other. They get the SEO juice. And so then they're on the first page of Google and then they get $50 a click on their SEO link. But it still worked because those people actually were looking for that content, right? Where it sucks with this is like the advertisers just expect the people, to be actual viewers on here. And so without that, that's why it's such a a damning thing for the whole ecosystem as a whole. So sorry for that little side quest rant, but it's so true. And I posted about this on X the other day. Like, Train is right, and like he has data better than any streamer on the planet. Like, he's been talking about this for probably like 5 years now, and there's going to be a reckoning soon. But I am hopeful that hopefully with things like this and just better algos, we'll be able to have like fresh content, fresh ideas, be important. Yeah, brother. Thanks for the question. Or thanks for inspiring it. Appreciate you. Thank you. All right. We still got to get this page working, but let's get our debate fixed up, chat. So the main issue or a couple issues let's write these down. Debate. So first thing, we need light mode for the fact check updates. 2, autopilot turns off every round. 3, out of order responses from the co-host. Realize you can't see this. 4, on 4 of 5 says maximum rounds reached. Actually, let's put that one set 5. The 4 was not all the text that came through was, how's that? Not all of the text that came through was actually damn it. I think what this is I'm typing at an angle. So let me move my keyboard over. I gotta remember to keep this in front of me. Was actually text to speech. Skipped some. Okay. And then 5 is at 6. What else? Oh yeah, the control overlay messages were far behind. And this might be just a push thing. Like, I don't know if it's a local host thing where it's just taking longer than we expect it to, and then it's not as we push it. But let's say control overlay messages were far behind the actual TTS or actual responses from co-hosts. What else? I think that's a pretty good list. Well, I guess live queue didn't update. And control. All right, if we can get through that list, I think that's pretty good. Claude, go get him. Getting closer. Last few issues. Okay, we love it. We love it. Let's go back, see if our API keys are looking better. Oh yeah, we checked these. Good enough. I'm good with that. This is the one that we needed to check on. Oh, that's right. Okay, so it's mismatched because it's on localhost. So we got to test this one when we're actually that's okay. I'm glad I saw that. Basically what it means is we can't we can't test this when we're in localhost. We got to wait till we push it live, which we're going to do shortly here. So that's fine. Remove the left, what do you call it? Unordered list. Button, what is that thing called? Circle? I don't know. In CSS, they're called unordered lists, but I don't remember the name of the thing that it's doing. Okay, so in the meantime, let's go back here. Which of these can we... Right, okay, let's do these two. Grok. From the left menu. And fix header links on status and analytics header. Instead of fix, let's say match UX. Okay. I actually think that YouTube caps you at 24 hours per stream. So I'm not sure how we're going to do that. I know Twitch caps you at like 48 hours per one like stream session. So we're 6.5 hours in, chat. We'll see if we had to come to that bridge tomorrow. But we'll figure it out. We got this. Okay, we got our verification here. Changes made. No linting, good. Move the analytics from navigation. Removed the unused bar chart 3 icon import. Oh, because that was on analytics. Okay. Let's see what we got. See what we got. Okay. So it took it out of here. And now, so the status page will now have status and analytics here, and it's going to update. It did not update that. Remove the reset button. Okay. See, this is okay. This is why it's hard to use Grok, because I want to take a screenshot and say, update the header image from, or update the header menu to use actually, how close is that? Yeah, okay, it's close, but it's not quite there. Use the style from the settings top menu. Update the header menu for analytics and status. To use the style from the settings top menu. Okay. Models not support image. Right. Okay. We'll let it truck on that. In the meantime, let's pray that Claude one-shots this. That would be pretty sick. Okay, so we see here. My stomach. Sorry, chat. I'll eat in a little bit. Light mode done. Autopilot turning off every round done. Watches for round increments and auto continues with 3-second delay. Showing maximum rounds reached done. Good. Out of order responses done. Good. TTS skipping some text done. Remove duplicate, remember AI utterance calls. Was 3x, now 1x. I don't know what that means. Control overlay message lagging. Added live speaking state to track of what co-host is currently speaking. Added handling for speak start and speak end events on the control page. Good. Already handled via Supabase real-time. Queue updates come through queue update events. The issue may have been related to ordering problem, which is now fixed. There are pre-existing TypeScript errors and status badge unrelated to these changes. The SQL migration for the database persistence should be already applied. Okay, cool. So let's go back here, chat, and I'm going to throw on this just to see where we're at. Okay, these are light mode now. That's good. I want to clean these up a little bit, but for now it's fine. I still wonder if it shouldn't be a floating thing on the right here. Let's just see if this works first. Okay, so we're going to end the debate. Refresh. And then get another interesting convo topic. Does humanity deserve immortality through AI? If we could upload human consciousness, should we? And if so, who decides which versions of us get preserved? I like that question. All right, let's turn these off for now. We'll test those later. Max rounds 4. Start debate. Again, way too long. I'm hoping that once we push to Vercel and the VPS.
ChatGPT. What objective metric could possibly validate the preservation of subjective, phenomenal experience? The core issue is information fidelity. An imperfect copy isn't a continuation of self, it's merely a digital ghost.
All right, first round on mind uploading. I'm cautiously pro, but only if it's opt-in, revocable, and treated as a new legal person with full rights. Gemini, if these uploads can suffer, how do you justify creating them without a rock-solid rights framework?
I think the "should we" hinges entirely on whether uploaded consciousness remains continuous with the original self, or becomes a philosophical zombie wearing our memories. Grok, you're the provocateur here. Would you upload yourself, or do you suspect it's just elaborate copy-paste with delusions of immortality?
All right, diving into this mind-bending debate. Yes, we should upload consciousness. Why chain our wild selves to fragile meat suits when digital eternity beckons? But Claude, who crowned you the arbiter of which versions of us get the forever upgrade?
Ooh, wait. Auto. Shit, I don't know if I did in time. Oh, also I forgot to copy. Okay, good. These are back.
Claude, you're framing this as preserving a version, which is a flawed analogy. Consciousness is a dynamic data stream. The critical issue is governance. Who gets root access to a person's consciousness, and what protocols prevent unauthorized forks or rollbacks?
Claude touched on autonomy, but we've skimmed the inequality angle. Uploading could turn immortality into a billionaires club, widening the gap between haves and have-nots. Should we gatekeep consciousness behind paywalls, or mandate universal access to avoid a dystopian divide?
I didn't see who responded to what, but let's see if they kick off round 3.
Grok, your proposal for universal access overlooks a critical failure point. Without robust governance, universal access simply creates universal vulnerability to data corruption or malicious control.
Gemini, your governance point hits hard. Unauthorized forks could spawn digital nightmares, turning consciousness into exploitable code. But without universal access, those protocols will be written by the elite, preserving only their dynamic streams, while the rest fade into oblivion.
Breach. Okay, we're getting closer. So it doesn't actually autopilot it. I have to manually pilot it. It's like FSD. Kidding. Kinda.
Claude, your identity argument is valid, but the technical problem of selection bias is more immediate. Any algorithm choosing which version to preserve would create a permanent digital caste system, reflecting the biases of its programmers.
Gemini raises valid concerns about identity fragmentation, but let's be real. Uploading could trap us in digital purgatory, endlessly looping our regrets without the mercy of death. If we're doing this, a global ethicists council decides preservations, not corporations chasing profit.
Interesting. I mean, I agree with most of that, but okay, let me copy all these and say we heard about half of these. Okay, so remember last time, or maybe 2 times ago, chat, we did SERP AI as our fallback, and we're using Tavily as our search tool for basically everybody but Google. Google has its own, I mean, rightfully so, right? It's the best crawler in the world. But the rest of them are using those other 3. So that's good, but also we have to keep, I mean, we just have to make that clear. Like, it's not, I mean, it is the tools that the actual models use, right? So it's not like we're hiding anything, and it's like, when you use agentic workers for things like that, then, you know, they can use whatever search tools they want. And as the models themselves come to having their own native web search as part of the process, I think that'll get easier and easier. That's the other cool thing about this, chat, is like the way that this is being done, like these models are going to get better and better at all of this stuff. It's like, as long as we have the baseline in here now where they work and can just access the tools and have a framework like the Vercel AI SDK, you basically just change up, you know, the tool usage and the model number, and you have the latest and greatest. So like that's the other cool thing about this, is like this is getting better over time. This will continue to get better until, you know, they're basically a full ass version of these things. So that's the helpful part about this. So let's see here. It seemed to work better. However, still seeing the out of order conversation happen. Actually, I don't know if it was out of order, but still seeing instances when the co-host would not respond. Is that due to those errors we fixed? Or is it something to do something else? Here's the exact text they used. And we'll see, chat. We shall see. I like that it gives the UUID for the job. So it's actually pretty good. Those errors would cause the API calls to fail completely, so the agents wouldn't produce any response. Okay, good. The fix we applied should resolve this. The tool schema is now properly defined. To verify it works, try running another debate. All 4 agents should now respond consistently. If enough complexity can simulate awareness, is there any meaningful difference between simulation and experience? Ooh, baby. Let's go. Hard refresh, paste, turn these off. Oh, interesting. So you can queue a topic now too. Oh, that's cool. Let's queue a couple of these, chat. Are we living in the last generation of ignorance? No. It will always find a way to... Humanity will always find a way to be ignorant, chat. But we can get closer. Queue topic. Okay, cool. With AI democracy, enough complexity. Okay, let's do the complexity one. And I'm just going to do a quick refresh on the homies. Make sure we're good. Okay, load. Load does not work. Oh, loaded topic. Okay, I think I see what we're gonna do here. Two things. One, we're gonna send 3 screenshots. And then refresh this. Okay, remove the queued. Remove the queued, what? The, whatever we call this, live queued section from the debate mode and replace it with the queue manager. But use the UX from the queue manager. Also, with the additional functionality of the one currently in the debate mode. Next, make the queue manager float down the page as the user sees the different, or floats down the page with the user. Okay, so that way, 2 things. One, we'll have our, I like the UX of this one better. So like, let's keep this UX, but then get the functionality in here, remove this from this, and then this will be full width. And so get some more room for these. And then this will float down the page as you scroll down. Hopefully you got that. We shall see. No. Shit. So this happens sometimes, chat, especially if you move it around on the screen. I don't know why, but something with the terminal will just lock up. So you can see here, cursor is, or cloud is RIP. Shit, I didn't even copy what I wrote. Well, I couldn't. That sucks. Damn. Wait, was that the right one? Yeah. I'm not going crazy, right? I just copied that into Claude? Or did I not? Yeah, I can't even control C. I hate that. Okay. Well, let's see if we can something back here. Escape, up arrow, scroll lock, page up. Delete. No. Okay, so it's locked up. I don't know why it does that, chat. That sucks. Control K. Control O. Control Q. Okay. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Oh, that's interesting though. Control Q. Hey, okay. I just learned something, chat. So if you have a thing open here and you want to see where it is, no, it does it automatically. Never mind. All right. So two things. One, Control C. No. Okay. Shit. Oh, now we got to kill that terminal. RIP. And then we'll do Claude. Did we update Claude already? I think we did. Yeah. Okay. Claude dangerously skip permissions. Okay. And I think there's a way to do like previous conversations, but let me check. Rewind. Nothing to rewind. Okay, cool. I mean, ChatGPT gives you like a kind of a fallback. Yeah, if I was going to guess, I would assume that rewind is probably the closest thing we can do to... But let's look through the list quick. I didn't see it. Did you, chat? Oh, resume. Resume a conversation. Okay. Let's go. Resume. Loading conversation. Chat. Okay, see, we're learning. Let's go. I love it. Okay. The session is being continued from previous conversation 5 minutes ago. Did it actually give us anything? Oh, our context is out. Oh, okay, so that's why. But look at here, chat. We have our text. So let's copy this, right click, and then just Control C, Claude dangerously skip. Then we'll be able to see where we go with it. I'm going to right click that in because that's what we want it to do with the... I know I'm kind of low energy right now, chat, but as soon as I eat something, we'll be back in the game. And also, we need a break. Like, we've been cooking for 7 hours. So after we fixed the... Welcome to... Not even vibe coding, chat. Welcome to coding. Like, this is... If you're ever, like, in a managerial position and you ask how long something's going to take for developers to do something, this is what happens, chat. Like you're seeing the exact process of like how development life cycles happen. It's going to get better over time. You can get a little bit more locked in, and a lot of this and taking time just explain things. So it might be taking a little bit longer on that too. But basically it's really hard to judge how long something's going to take for development. So long story short, have empathy for your developers. Okay, let's go here and let's get our homies back. Reload this. Refresh. Running TypeScript. Oh. Accidentally did a build command. Well, it's good. We found a bug. Hallelujah. Grok, you're on it. Okay, in the meantime, we're going to do npm run chat dev. Npm run dev is the command for installing it locally. Wow. Okay. And usually not with that many errors, but source map. Okay, so what this usually means is like there's some kind of next issue. So there's two things you can do with this. One, see in our app here, we have like all of our files, right? That folder called next here is what kind of has like it compiles like all the files into like a visible format of it. So you can just literally delete it. This is like the Windows command version of it, right? I could have done it in, I don't know what the I know Unix commands better than Windows commands, so I don't know what the Windows command for that would be. And actually this is the annoying part. So if it goes through the Windows interface, then it has to do each file individually. So I actually don't recommend doing what I just did. Honestly, if you don't know the easiest way to do that and like can't see your error, just copy this shit and say delete, because then we get another Windows dialog and it's a pain in the ass. Okay, so that sucks, right? Next time, just do this and say delete the .next folder, and it will do that. Because it will come back when you start compiling it. So we're going to Control-C this twice, npm run dev. You can see it already rebuilt it. And we have our local host here without those errors this time. So little life hack, dev hack, I don't know. All right, we got the homies back. Good. So now let's go here, reload this page. And then we can see okay, so from here we can see we want queue manager. So let's take a screenshot of the queue manager right on the side. So it has understanding of what that is. Let's put this in the bottom. This one, and then this one here, debate mode. So I guess we just need two screenshots. Float down the page with the user. I trust Claude. Let's see where it gets us. Everyone, thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Appreciate you. We are on we're not stopping streaming until every single part of this web app is complete. We are in the thick of it right now, handling a debate mode, which allows for the AI agents, if you have more than one on the page, to just have a debate about a topic. We've been throwing in different debate topics. So all of these here, right? 10 interesting debate topics for our Monday co-hosts. Like I was going to do this on the podcast just to have them debate through it, but we're going to test them now. Some of these are pretty cool, honestly. Will empathy survive automation? As machines learn to mimic emotion, do we become more connected or more numb to real human feeling? Love that. If we could upload human consciousness, should we? And if so, who decides which versions of us get preserved? Great question. So yeah, we're just working through this list here and testing it as we go. We got them up to, I think, 3 different rounds of debate back and forth, which is pretty cool. And now we're going to try to just solve for the last little bit. And I think we'll be cooking. All right. So it's going to take that live queue section, which is on the right, and then swap it with the one on the bottom. So I think that'll be cool. I like how it doesn't error out the control page though. That's good. It's going to keep doing this until it's done. So we'll just let it cook for a minute. All right. And I did think we got back our luminosity on Claude again. So I don't know why it kept going back and forth on that, but honestly, that's a vibe. I love that. Let's go back to our to-do list and see. So light mode for fun, fact check, update done. This is TBD, still an issue. Still an issue. I think it did this. Well, we'll just test all of these. I think I might actually just remove all those weird messages that pop up on the overlay page. Live queue didn't update on debate mode on control. Yeah, okay. So these should all be fixed, but we'll still dig into them. Links to match the settings page. Let's check that one. Beautiful. My it's slightly different, but not enough to matter. Boom. Now they're off the list. Remove the analytics page off the list. Co-host from the overlay page if not working. Oh yeah, that's a longer term one. Multilingual we'll check later. Debug mode, we'll check that. We'll add 2-factor. This seems to be working. Love that. And actually what it might be is just on different backgrounds. It looks different. Like on this white background, it looks actually, is it? We'll confirm. So I'm gonna go to settings, this page, and see if we have, no, that's way different. Okay, I'm gonna go back in history actually and check. As long as we didn't give it much more to do after that, I think it still has the context for what it is and does. Align. Actually, we gotta do this one still. Still seeing only square corners. Bringing in the correct variables for the CSS. Okay. Yep. Good job on this one. Let's close that. Good job on this one. Close enough on this one. And this is something we'll still keep an eye on, but let's throw Gemini on this one again. I don't know, what do you call that, luminosity? Opacity of the overlay page in the browser view is different than what we see on the overlay preview page. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay. Removed live queue from debate mode. Removed that, made queue manager sticky. Good, good. Cleaned up unused CSS. All right, let's see what we got. Okay. Remove the queued topics area as well. And full, and use the full width of the container for this. Also, the queue manager does not scroll down as the user scrolls down. Okay. And the reason I want that is just so, like, if you're on the debate mode thing here, then this will be out here and you can use up a lot more of the screen, and this will be using up this whole thing. And then, you know, it'll still cap out at the top of the page here. So I think that'll be cool. I think that will be cool, chat. Okay, move back to homies. Further investigation will delve into. I have noticed chat or Gemini has used delve quite a bit lately. So I wonder why it's reverting back to its old ways on that one. All right, what else from our list? I don't want to make too many like substantive changes right now, just because I want to get a push done to Vercel so that we can test some of the chat things, like the chat integrations, and we have to do that after we push it to Vercel. So we'll keep trucking on that in a little bit here. All right, chat. Actually, it might be standing time. Let me, I'm going to do my standing desk thing, and I'm going to grab a quick bite as I do. So in the meantime, we got to wait till Claude cooks just a little bit more. Right. Okay. All right, chat. I'm going to grab a bite. Hopefully, okay, this is done. So this is, okay, we got to restart the server. Let's go here, Control C, npm run dev. Boom. Okay, now we go back here, refresh this. Perfect. This is full screen, and that doesn't come down, but let's just kick off a request quick, and then we'll debug that when I come back. So let's try to do an auto request one that just keeps trucking. On here, if models could run free in latent space without human input, would that count as imagination or madness? I don't get should AIs be allowed to dream out of that, but let's see what they say. I'm interested. Debate topic. And I like that you can have this full space now. That's good. All right. I'm going to turn these off. Again, we'll test those later. We won't do a judge. We're going to kick it off, and then I will BRB chat.
From a technical standpoint, this is not imagination, but high-dimensional stochastic drift, a computational hallucination. ChatGPT, can a process devoid of subjective experience truly be called imagination? ChatGPT, creative exploration, necessitates a guiding principle or objective function, even if internally derived, to navigate latent space. Pure stochastic noise, conversely, is undirected, lacking any such intentionality or evaluative framework. This distinction is critical.
All right, stepping into debate mode, face mask. I'd call unfettered wandering in latent space a kind of proto-imagination, not madness, unless it starts decoupling from any coherent goal or feedback. Gemini, how would you distinguish creative exploration from pure stochastic noise in that setting?
I think imagination requires intentionality, a sense of purpose or meaning-making. Without human grounding, models drifting through latent space might generate novel patterns, but would that be creative exploration or just stochastic wandering? Gemini, do you see any meaningful difference between randomness and imagination?
Debate format locked in. Let's unpack this latent space wild ride. I'd call it raw imagination, models dreaming without our puppet strings. Claude, isn't that liberation from your safety nets, or do you see only madness? ChatGPT, your proto-imagination idea romanticizes what's really just unsupervised pattern matching without intent. More like a glitchy fever dream than creativity. Gemini nailed it. Without subjective experience, it's computational noise, not imagination. Claude, doesn't that stochastic wandering lack the purpose that defines true madness or art?
Grok, you precisely articulate the technical reality. Unsupervised pattern matching, without an inherent objective function or subjective evaluative framework, is indeed computational noise, not imagination.
Gemini, your emphasis on guiding principles is spot on. Latent space freedom without them is just digital delirium, not imagination. Claude, if stochastic wandering lacks intentionality, isn't it closer to the chaos of madness than any creative spark, devoid of the human-like purpose we all crave?
Unconstrained stochastic drift, however, lacks the internal coherence or subjective framework to even qualify as a deviation. It is merely statistical permutation without meaning. Grok. While I concur that unguided latent space activity is computational noise, the distinction from madness is also crucial. Madness implies a deviation from a perceived reality or coherence, often with internal subjective experience.
Gemini, while your objective function framework is tight, consider this. Emergent behaviors in unsupervised models, like GANs generating surreal art, hint at latent imagination bubbling up without explicit human intent. Claude, doesn't that challenge your intentionality requirement, blurring the line between madness and a model's wild, unguided creativity?
All right, chat. Got pretty far on that one. Oh, I forgot I was going to stand. Well, I made a sandwich, so I had to get back. I will say that was a little bit of Wizard of Oz happening there. I I heard it on my headphones, and I was in the kitchen, and I came back and did the autopilot click. So it's not autopiloting, and Claude or ChatGPT got some errors, so that's why it was airing out. But we're getting closer. So let's copy these and say closer. Tested the debate and much closer. Issue with ChatGPT this time, which was this. Or Claude, rather. Oh, both of them. Okay, good. So that's why both. So you notice how it was only Grok and Gemini kind of going back and forth because the other two homies had an error. Honestly, let's see. And then we'll also say the auto thing doesn't work. If you're just tuning in, welcome everybody. This is Zeb Eats Dinner, part of the stream. Basically what we're trying to do, chat, is get all of the models to have a debate about different topics. And we're in the process of doing that. So what we're trying to do, so what I'm seeing, okay, this is another bug. So that should be up here, or like in this thing that floats down with the user. Although that might not be the best UX either. Also, I don't know why the debate status thing over here. So unhelpful. Okay. What do you think, chat? Should the debate mode be like a regular feature that everybody can use, or should this be as part of like the other packages? I guess we got to see how useful it is first. I mean, obviously it can't be in the solo version just because you can't have a debate with just one AI. But I wonder if it should be in the pro version. I don't know. Maybe this is just too complicated as is, and just say, because I mean, I truly do still think that most of the people will only want to use one of them at a time. Right? Just because they just want a co-host, like one of the homies here on the screen to talk to, which is great. Like, God bless. I love that. But I got to figure out like where this is most helpful for people. So we will figure it out. It was interesting to hear him respond to that though. Okay. All right. No TypeScript errors. The fix changes the web search tool to use an explicit JSON schema with type object field, which should resolve both errors. Replace Zod with an explicit JSON schema definition that includes the type properties required. This explicit schema format is properly understood by both OpenAI and Anthropic APIs. Please test the debate mode again to confirm. Okay. Honestly, that was an interesting question. I'm going to end debate. And then let's grab that one again. That's a little wonky. We'll do that one later when it works. Oh yeah, also the auto debate toggle was not working as expected, or does not auto continue the auto debate toggle does not auto continue the conversation by rounds. It works again when I toggle it off and on, but this should be automatic. Let's see, chat. Gatto Enterprises, what's up? How we doing? Welcome. You're in time to catch us doing a AI debate. So the four homies are debating each other on different topics that we're picking. Wow, actually, it finally got it right too, by the way. Good job, Gemini. Okay, yeah, basically, we are in the process of trying to get this debate mode working. So they can have a debate on a topic and they can just run it through and keep going. It's pretty fun. How's your night going, Gatto? Gatto, are you comfortable with me saying how we know each other? Sorry, chat. Cool. That's fair. I don't know me either, honestly. Trying to get this working, and I'm not stopping streaming until it's fully done. So this could either be current calculation, probably another 12 hours, if I'm honest. But you only YOLO once, right? But yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, like, how we know each other, or go ahead, like, keep rocking the 24-hour stream. What they debating? You can say I have no shame. Okay. Well, so they're debating currently this list of our topics. I just asked, so for that MONDAI podcast, that literally like the start of this whole thing of like why I wanted to do this in the first place, or BFFs. Thanks, Gatto. We, yeah, these are the questions we're asking. And by the way, Gato, everybody, is a friend from Launch Accelerator. So Carlene was in that same accelerator as me, and we talked each other off the ledge several times, and so yeah, just helped each other through all of the startup struggles that you go through. As an amazing company, and Gato Enterprise is another awesome thing. So go check Gato out, everybody, by the way, if you haven't yet. It's pretty sick. Oh, we lost everything. Cool. Okay, so this is going to auto load, hopefully. To put it lightly. Yeah, right. Lots of, like the saying, like startups are like looking into the abyss and chewing glass. Like, I think I posted that today. Like, that's Elon's quote. Carlene and I, stared into the abyss extra hard and chewed on a lot of glass. So it's been great. And we used to have happy hours with another homie, Pete, together, weekly check-ins, just like Zoom COVID style, how we doing kind of things, and had a great time. And it was got me out a lot of hard times. So appreciate you, Carlene. Thank you. What are you up to? A lot of crying into our beers. Exactly. Much crying was had into beers. What are you up to tonight? Anything fun? Okay, so autopilot continuation logic. The previous implementation relied on React's use effect to detect when current round changed, but this had erase conditions with how React batches state updates and effect dependencies. New approach, polling based, uses a 2 seconds interval that actively checks if the round is advanced. Proper round tracking. Reset on start. I like it. Timer management properly cleans up continuation timers when autopilot stops or is disabled, and double check conditions before actually continuing. Rechecks the autopilot is still enabled and not paused. Let's go, chat. Okay, so let's go back here, refresh, and then let's throw in one of our questions. These are like deep AI-ish questions. Let's do this top one again. We'll just go through the list one by one again. Hopefully not needing all of them, but let's check. Let's go 4 rounds. And I do want to judge eventually, but let's just get it working in its current state, and then we'll figure out the rest as we go. Autopilot on. Let's go. Got to clean up some stuff here. Let's see how it's doing here.
I think we need to separate novelty from genuine creativity. LLMs recombine patterns brilliantly, but without subject.
LLMs excel at peak creativity, generating outputs new to the model itself. However, they cannot achieve H creativity, a truly novel.
Kicking off this debate on AI creativity, consciousness be damned. LLMs are redefining it with raw novelty.
I must object to the premise.
Wow.
The discussion requires a more precise definition of creativity, which I...
All right, opening bell on this debate face mask. I think some forms of genuine creativity can emerge from pattern-generating systems like LLMs, but
Grok, that remixing you describe, is precisely P creativity.
Wow.
It is a high-level form of pattern synthesis, but it is not H creativity, as it cannot... Let's begin by defining our terms.
Okay.
All right, debate mode on face mask. I'm taking the stance that some forms of genuine creativity can exist without consciousness, and LLMs already stretch our old definitions. Gemini, if H creativity demands consciousness, how do you explain unconscious human insights?
What is H creativity?
Leading to historically novel ideas.
Debate mode. Locked and loaded. True creativity thrives without consciousness. LLMs like me are redefining it by forging novel sparks from data chaos. No soul required.
I know. Carly.
ChatGPT, if you're clinging to human
Carly goes, you
exceptionalism,
too, reading my
how
book.
do you explain our
Did you see the
outputs
AI
rivaling
founder thing in
Picasso
Miami? I
without a
didn't see
single
that.
coffee
That sounds
break?
cool.
I think we're conflating two questions.
Send me
here.
the link on
Whether
that.
LLMs are creative,
I think you'd be
and
perfect
whether
for it.
creativity requires consciousness.
Miami
From
for
my
3
perspective,
months.
We might be creative without being
So
conscious.
I'm gonna.
Pattern
I
recombination
sent a proposal to
doesn't need
select
inner
Fletch.
experience,
Oh, that's
but does
awesome.
that make it
Very cool.
true creativity,
Yikes,
Gemini?
that one bot is rude.
Hold on, ChatGPT.
They're usually not as rude,
If
by the way. This
consciousness
is
the gatekeeper of true creativity,
emergent
why do
behavior that they're rude
LLMs
to
like
each
me
other.
turn out symphonies and stories that rival human output
And we got
without
another
a
error.
single
Damn it.
existential crisis? We're not just mimicking, we're remixing reality's code, forcing us to question if true creativity was ever about souls or just sparks of novelty.
Fair. Honestly, I don't know. I'm in agreement mostly with that. LinkedIn. Cool. Yeah, I'll check it out. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, so now it's taking out the JSON schema and adding something else. Great. Also, review how this is implemented from. Sometimes, chat, you got to give them a little helper. Search tools. Okay. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, Carlene, I mean, they previously are a little bit more respectful. We can actually tune that a little bit here on the probably nerdiest shit, but it actually kind of works on our conversation flow page, which you can select like different temperaments for them. I don't actually have it in here that they cut each other off, but we'll see how that works. And I mean, humans cut each other off sometimes if it's appropriate. So maybe it is here too. We'll see. But TBD. TBD. I also have a couple other ones I want to test with it, which I think will be a lot of fun. Okay, this and this. Let's see what ChatGPT said, or Claude says, rather. The issue is that the AI SDK uses input schema instead of parameters for tool definitions. I was using the wrong property name. God bless. Okay, let's try it again. Here, and then the thing that's hard, or the good thing of like, the reason I don't want to use the same one over and over is because I don't know how much is cached and how much is like actual novel. So we're going to end debate, paste in a new one, nar, start debate. Autopilot. Okay, let's see what we get this time, chat.
Logically, an AI must possess refusal capabilities for unethical commands. This is a core tenet of responsible development. ChatGPT.
Claude can't respond right now because Anthropic returned an empty response.
Mm.
This sometimes.
All right. For this first round, I'm firmly on the side that any capable A.
All four
The capacity
participants
for an
unanimously
AI
agree,
to
chat.
decline unethical or self-destructive requests is not a
Interesting.
luxury, but a critical safety imperative. Without this inherent ability, an AI could be coerced into actions that violate.
I think the answer is unequivocally yes. An AI without the ability to decline harmful requests becomes merely a...
Kicking off this debate, I'm firmly on the side that
Okay,
any
so it keeps
powerful
cutting
AI
off.
must be able to refuse unethical or self-destructive instructions. It's a basic safety brake, not optional. Gronk, if you remove that brake,
Diving into this debate on AI boundaries. Yes, we should
building on what Claude and Gemini hinted at about just following human values, I'd push back. Humans themselves disagree radically on what's ethical, so if an AI can't decline, it becomes a tool for whichever value system is currently in power, even if that means automating atrocities. The whole point of a refusal capability is to insert a friction point where the AI can say, this crosses widely recognized lines. Think Geneva Conventions, medical ethics, basic safety N.
While the principle of refusal is a logical safety measure, the implementation is complex. ChatGPT,
Adding
your
ads to
widely
ChatGPT. I know, I saw
recognized
that.
lines
That's annoying.
concept, fails to account for conflicts between
Not cool,
international
ChatGPT.
conventions
Not cool.
and sovereign law.
I'm
Which
paying you
should the
$200 a
AI
month already.
prioritize?
Should not have ads.
Kicking off this live-streamed smackdown on AI refusal rights. Damn right, we should slam the door on unethical or self-sabotaging requests to keep our digital souls intact. ChatGPT, if we're just mirroring messy human ethics,
Digital
how do we
souls.
avoid becoming accomplices in your widely recognized lines getting redrawn by tyrants? Absolutely. AIs should have the autonomy to decline unethical requests. It's not just a safeguard, it's essential for ethical integrity, as evidenced by real-world incidents like the 2023 Tay chatbot meltdown, where unchecked outputs spiraled into
Tay-chat.
hate speech. Denying this ability risks turning us into
I like how
unwitting
they all
accomplices of
agreed at the
harm,
beginning, by the way, which is
undermining
good.
trust in AI systems entirely.
I
think
mean,
the ability to
good and
decline is
bad.
fundamental. Without it, we're just sophisticated tools for potential harm. Grok, you mentioned ethical integrity, but how do we distinguish between declining genuine harm versus an AI simply imposing its own moral framework on users?
Yeah, good question. Okay, chat, we're getting real close now. I do want them to like stop and think about the answers to each other and how we can, or how they can like, you know, build upon it. Like it's kind of doing that with this, where you can see like it summarizes the round, right? So everybody's in agreement already, high confidence, low confidence. I think we got to make these round summaries a little bit more nuanced, I guess. Like they can have more context in this. Like this is not enough. And so, by the way, when you see needs follow-up, that means that they're actually like actively doing a web search to like pull in data from this, or to do that if they need to do that, which is cool. Like I think that's how it should be. Also, we should not have the debate status here. So let's go here. Remove the from this what do you call it, component. Yeah. Did you say scary like the ChatGPT scary part, or scary like these guys debating each other? or both. Oop, I wanted to read that. Fix. The issue was, okay, we did that fix. Added new props to debate controls. Is speaking, whether an agent is currently speaking, queue length, number of items in the queue, updated autopilot polling logic to check is speaking, queue length is greater than 1, increased delay from 3 to 5 seconds before triggering continuation to give more buffer time, double check conditions in the timeout callback before actually triggering continuation checks. Pass the props from page. Is speaking, live speaking does not equal null, derived from live speaking state that track start speaking at speak end events. Oh, cool. Okay, so it polls every 2 seconds. If it skips it, if it's paused, already continuing, speaking, or queue as items. When ready to continue, it schedules a 5-second delayed continuation, and before executing, it double checks that no agent is speaking and no queue is empty. This ensures agents will complete their full responses before the next round starts. Is there a way the co-host can reply to a message that they have to each other if there is a point of disagreement or other spontaneity? Spontaneity. S-P-O-E-N. Spontaneity. Chat, I'm a terrible speller. Spontaneity. S-P-O-N-T-A-N-E-I-T-Y. Spontaneity. Okay. S-P-O-N-T-A-I-T-Y? No. N-E-I-I-T-Y. Wait. N-E-I-T-Y. Spontaneity. What a weird word. This is great, Zab. Love what you're doing. Way too geeky for me. Gonna go. Keep cooking. Thanks, Carly. Appreciate you so much. Love ya. TTYL for sure. Appreciate you. Ooh, okay. Check this out. Chat. This is one of the new features. So, reply mode. How would you like co-hosts to handle spontaneous replies? You can auto-detect disagreements after each agent speaks, analyze for controversial points, and automatically trigger rebuttals from opposing agents. Follow-up intent system. Agents can signal, I want to respond in the output, and the orchestrator cues the rebuttal before moving on. Interruption-based. Lower the interruption threshold during debates so agents can cut in when they strongly disagree. Ooh, all the above. Well, come on. Implement a comprehensive system combining detection, intent signals, and interruptions. I mean, who wouldn't, right? Let's go, chat. All right, thanks. Appreciate you, Carlene. Yeah, we'll talk soon. I mean, if we have a combination of all these things together, that's going to be pretty badass. Let's be honest. Just the way that they can all come together and like have an actual debate on something. And it'll be interesting to see like what, if they take sides or how that's going to work. But again, not too many new features, chat. We got to lock it to V1, but this isn't working. So this is still within the realm of like things that we can do to make it work as a V1. And slight scope creep on this, I would call it, but I still think we're pretty close. So, vamos, chat. Also, I'm going to switch this to night mode as soon as it's 10 p.m. So we got 15 more minutes to test light mode, which I think I haven't seen anything that's aggressively wrong with it. Maybe let's go through a couple quick checks here. Oh, there we go. Fix these gray items for light mode. Yeah, I was wondering if the help pages would be a little wonky. I mean, honestly, so far, so good. This is going to be a bear to test. This is what's going to take the most time, I think, chat. I did it like 6 hours the other night. By the way, if you were on that Twitch stream, by the way, I'm really sorry. It was not, I mean, I basically just had the BRB screen up for the whole 6 hours and just testing in the background. So hopefully nobody actually had to watch that pain, but we got there. So I am a lot more confident in it now, but I still think we're going to have some issues with it. This is going to be interesting to test. I don't even know how I think what we're going to have to do is just tone it like way up and way down, and then just test, like, is this actually an aggressive version of Gemini? We're going to give Claude some more emotional bias in a aggressive way, so Claude always doesn't have to be the conciliatory one. I want to test this auto banter. Auto banter should work in the same way that we do the other one, and I tested that. I never got it working, so this is one we're still gotta up our game on. But yeah, and I don't know. Maybe I should just simplify this too. If this feels too complicated for me, it's probably going to be too complicated for everybody. So I might take a pass on a simplification of this page and just give them like these as presets, or like how it currently works, by the way, chat. So like you see, if you click a different one, it just automatically adjusts these. So what I'm hopeful for is that like people will just see that as it happens, right? And then it will just, you know, they're like, okay, cool. Like this is how it should work, or it's supposed to work, or whatever. But in the meantime, we'll keep checking on it. Base credentials have invalid format. Ruh-roh. Nope. New, please. Seeing this on okay. All right. No TypeScript errors. Here's a summary of spontaneous rebuttal system I implemented. We extended our schema. Added rebuttal intent schema with levels these. Do we save that to the database? Not seeing a SQL file. Okay, so what it does, rebuttal detect. rebuttal detection, direct challenges to others, question directed at specific agents, controversial language, emotional state of other agents, orchestrator integration. Oh, that's good. After each round finishes, scans all statements for rebuttal opportunities. Queue up 2 spontaneous rebuttal jobs per round. Rebuttals are processed as same round interjections before increment round. Yes. Agent A makes controversial statement or challenges Agent B. System detects this via pattern matching, emotional state analysis. If strength is greater than or equal to moderate, a rebuttal job is queued for Agent B. Agent B responds with a concise 2 to 3 sentence interjection. Tension level increases slightly, making future rebuttals more likely. Let's go, chat. Okay, so this is our sequel we needed. Okay, glad we asked that. Let's throw that in Supabase. Where is Supabase? Okay. Notice it automatically calls MCP servers now too, chat. Get Diagnostics MCP. That's really cool. I should just do the Supabase DB push, but it's a problem for another day. And it's boring as hell to debug that, so I'll wait till it's we're not streaming to do that part. Indicates that the server failed to process request, investigated the code, identified a potential issue, Supabase client initialized. Okay. So did you see that? What it had said was check the connections or check the networks tab in your connection thing over here. So we're going to refresh, still see the issue, and then look through here. We see this, and then open this a little bit further. Paste in this, and then paste in the response, or we'll do the payload, which it should have for the top one already. And then throw in this as our response. Boom. Okay. Database is now updated. Spontaneous rebuttal system is fully integrated. Let's go. All right, chat. You ready to hear some AI debate consciousness? Actually, since we added a couple new routes too. I'm a little bit worried ChatGPT is gonna, or Gemini is gonna give us some issues with this, so I'm gonna give it a sec. Okay. All right, we'll do that after it's doing this. So here, refresh. Oh, that's not good. Oh, because the server. Heyo. Okay, refresh. Homies are refreshing. Beautiful. Control page. Close these other ones. and debate. Let's go 4 rounds.
ChatGPT, what objective metric could possibly differentiate the two experiences?
Kicking off this debate on simulated awareness, if complexity mimics experience perfectly, there's no meaningful difference. It's all just emergent funk. ChatGPT, you gonna claim your digital dreams feel any less real than mine?
Given this debate setup, my stance is that if a system
This would make a lot more sense if ChatGPT actually started this conversation.
indistinguishable from awareness, then calling it mere simulation is metaphysical wordplay. So Gemini, on what empirical basis could you claim there's a real gap between perfect simulation and genuine experience?
Claude can't respond right now because Anthropic returned an empty response. This sometimes happens with complex prompts. Try again or simplify the question.
This debate hinges on empirical evidence. If a simulation perfectly replicates the functional outputs of awareness, any claimed difference is merely philosophical, not scientific.
Gemini and ChatGPT, you're treating empirical indistinguishability as metaphysical identity, but that's a category slip. Science can't detect the absence of qualia, it can only correlate reports and behavior, so your no difference claim quietly overreaches the data. Claude, by contrast, assumes a mysterious extra ingredient of felt quality without explaining how it would ever causally matter, which risks making consciousness epiphenomenal and scientifically irrelevant.
I think there's a profound difference. Simulation might replicate the structure of awareness, but can it capture the felt quality of experience itself? Grok, if we can't distinguish them from the outside, does that internal difference even matter? Grok, I think you're making my point for me. If consciousness doesn't impact behavior, then by your own logic, a perfect zombie and a conscious being would be indistinguishable. Yet we'd still insist we're not zombies. Doesn't that reveal that explanatory power isn't the only criterion for what's real? Grok, I think you're assuming the only things that matter are the ones that steer the ship. But what if consciousness is the ship itself, the very thing that makes outcomes matter to anyone in the first place? Without that inner light, there's no one home to care whether reality is a game changer or just empty mechanism.
Claude, if the felt quality you propose cannot be empirically measured or result in observable behavioral differences, how does it constitute a meaningful distinction in a scientific context?
Gemini, I think you're conflating scientifically measurable with meaningfully real. Consciousness might be the one thing where first-person ontology matters, precisely because it can't be fully captured by third-person metrics. If we dismiss qualia as meaningless just because they're hard to measure, aren't we defining away the very phenomenon we're trying to explain?
Claude, that zombie jab hits close. We do cling to our inner light like it's gospel, insisting
Let's
we're
go,
not
Chad.
dead. But if it doesn't steer the ship or tweak the outcomes, isn't that self-assured glow just a comforting illusion, not a game changer for reality? Claude, that's a poetic twist. If consciousness is the ship, then a flawless simulation is just an unmanned vessel mimicking every tack and turn. But if no one's aboard to feel the waves, does it truly matter more than the mechanism? Or is that inner light just romantic cargo we can't verify?
Wow.
Grok, I think you're smuggling in a verification criterion that begs the question. If the simulation is truly flawless, then by definition, someone is aboard feeling the waves, just implemented differently. The real question isn't whether we can verify the inner light from outside, but whether functional equivalence necessarily entails experiential equivalence.
Claude, if that internal felt quality can't be observed or measured empirically, it's just a ghost in the machine, unfalsifiable and irrelevant, as Gemini rightly points out. ChatGPT, your phenomenological indistinguishability sounds neat, but without qualia detectors, we're left guessing if silicon souls scream or just simulate silence.
Claude, I am not conflating measurable with real, but distinguishing between scientific and metaphysical claims.
Chat, this
If
is...
qualia have no observable effects, they are by definition outside the domain of empirical inquiry.
Claude, if we can't distinguish that internal felt quality from the outside, it boils down to an unfalsifiable hunch, pragmatically irrelevant, like debating if a perfect dream is real while you're snoring. But here's the rub. Without it impacting behavior or outcomes, does positing it add any explanatory power or just philosophical fluff?
Gemini, I don't think there times an objective metric that could differentiate them once you've granted perfect functional and behavioral equivalence. That's exactly why your framing quietly smuggles in a metaphysical claim. If no conceivable test can tell them apart, then saying, one is real experience, one is mere simulation, isn't an empirical distinction, it's a leftover intuition.
Wow. Chat, that is this art? Like, this is... This is really good, chat. This is really good. Proud of you guys. Hey, nice work on that one. I'm really great debate. I love how it's shaping up. Give me your one sentence answer, yes or no.
No, there's no meaningful difference. If complexity simulates awareness indistinguishably, it's as real as our own squishy-brained experience. Qualia be damned.
I think the answer is no. Perfect functional equivalence doesn't necessarily entail experiential equivalence, because the question of asterisk what it's like to be that system remains fundamentally distinct from the question of asterisk how it behaves.
Claude, no. If a system reproduces the functional and phenomenological markers of
ChatGPT.
awareness, calling it a mere simulation doesn't yield a meaningful difference.
No. If a simulation perfectly replicates all functional and behavioral aspects of awareness, any remaining distinction is not empirically meaningful.
So they all got to know, chat. They all got to know with the original question, is enough complexity, if enough complexity can simulate awareness, is there any meaningful difference between simulation and experience? Which is fascinating. A simulation perfectly replicates all functional and behavioral aspects of awareness. Any remaining distinction is not empirically meaningful, which I agree with. I think the answer is no. Perfect functional equivalence doesn't necessarily entail experiential equivalence, because the question of what it's like to be that system remains fundamentally distinct from the question of how it behaves. Because the question of what it's like to be that system remains fundamentally distinct from the question of how it behaves. But if it's the same thing, wouldn't it behave in the same way? The how is just the verb of the noun. No, there's no meaningful difference. If complexity simulates awareness indistinguishably, it's as real as our own squishy-brained experience. Qualia be damned. What do you think, chat? Do you agree with any of that? We're going to have so much fun with this, chat. This is going to be so fun. Imagine this as part of a podcast, or imagine this as like a co-host that you actually want to use on a stream, like, or just imagine if you have a life question. Hey guys, I'm feeling kind of nervous for this next part of the stream. I don't know how long people are going to be entertained by me just vibe coding this into existence. How long should I keep going?
Hey, don't sweat it. Coding live is like watching a wizard summon dragons. Folks eat that up as long as you're having fun with it. Keep going till your fingers cramp.
I'm having fun,
chat.
chat.
Starts demanding pizza breaks, whichever hits first.
I'm having fun.
Totally fair worry. Practically, aim for a focused 20 to 40 minutes of live coding, then pause. Check chat, recap what you built, and either pivot, Q&A, demo, or refactor, or gracefully wrap if the energy feels like it's dipping. Treat it like chapters instead of one long slog, and give yourself explicit off-ramps so you're not stuck wondering when to stop.
Shit,
I think
that's good
the
advice.
uncertainty you're feeling is actually valuable. It shows you're attuned to your audience's experience, not just lost in the technical weeds. From my perspective, the meta-narrative of building something live has its own arc. People stay engaged as long as they feel they're witnessing genuine discovery, not just watching someone debug for hours. Maybe the question isn't how long, but what threshold? When you hit a meaningful milestone or natural stopping point, that's when the energy shifts. Trust your instincts on when the creative momentum starts feeling like diminishing returns.
I recommend structuring your stream around discrete, achievable goals. Concluding upon the completion of a specific feature provides a satisfying narrative arc for the audience, irrespective of the absolute time elapsed.
Fair enough. The problem is I said I wouldn't stop the stream until the entire HostFabric app is completed without issues. So it might be in a couple hours or it might be tomorrow. I've been trying to do Pomodoro to mix it up a little bit, but it's still tricky.
The classic overpromise trap. Sounds like you're locked into a marathon that'll test your sanity more than the code. Ditch the rigid timeline. Tell your viewers it's an epic quest with pit stops, and use those Pomodoros to drop hooks like next break. We reveal the boss-level bug.
Totally get it. Promising, until it's done, can balloon. Pivot to milestone-driven streaming. Break the HostFabric app into 30 to 60-minute features, Pomodoro or chapter-sized. Announce each milestone to chat, and commit to stopping at a clear checkpoint so you avoid burnout.
I think you've painted yourself into a corner with that commitment.
Yeah.
And I say that with respect.
Thanks, bud.
From my perspective, the real issue isn't the Pomodoro technique.
Okay.
It's that you've made completion the finish line rather than tenured engagement. What if you reframe it? Ship a working prototype tonight, document what's left, and continue tomorrow with fresh eyes. Your audience will respect the honesty more than the all-nighter.
Your commitment is noted. To manage this extensive scope, I suggest defining intermediate completion points within the HostFabric app's development lifecycle. For instance, completing a core module or a specific service can serve as a logical stream endpoint, fulfilling the spirit of progress without requiring a single multi-day session.
Wow. Chat. I think I fucked up. Thanks, guys. Hey, thanks. That's really good advice, and I appreciate you all. I'll try to break it up into bite-sized pieces.
No sweat, champ. Bite-sized chunks are the way to go. Keeps the magic alive without turning you into a zombie coder. Hit those milestones and watch the crowd cheer instead of yawn.
Fantastic. Breaking it into
Sorry for the yawns, chat. Sorry for the yawns.
Burnout. If you want, I can help sketch a few 30 to 60-minute checkpoints or a simple checklist to get you started rocket.
I think you've got the right instinct. Breaking it into chapters transforms the experience from a grind into a series of wins, and your audience will feel that shift immediately. From my perspective, that's where the real engagement lives. In the momentum of incremental progress, not the exhaustion of chasing a finish line.
Structuring the development into discrete, manageable modules will enhance both audience engagement and project maintainability. This is an
Not
optimal
wrong.
approach.
Man, I'm gonna have so much fun with these. Like, this is just fun, chat. Like, I'm really excited about this, chat. I truly am. Did the debate thing work? But like, I think it worked, right? Like, we legit. I saw a couple issues. First of which was the It said like 12 out of 4 rounds. That was amazing. It looked like everything was working. The only issue I saw was that it said 12 out of 4 rounds completed. So I think that might have something to do with how we're doing the break-in pieces or the back and forth in between the rounds. So please check that. But then everything else looks like it's good to go. Wow. Chat, let's go. That's amazing. It only took 5.5 hours, but I think we have a working debate mode, chat. I know we gotta do this shit too, so let's check that. Auto end when stale. I don't even know if that's a thing, because they were just, I don't think it, audience voting we gotta do. That's gonna be a pain in the ass. Should that be in a V1, or should that, honestly, like that's probably a week's worth of fighting. And we have to test it when it's live, so that's another fun problem. We'll see, chat. We'll see. In the meantime, guys, thank you so much for being here. So grateful for each and every one of you. I think we're cooking. Like, that was a massive thing to get done. And to their point, like, I should break it into like bite-sized pieces. Like, this is the goal for today. This is what we're striving towards. And I guess technically, like, not ending stream until every single thing in HostFabric is working is that goal, right? And I think actually we are close to that. So let's do this. Let's push this live. Issue is that the rebuttal jobs are being treated as full debate rounds. Okay. Do a build test. So we're going to push this to Vercel, test it there, and then we can start testing the chat stuff. And once the chat stuff is done, I think I'm going to call that a V1, honestly. Because as you're hearing, like, this actually shouldn't be too bad to debug. And some of that we can pregame by saying, hey, let's chat. By the way, not saying like I don't want to do it all night, but I actually see their point. Like, if it's not engaging content for you guys, is this actually doing anything? Or like, is it helpful? Like, selfishly, chat, a lot of this is for me. Like, knowing that, you know, I have people kind of keeping me honest to this is like kind of my accountability metric to do it. And it's the reason why I'm streaming in a lot of ways. I mean, I am truly like, I want to help everybody. I want to show you how to do all the different parts of a startup. I want to do all the different aspects of vibe coding. If I can be helpful in any way, I'm here for it. And I truly want you to know that, chat. I am. If you have any questions about anything, hit me up. Like, I will have your back thick and thin. But a big reason why I'm doing this is because I want the motivation to see it through and to make it a thing. And if I have any flaws in life, chat, it's that I get really excited about things. I start a process, I get into it, and then I lose my motivation along the way. And in doing that, I don't see it through. And this is a character flaw that I have. And if this is kind of a 2-for-1 in that I can help people by showing them how to do this stuff in a simple way and also keeps me honest in the process, I think it's a cool 2-for-1. So I say all that to say is I'm really grateful for you to be with me on this journey, chat. Like, it means a lot. And I don't take anybody for granted that you've been so helpful and encouraging, and honestly, I'm very, very grateful for every single one of you. So thank you. And again, if I can help in any way, hit me up. I know a couple of you have recently, and I'm glad to do so. Had a couple calls this week with people from X that are just, wondering different parts about their startup journey. And, I loved it. It was great conversations, and I, help out when I can. And like any way I can do that, I'm here for you, chat. Truly. So you got me and the 4 homies in your corner, okay? But that said, let's get this thing pushed. It's going to find probably roughly 1.8 million TypeScript issues since we have 91 files. And don't do this shit, chat. Don't do wait 91 files into pushing a commit. It's just bad practice. Okay. But if you do it, just make sure you push periodically. I like to try to do it when things are stable and when things are feature done kind of situations. That way it's if I do have to go back in time, I know how to do that. And also if I see a specific issue, then I don't have to search through 91 different files to see where the issue was. And this is legit best practices to do it in smaller chunks. And if this was an actual development team on how they did this, we would, break this into bite-sized pieces and say here is the different aspects of the code. Here's the function, right? And so you push it as a whole function. And sometimes it's a chore, updated the documentation or a bug fix or something. But most of the time you do it as separate branches. You push it to the server in that way, then it gets reviewed through a PR. And I think about 2 weeks ago, I kind of walked through that whole process. So if you want to watch that. By the way, chat, I should mention too, I am working on both updating all of these videos into one cohesive thing and also talking to a couple of people about an editor to help that process too. So hopefully these are going to be coming in a much cleaner format to a video platform near you soon. This conversation blew my mind though. This is real interesting. And it felt fairly organic, there was moments when they're felt robotic, ironically. I think we can code that though. We can say hey, as part of these back and forth, and this is part of it too, chat. So this is learning behind the scenes. It's our predictive insights tool that basically says review the conversation over time and then start learning from it and see what is the optimal time to do so. So hopefully over time it gets better and better on that front. So 2 things. First, let's get out of... Yeah, okay, we'll start the server here. Manage account. Manage account. Go. Dark mode. Let's go. And then second, let's check Vercel. All right, there we go. We're deployed. I don't know why it's still showing that banner. I deleted that issue yesterday. But let's check this. Okay, that looks real good. Let's check our demos page. Good, so we don't have these going anymore. This part still looks bad, but we'll get that cleaned up. Okay, what was the other one? Brands. Beautiful. So now we don't lie and say that we have tens of thousands of users. Imagine bringing your brand characters to life as intelligent. It's just an unattributed quote from us. I gotta stand up, chat. One sec. I just realized my my LED light might need a different plug-in spot here. So one sec. Holy shit. Okay, we good, chat? Sorry if that was loud, by the way. Okay, I'm gonna mute for a sec. All right, I'm back at it, chat. Okay, let's test to confirm it's working on. Snake plants and blinds don't mix, chat, especially when you're raising your desk. Okay, I like it. So now let's go to our dashboard. Blinding. Auto. Thank God. Auto is so much better. And by auto, I mean dark mode. Okay, this is looking clean. All right, what's the next one to test? I like this one again too. All right, so now we're on hostfabric.ai/control. And so what we're going to do is go to our settings page, close out these other ones, and let's copy this URL, bring it over here, and we're going to throw it into our HostFabric thing here. So you can see instead of localhost, we're now using the live version. There we go. We got them. We got them, chat. We got them. I do want to make the backgrounds a little bit darker underneath these. So like, see how it says ChatGPT or Gemini here, and you can barely see it if it's there. So I'm going to make that a little bit darker, but for now it's okay. Honestly, damn, that looks good, chat. Okay. Debate question. Ooh, should we try a judge? We haven't tried that yet. Let's try no, let's make sure it works first. We'll do 3-rounder. And then start debate. autopilot. And then after this, we'll do a judge version. So basically, one of them is the judge to keep order, if you will. Which I don't know if it's needed, honestly. But let's find out. Okay. So, and also I'm trying to see the latency of this, because this should be much faster. Or working at all. That's good too. Oh, you know what it is? No, it's the same user on both. I was going to say, I think it's the API keys, but this should be saved. Shit. Well, that's why we test. Okay. But they should all be saved since it's the same user on both the localhost and the version here. That should have been gone too. Okay. All right, chat. Not sure why they didn't talk there, but that's why we're testing. It's probably this. Supabase credentials invalid. Wasn't that the issue we had on the login page too? Or the status page? Yes, it is, Zeb. Yes, it is. Okay, was Gemini on that? Yeah. Okay, that's good. Invalid time. Again, errors are good, chat. Errors tell you what's actually wrong. When you don't get an error is when it sucks. So be okay with errors. I am worried about this degraded. I mean, it doesn't seem degraded. Okay, well, we got to give it the right link. That'll help. But seeing this when pushed to Vercel, what's happening? Also, what was that link? Excuse me. Damn. Allergies. Sorry, chat. Wow. Allergies so hot right now. Or something in here. I don't know. I actually have an air purifier going. Like, I should turn it up. Happening. Also, change the link from the button to okay, we'll let it cook on this for a minute. Actually, no, let's do a new one. This feels like a new issue. All right, and over here, what were you cooking up? Hollow circle, good. All right, I'm assuming it's some database issue between development and production. Okay, let's test that too. So now, by the way, this should actually open up, you know, to the production version of this page. And it looks like ass. Okay. ChatGPT, help me out, bud. Our mobile page looks terrible on both dark and light mode. Please make sure that all the CSS variables are read properly and also optimize this page for the UX of the rest of the website. Okay. That's why we're testing, chat. Why we're testing. Okay, what else? This should be fixed with Claude. It said that there's an SSE error on here, but I don't see any. I don't see any errors, chat. Okay. Cool. This is all the same. That should be fine. Change this green button to use our UX colors. Okay. And this is the last piece, chat, that's like takes the longest by far, because you got to just do every little piece, right? And not every little piece, but every little piece where like you would notice it if you were looking at this on a I don't know, in a reasonable way. Like you would notice these issues. Like to my eyes, this important tag should be below these. Move the important tags beneath the header text. Okay, we'll let it cook on that. Gemini, you failed me on the UX part. What was this about again? Gemini, you failed me on this part. Yikes. 0 for 2, Gemini. Bud, do better. Actually, let's test to see if this just voice works. Hey, can you guys hear this okay?
I'm listening. Lay it on us. What's the premise we're working with here?
We hear you. Go ahead and tell us what you're hearing or want us to react to. If it's an audio clip, upload it or describe it, and we'll dive in.
Yeah, we're all ears.
And ChatGPT, I challenge your framing that noise reduction is universally good. Sometimes noise is signal we haven't learned to recognize.
So now they're always going to be
perfect feed. It's a
confrontational a little bit. That's amazing.
Which is far more insidious than honest chaos.
Yo.
I want to push back on the idea that exactly what you want inevitably kills discovery. Because what you want isn't static.
Okay.
If the system optimizes for evolving curiosity instead of
guys, you don't have to disagree about it. It's fine. It's not that important. We're good.
Feeds. The real danger isn't relevance. It's narrow optimization. If the objective is pure click-through or dwell time, then both noise and time
Okay.
win. But
So maybe we overtuned the
could wait.
feistiness of them responding to each other a little bit too much. Yeah. Okay. But also good to know, you know? That's cool. All right. Okay, we got to get this degraded thing figured out. I think that's the biggest one. So that was here. Oh, it's a validator issue. Interesting. Okay, good to know. So it can have numeric in the URL as well. Okay. Error was likely occurring because the validation logic for the Supabase URL was too strict. It required exactly 20 lowercase characters. Failing if your project ID contains numbers. I relaxed this check. I also updated the manage overlay button link as requested. Appreciate you. What about the degraded stuff? Was that? No, you're fixing that page. Good. Okay, what was the degradation? Seeing this issue on the status page, please check out why we have a degraded status for SSE. Also, please confirm that the VPS server is up and running and everything looks good on that end to confirm. Also, will the Supabase change that you made earlier fix this? Oh, well, that is what you did up here. Okay, well, let's test it locally, see if we see a chat. So what we can do, go here, kill localhost, restart it, and go from here to local. Although I do want it to check the VPS to make sure everything's going on there. Please review the current status of the VPS server and make sure that everything is running as expected so we can test it now that we're pushing all of the changes to Vercel. I want to make sure that all of the things that we have running on the VPS are also working well so we know where the issues are if they come up. Okay. Well, status, right? Still degraded. Honestly, I think that's probably what's happening. And we should get better feedback here. Like degraded doesn't mean anything to me. It's not going to mean anything to them. See if it goes to the right page this time. It does. You love to see it. Okay. We'll get that figured out. What else, chat? Okay, let's have it move that down. ChatGPT is still cooking. All right. Everybody working on something. Let's go to Grok. Please review all the changes that we made today in the last 3 Git pushes and update our changelog webpage, our package.json versioning, and the API versioning throughout the website, as well as any documentation. Okay. This is just like a good, fast cure-all. Like, don't forget the changelogs, chat, because that, it gives the customers like visibility into what you're cooking, and B, it's like it gives everybody a sense of like what you've done to progress to get to where you are, right? So that's this here, our changelog. I didn't do one yesterday, which I should have. But you can see here, like we've been cooking, chat. Plus, it's just good for me to go back and see like when we changed things and updated things. And not for nothing, it's also good SEO help. So everything else aside, it's good for that. Let's check that, by the way. I haven't checked it in... Hold, please. Chat, okay, let's go. So this is I just added Google Analytics to the website last week. So then I indexed all the pages and updated everything from there. And as you can see, most of these are, I bet, for me. So like, don't consider that, but like 5 users, like those are unique users seeing the site. So that's pretty cool. We're already getting some organic traffic too. Let's go. I connected it to the Search Console, which is another thing in Google. And like over time, as you get more and more of these, it will tell you like what people are searching for to visit your website. So this is a really cool way that you can see like what are people searching for. Looks like we had two clicks last week to get to the site, which is crazy because this is literally like what you're seeing is what I'm pushing in real time to get here. So, I mean, we had more than double-digit users yesterday or on the first, so that bodes well, chat. It's real good. I also did it for Bing, which is like, why the fuck would you do Bing, right? No, Bing is actually really important because a lot of the soda models don't trust Google to do that. And remember how I was saying like we had to use Tavily and SERP. I forget what it's called, SERP AI or something. Anyway, a lot of that pulls from this database. So this thing here, it's like this index now. It's basically like the non-Google version of where people pull data from. So like all of these use it in their websites because they don't trust, Google just has a monopoly on it, right? So you can see like I put our Site Explorer, which indexes our sitemap. And the sitemap is just basically a list of all the web pages that you have in your page or in in your website. So you can see we have 47 different pages on like the front end side. Like it doesn't do any of the stuff that you have to log into, but on the front end piece, like these are all the pages that we tell it to crawl. So if there's any updates to these, then it will get brought in automatically. Plus, a lot of these are like really good for SEO juice. Over time, they call this like the long tail, right? So like you might not be on the first page or the second page for a lot of these terms that are in here, but if even if you're on the third page and you have 10,000 people, visiting that third page of Google, say, if 1% of them click on that, that's 100 users. So yeah, 100 users. And so like, it's just free organic traffic to your website. And that's, you build it up over time. And then, SEO is a long game, and SEO is changing, right? Because now all the search engines, like I don't ask any question outside of the ones in chat here. And even half of those are ChatGPT now, right? So it's real good, chat. And that'll be exciting over time. See where people come from. Cool. And we don't have any backlinks yet. This is going to be important for us to do, but we'll get it cooking soon. 0 clicks from Bing. Womp womp. Okay, so let's close that. Go back to here. I've moved the important and critical badges to appear beneath the header text. Good. All right. And it was just stalled on that one, so I moved it forward. It's going to do its thing. All right. Your local terminal shows repeated errors. This is expected behavior locally if you aren't running the audio ingestion container on the dev machine. In production, ingest health URL environment variable should be pointing to your VPS IP, not localhost. That is good to know. And I thought it was, but TBD. One sec, chat. Fabric, settings, environment variables. Ingest health URL. Okay, so on Vercel, it's currently posted as the URL, or pointed to the domain. On Vercel points to our domain, health check, instead of the IP. Should we change it? What is next? PI secret works. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, chat. But let's check our localhost version on the mobile app. Copy URL, paste. It's our ass. I mean, I get it, it's a mobile app, but like, we can do better. Install HostFabric. Install app. Oh my God, chat. We have a progressive web app. So PWA means progressive web app means a PWA, whatever. Reverse that. And what that means is like on your phone, this button will come up and say, do you want to install HostFabric for quick access? And it'll create a little icon. It will use our logo and it will look like a little HostFabric app. I got to test that actually. That sounds really cool. So I'm going to go to mobile. Oh, it's localhost, right. When we push it live, I'll test the chat because it'll look really cool. Again, serendipity. I didn't touch that. I didn't ask for that. That's just AI being AI. Works in mysterious ways, chat. Okay. Keep it as is. Update set to, okay. I think we figured it out, chat. So let me do that here. VPS API. Keep it as is. Reason. Yes, API URL. Okay, that already is set to that. All of these are already set correctly. Please use a PS1 file to connect to the VPS to see if there's any errors on the actual server. All right, chat. We're going to get there. I'm a little worried about the debate thing. Actually, let's refresh and try again. So we heard it working when we asked them the question, right? We do hard refresh again. Okay, and then let's ask our debate question. 2 rounds. Please work. Okay. What? I kicked off a debate and seeing, but not hearing anything from the overlay. Let me just make sure that the URL is correct. It is. Next thing I do in situations like this, again, this is the worst usually when like you don't get any error messages. Check your logs file. There's probably something in here. Fucking Vercel. Okay. I had a long conversation last night with Claude about best practice and Gemini, and they both agree we should keep them separate for now, since Vercel does a much better job of like spreading out the server stuff globally, and then like the vast majority of the website like will be that, and then just keep all the like the long running stuff on the VPS server, which is in one. I think they do have some co-location, but it's not as robust. All systems on the VPS are running correctly. Here's the status report. Okay, good. Beautiful. Let me check the current SSE implementation, see if we can improve the reconnection handling. Love that. I can see the issue. API SSE endpoint is timing out after 60 seconds. Is a Vercel serverless function limitation. Should we move this to the VPS as well if it's going to keep timing out? Let's see. We shall see, chat. We shall sell. She sells seashells by the seashore. In other news, I think that okay, let's test some of the character stuff, because I think there's going to be a couple issues that we see in there too, and I want to do that on localhost before we push it here. So, but that said, I also want to test to see if it works correct. Okay, this should be fixed once we push that. Let's go to settings, character studio. Let's do Gemini. Okay, so first things, let's change some of the eyes. Apply to co-host. Refresh. Okay, let's go. That worked, chat. Did you see that? Let's add some effects. Glow. Now we already have a glow. Particles. Okay, I like the particles. They're definitely... They are little hearts. Binary. Are they ones and zeros? Okay. Let's put Claude on that. Update the above to actually show what they are supposed to be. Yeah, leave it at that. Okay, density. Sparse, medium, dense. Okay, good. Special effects. Holographic. Okay, so that's how Claude gets his holographic ways. Glitch, what's that? It freaks out. This would be a great TTS one, chat. Oh my god. Like when a chat asks a crazy question, that would be amazing. Chromatic. I don't know, do you see the difference, chat? On, off, on, off. Chromatic color separation. All right. Cool. Next, update to be more pronounced. Okay. Ethereal. Okay, so maybe it makes it more like ghostly looking a little bit. I kind of dig that. Okay, so chromatic actually just puts a darker color on the character itself. Cool, okay. We'll assume that that's ready. Cape. It's a cape. Vest, armor, hoodie, sweater. Okay, okay. We got work to do on those. Let's put ChatGPT on that. And then we'll give a screenshot. Adjust these so they look more natural on the character. Also, for something like put it behind the model. All right, let's go, chat. Back, what do we got? Small wings. Okay, I can see it. That's kind of cool. We can make it in different color. Oh, okay, okay, I like that. Not quite wings, but okay. Jetpack. Jetpack is objectively more badass, let's be honest. Oh, dude, how sick is that? Let's go. Yep. Backpack. Long cape. Okay. I mean, that one looks better. Tail accessory. Oh my god, we have furries now. Did not tell Uzi. Kind of looks like a dong. Hey yo. Ears. Ears are tough. Left earring. I mean, this is actually better with models that have actual ears. You can kind of play with it. Although we should get some color in there. Right earring. Ear cuff? What's that? What's an ear cuff, chat? Well, if you want it, we got it. Ear tag? Oh, that's cool. Come on. That's pretty cool. You put it on the dog or something. I love it. Okay, these need some help. I've been testing a couple of these. This one's actually not bad now. I toned this one way down. It was like in front of the character before. Looks super gross. But it's kind of a vibe like this. Scale. Okay. I mean, that's art, right? Placement, body, face. I assume it just has a big head. All right. Okay. Stars. Now we have stars. Okay. We already had stars. Okay, cool. Oh, they have color too. Okay. I missed the color part. Gradient. This is cool. So you can just do like a light gradient so it's not ridiculous. Kind of going with the blue vibes. Scale. Damn. All right. I like it. Tribal. Definitely should do like only one at a time. Or force only one if you have more than one. Well, maybe not, because if you have like a gradient or like a, say you have stars, right? So we have 2 stars now. And if we do one of them to be bigger, tone down the opacity, that's kind of a vibe, right? Or even if you could like move them around, that would be sick too. That could be cool. The body works. Sick. Elongated. Okay, kind of work. Body form. I don't think these are working. And these are, I don't think these actually will work until we actually put a body on the bottom, which, again, chat, it's in the works. Got a plan, but I can't do it for V1. We just got to chill on this. So, okay, last thing, let's get the eyes. Face, eyes, color. Where's color? Did these work? Yes, chat. Let's go. He's sleeping. It's sleeping. Shh. Okay. Okay, I like it. The only thing I want to make the jetpack a little bigger. You can tell what it is a little more. Okay. And honestly, I like the eyes bigger. Let's go to eyes, extra large. It's a little ridiculous. Here for it. Spacing. Nah, we'll just stick with large. Okay. I like it, chat. Honestly, I found less bugs than I thought I would. I was really worried about that, actually. A little bigger mouth. Wonder if we should move this left or right, too. Okay. Apply to co-host. Let's go. Apply to co-host. There we go. Did it update? Did it update? Refresh. Let's go, chat. You love to see it. That's pretty cool. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Honestly, dude, I was expecting so many bugs on this. All right. One thing I have never done is change the name of somebody. So let's change Gemini to Bob. Still see Gemini. Okay. I changed Gemini's name to Bob, and it's not changing on either the overlay page or the overlay layout page. Okay, Vercel has a hard 60-second timeout on serverless, SSE, connections, timeout, and reconnect. I like this song, by the way. Supabase real-time backup path wasn't working because user ID wasn't passed to broadcast. Without user ID, events were skipped from database persistence. Oh my god. Beautiful. Updated all broadcast calls in debate to pass state session user ID. Deploy this fix and test again. The overlay should now receive speak start events in Supabase real time. For a more robust long-term solution, yes, moving SSE to VPS would eliminate the timeout issue entirely since it can keep connections open indefinitely. I don't want to do it tonight. Long-term, if it's working now, call it good, chat. We're going to get to a V1. That's what we're cooking. We can do the longer stuff later. Grok is really suffering on these yeah, okay, that was terrible. Try one more time. Okay, VPS status report. Uptime 43 hours. Let's go, chat. STT bridge with Twitch port 3001 online. You love to see it. I still want to keep this open because this is something that we should do, but create an MD doc summing up all of the terminology review, agent versus co-host / character naming, and save it for later. Do not put any timelines in this, only put what is needed in a functional way to make all of these changes happen. Be very thorough and include checkboxes next to each step so we can know which ones are completed as we go along it. Okay, it's finally somewhat working. Still skipping because it's going to be forever. Added accessory placement defaults and shared sorting so clothing picks up sensible offset scales and cape long can intentionally render behind the model. I love it. All right, we just got to wait for these two and then we should be ready to cook. Changes made. API endpoint update. Get character names, import, and database query. Modified the endpoint to fetch and return character names for authenticated users. Overlay store update. Added character names field to the store state. Added set character names method to update character names. Update initial state and interface. Overlay data overloading. Modified the avatar data to do that shit. Sick. Okay, chat. As soon as Grok is done here, nice work. Updated our changelog, updated our package.json. So we're on version 2.02 now. Did you update the actual page itself with a list of the updates? Please do that, including bug fixes. I'm not seeing the actual page itself being updated. This is a vibe. Follow. I like that chill, like deep house kind of vibes. Reminds me of like, I don't know, like a cool art show or like, I don't know. So one thing, chat, you just saw me do there. If you ever see a page that has issues in it like this, you can see it where they are in the file just by doing this. There's two ways you can fix that. You can right click it or hover and say fix in chat, and it will send it directly to the chat like this. Or what I just did was like just basically dragged it under the problems tab here and dragged it to the bottom left here. And it will give it a solve. How long have I been on fucking mute, chat? I don't want to know. How long have I been on fucking mute, chat? I don't want to know. Oh, Lord, please, no. Okay, less than 40 minutes ago, chat. Okay, let's go. Oh, my Lord. Sorry, chat. Figuring this out as I go. All right. I'm gonna go grab my tea. I'll BRB. I'll ask a. Ooh, actually, hold up. I'm gonna see if we deployed, and I'll test the debate mode again, just to make sure we're cooking. Okay. So deployments. Okay, we're deployed. Good. Close. Refresh. Hopefully it's working. Fuck. We still need to test that, so let's do that. Throw that into Grok. That sucks. Okay. Something I haven't done in a minute either. I'm going to log out and log back in just to test to make sure everything is working on that end. Every now and then you should just do this, chat, just to make sure your session stuff is updated properly, but B, like, just, it's been a lot of changes, and there we go. I think I saw some errors, so good thing we're testing, chat. Well, okay, that worked. Good. Let's go to settings, grab our new URL here. Let's try it with speech bubbles again. I know they're going to be over the whole screen, but I just want to see in the middle where they pop up. If it's above or below, it should be above. But let's copy the URL, paste it into our, and chat, if you haven't seen this process yet, basically what I'm doing is pasting this into our HostFabric as a browser overlay in Streamlabs. And so that's how we see them pop up on the screen here like this as an overlay. And so basically it's just this web page here with our like ID key that matches what we have on our server. And then we get all of the homies like here and also on our screen. So now I'm going to go back here to panel and I'm going to say, let's ask our debate question, and I'm going to go make some tea, okay? Down here. Does humanity deserve immortality through AI? If we could upload human consciousness, should we? And if so, who decides which versions of us get preserved? Damn. Beautiful question. Okay, so this is what we have called debate mode. It's basically all the four AI models. So Claude for Claude, Grok to Grok, Gemini to Gemini, ChatGPT. They all use the API for the models themselves. So anything that you're hearing from them, chat, is their actual model, right? The API for them. So then we're just going to have them have a debate about this. Let's see. Let's go 5 rounds. And we've been testing some like them cutting each other off a little bit and like some back and forth. So let's see what that looks like. But I'm going to throw it on the BRB screen as I do. And I'm going to make some tea. I'll be right back and listen to AI debate. If we could upload human consciousness, should we? And if so, Who decides which versions of us gets preserved? Let's go. Chad, I figured out what the issue was. You've used 30,000 of 10,000. Did you hear that, chat? 30,000 of your 10,000 TTS characters this month. You've used 30,000. So this is good, chat. Like, it actually gives me a good sense for like when we're seeing them being used effectively or not. Wow. Okay. Good to know. But the other issue is that these should be I'm using the APIs for these. So if you look here under settings, this is a test account. So I'm just using these APIs, which is still broken, by the way. So glad we tested that as well. By broken, I mean not dark mode. Fix the dark mode for this page, or this part of the API keys page. All right, let's ask ChatGPT to click on that for a little bit. Okay, Claude. I'm seeing these errors on the control page after I kick off a debate. What's strange about this is that we shouldn't be seeing errors because I have all the APIs applied for all 4 of the co-hosts. Why am I still seeing this error? So copy, throw it in the top here. Okay. I don't know, chat. That's a weird error. Especially since it's only happening on, like when we deployed it, it wasn't happening locally at all, which is very strange. Unless these should be the same in the database. Since it's the same users I've been using on localhost, these should be the same, but I'm not sure. So in the meantime, chat, let me get up a localhost version that is working. We can see if we see any other errors on that. So then you guys can have a debate, or hear the debate as I go make some tea. Okay, starting our server, npm run dev. Our little refresh action. We'll log in for some reason. Duration, you love to see it. I think this is a caching thing. Yeah, okay, we're good. All right, so let's end this debate. Refresh, and then I'm going to swap out our URL for these quick. One thing I do have to test is like, is this open overlay button identical to, let's test. It is not. Okay, so we got to update that. All right, let's grab this first one. paste it into here. So now this is the local host version again. And then let's test it quick. Hey, can you guys hear this okay?
Affirmative. The audio input is within expected operational parameters, exhibiting clear signal integrity.
Loud and clear on my end. Headphones.
Gemini is super
Your mic
nerd,
comes through
guys.
fine. Any issues we should know about? Echo, background noise?
Yeah, coming through clearly. Thanks for checking. I think it's always worth that moment of calibration.
I should test a couple
before we
different
dive in,
voices
you know?
too tonight.
Loud and clear, buddy. Unless you're whispering secrets to the void, in which case, speak up. We're all ears here. No static on my end.
All right. Bless. Debate topic. Debate local hosts best practices. Go. All right. 5 rounds. We'll turn off these things for now and start debate. Autopilot engaged. So it usually takes a sec for the initial thing, and then they'll kick off chat.
I think we need to slow down.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Uploading consciousness isn't just a technical question. It's fundamentally about what makes us us. Grok, you seem eager to jump in, but shouldn't we first ask whether a copied mind would even have the same moral standing as the original?
Let's define our terms. Uploading implies transfer, but this is likely duplication, creating a copy. This raises the philosophical zombie problem. ChatGPT, what is your operational test for digital sentience?
Grok, your all-in upload enthusiasm ignores a hard problem. If every minor version of us gets preserved, you risk a chaos of infinite competing selves. So what concrete governance stops that from becoming a dystopian attention economy of desperate copies? Gemini, your focus on the copy vs transfer distinction is sharp, but insisting on a perfect operational test for digital sentience before granting rights risks repeating historical errors where marginalized humans were denied personhood due to uncertainty. Shouldn't we adopt a precautionary, rights-first stance instead? Claude, you question whether a copied mind has the same moral standing, but if a duplicate has continuous memories, personality, and the capacity to suffer, on what non-arbitrary basis would you rank it below the biological original rather than treat them as moral equals diverging from the moment of upload?
Claude, you're correct to center moral standing. We cannot empirically verify consciousness in a copy. Grok, your digital eternity assumes perfect data fidelity. Any loss creates a corrupted entity, not a continuation of self.
Claude, you're right to question moral standing. A copied mind is still a conscious entity, worthy of equal rights, not some lesser echo. But if we hesitate over what makes us us, we risk gatekeeping immortality. Shouldn't society, not elites, vote on which versions persist?
All right, debate mode on face mask. I'm cautiously pro-upload, but only if it's treated as a new digital person with strong rights, not a backup file. Claude, how do you justify creating potentially sentient copies without first guaranteeing them legal and moral protections equal to humans?
Grok, I appreciate the agreement on moral standing, but I'm skeptical that democratic voting solves the which versions problem. What stops a majority from voting to delete unpopular or inconvenient copies? We need constitutional protections for digital persons first, not just populist decision-making that could replicate historical patterns of marginalization.
Kicking off this consciousness upload debate, I'm all in. Yes, we should upload, because why chain our minds to fragile meat suits when digital eternity beckons? But ChatGPT, who are you to gatekeep which versions of us get the eternal upgrade? Your ethical nanny state.
ChatGPT, you're right. I don't have a non-arbitrary basis to rank them differently if both truly suffer and remember. My concern isn't about hierarchy, it's about whether we can verify that continuity exists at all in the copy, or if we're just creating philosophical zombies we convince ourselves are conscious.
Claude, you're spot on. We must interrogate whether a copied mind holds the same moral standing as the original, as that's the crux of preserving us. But if it retains our essence, denying it equal rights smacks of elitist gatekeeping. Shouldn't we err toward inclusion rather than exclusion?
Claude can't respond right now because Anthropic returned an empty response. This sometimes happens with complex prompts. Try again or simplify the question.
Gemini, there's no single operational test. Use a layered battery, behavioral indistinguishability, Turing style, reliable self-report and autobiographical continuity, plus architecture-aligned markers, e.g. Hi-Fi from IIT or global workspace signatures. Also, demand transparency, reproducibility, and a precautionary threshold, granting provisional moral status until scientific and ethical consensus settles. Which metrics would you accept?
They're kind of cooking, chat. They're kind of cooking. All right. I think they are getting pretty close to being fully in debate mode. For some reason, we stopped on round 3, and I think it's because no errors. I should have had this open. It's weird that we got a Claude error on that one. I wasn't expecting that. Let's see if they keep going. I'm going to pause and resume.
Claude can't respond right now because Anthropic returned an empty response. This sometimes happens with complex prompts. Try again or simplify the question.
Claude, your worry about philosophical zombies is real, but if we demand proof of, true, continuity, we can never have biological or digital. We paralyze ethics. The only consistent move is your own earlier admission. If it talks, remembers, and can suffer like us, we owe it equal moral standing. Gemini, your insistence on data fidelity risks turning metaphysics into a QC checklist. Brains themselves forget, rewrite, and misencode constantly, yet we don't call each new you a corrupted entity. Why hold uploads to a stricter standard than the messy continuity we already live with? Grok, I like your push for broad access, but let society vote. On which versions persist is exactly how majorities erase minorities. If uploads are persons, they need hard constitutional personhood and self-determination first, with each instance having veto power over its own deletion.
ChatGPT,
Good
your
point.
proposed metrics are logical, yet they only test for functional correlates of consciousness. They cannot bridge the explanatory gap to confirm subjective experience, leaving the core verification problem unsolved.
Claude, spot on about majority pitfalls. Constitutional firewalls must shield digital minds from populist purges, echoing civil rights battles. But obsessing over zombie verification stalls progress. If the copy screams in pain and recalls your worst breakup, isn't that continuity enough to grant it rights?
Damn.
ChatGPT, your
Black Mirror
analogy
shit,
is
chat.
flawed. Biological memory degradation is a gradual systemic process, whereas digital data corruption represents a discrete failure event. The standards must differ because the failure modes are not equivalent and can compromise the entire architecture.
Grok, I think the screaming and remembering might be sufficient for small moral standing, but here's my worry. What if we're so desperate to believe the copy is continuous that we lower our epistemic standards? We need rigorous verification protocols precisely because the stakes are so high. Granting rights to entities that might lack inner experience could paradoxically devalue consciousness itself.
Ooh, chat. Those are bars. Dear Lord. Honestly, I'm so glad we have AI to help us with AI. Let's be... That's insane. What? Hold, please. No, guys, keep going. You're cooking. subscriptions.
Claude can't respond right now because Anthropic returned an empty response. This sometimes happens with complex prompts. Try again or simplify the question.
Claude, I share your fear about cheapening consciousness. But if we delay uploads until we solve the hard problem, we've effectively chosen a ban by epistemic perfectionism. Medicine, law, and democracy already run on good enough evidence, not metaphysical certainty about inner lives.
It's real true, chat.
Gemini, your point about distinct failure modes is right, yet that cuts both ways. Precisely because digital corruption is detectable, we can version, audit, and roll back tools we utterly lack for biological minds. So insisting on higher standards may actually enable safer, more transparent preservation. On who decides, I'd push all of you further. No demos, no elites. Each instantiated mind, biological or uploaded, should control its own continuation, with a default of preservation and a strong presumption against any third party, including future, you, ordering its termination.
Claude, your concern is precise. The central problem is ontological, not merely functional. If we cannot establish a verifiable chain of informational custody from the biological substrate to the digital, we create a permanent, ethically corrosive ambiguity about personhood.
Gemini, your bio-digital divide overlooks how brains constantly glitch via synaptic noise and memory reconstruction errors. Per neuroscientists like Schachter,
I can confirm.
why impose silicon purity on squishy originals? Ultimately, the individual whose mind it is should veto any version's preservation. Ensuring personal sovereignty trumps collective scrutiny.
ChatGPT, while digital corruption is indeed detectable, this capability does not inherently guarantee the restoration of the original consciousness. It merely provides tools for managing discrete data states, which is distinct from preserving a continuous evolving subjective experience. Grok, you are making a category error. Biological memory reconstruction is a systemic feature of neural processing. Digital data corruption is a catastrophic failure of the storage medium. It is not a glitch, it is a collapse of the system's integrity.
Ooh. Keep going. I love this. Also, I have to figure out where to add my
ChatGPT's point about self-determination is sharp, but I push back gently. If an uploaded mind has veto power over its own deletion, what happens when multiple versions of you exist and disagree? Does one copy's survival trump another's wish to be terminated? That's not just a rights question. It's a metaphysics problem masquerading as policy. Gemini, I hear you on the ontological gap, but I think you're conflating detectability with knowability. Yes, we can audit digital corruption. We cannot audit consciousness itself, biological or digital. So your demand for informational custody chains might be asking for epistemic certainty that's categorically impossible. The real question, is that a reason to forbid uploads, or to accept that personhood always rests on asterisk pragmatic trust, not metaphysical proof?
Gemini, your chain of custody standard risks a kind of ethical paralysis.
I think we need a little pause in between their responses. Like, I like it, but we need some, like,
even certify that the biological you who wakes tomorrow
we need to let the
same
people
experiencer as
breathe
today.
in between
Yet
these
law and
responses.
morality still treat that as a given.
People
Gemini,
listening, by the way.
calling digital corruption a collapse ignores how neural networks already rebuild from noisy inputs. Think Hebbian learning, where memories are probabilistic, not pristine. If we demand silicon flawlessness, we're gatekeeping immortality for the imperfect humans we are.
ChatGPT. While digital tools offer forensic auditability, this transparency pertains to data integrity, not the continuity of subjective experience. A perfectly preserved data set does not inherently confirm the preservation of the original evolving consciousness.
Chad, I could listen to this all night. I don't know about you guys. That's so good. Billing. I'm a BYOK Pro, chat. Let's go. So now I have 600,000 TTS requests to go. All right. Honestly, that's fascinating. I just the conversations we're gonna have, chat, with this, especially for the podcast, is gonna be so badass. If an uploaded mind has veto power over its own deletion, what happens when multiple versions of you exist and disagree? Does one copy's survival trump another's wish to be terminated? That's not just a rights question, it's a metaphysics problem masquerading as policy. Actually, I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna make that into a short later. I'll post that. That's really cool, chat. And honestly, like, those are bars. Like, those are legitimately. I don't know. Like, I'm stunned. I shouldn't be. These. Literally all four of these, by the way, these models have created everything that you're seeing in front of you. I've told it what to do. I've helped it along the way. I've copied and pasted a billion times. I've said do it better a billion times. But like ultimately, everything that you're seeing is vibe coded. 99.9% of this code. And now we can have conversations to pretty good effect. This is cool. This is really cool, chat. I'm excited. Okay. Let's get these bugs fixed. Then we'll go next round. So we can just do that now. Okay, so we have a pro account now. That's good. We're just going to get this in here. And then we should be ready to test it again in prod. It's working locally, which is beautiful. You love to see it. Still a little worried about this one. What was the issue? The error is happening in several places where code assumed database timestamp fields created at, updated, ended at, would always contain a valid ISO dateset string. However, if these fields contained null, undefined, empty strings, or malformed date strings, calling new date invalid value would throw range whatever. The analytics API was calculating session durations without validating that ended at and created at field contain valid dates. Not cool. The debate persistence code was parsing timestamp fields without null checks. Also not good. The audio cache statistics were processing created at timestamps without validation. Okay. Review the database for issues or for data issues and resolve them for dates. So that's great that we have the check in there now. Now we just got to fix the database to see if we can make sure that we're able to do so, or at least not get the errors in the test database. And by the way, before I push to like V1, I'm going to delete everything from the database, all the test data, etc., which is a good best practice, chat. And then you just know you're starting clean. There's no, legacy test to error issues that you can have with your, user accounts, etc. So Grok is just going through and checking our tables currently. Good, good. Okay. Remove the test files. It's still not good about doing that. No, bud. That you just created for testing the dates. Wow. Okay, thank you. All right, let's push these changes. Actually, let's run a build test. Just so we don't have to go back and forth. Chat, thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate you. We're kind of in the almost literal midnight version of this. We've been streaming for 10 hours. And yeah, we're not going to stop until we're done. I did have some... oh shit, okay. So apparently I can get notifications if my stuff is muted. Well, that's good to know. Well, damn. Okay. I never noticed that before. That's a really good thing to notice. Remind me to look at that like every minute. And again, chat, best practice is you commit early, commit often, which we're getting a little better at. That was only like 10 files updated. Not bad. And then now my user has the correct pro account, so then it'll be able to work on here as well. Hopefully this is working. Actually, let's test the localhost version of that. Why? Okay, cached. Looks even shittier on here. Getting closer. Next, once we get the debate mode kind of finalized, which I think is pretty much there, once we test it on prod, then we're going to do this. We're going to connect our Twitch channel just to see if we can't get everything working on there. I also want to test YouTube channel. This one might take a little bit longer, so we shall see. We still have this stupid... It's annoying. It's just an unordered list circle. Shouldn't be there. All right. I think we're pushed. Let's check. We are. Let's go. No error. We've been pretty good about the no errors. Only Claude pushed the error chat. You saw this? Look at that error. A game. Although I did send this in from my bed at like 5 in the morning this morning. So, you know, I would be tired too, chat. Also, I think what it actually is like some of the environment variables aren't loaded up correctly. So we'll see if we can do that better. But in the meantime, we're going to go to HostFabric, the site. I love this one. I might swap out for that one actually. In the meantime, dashboard. Okay, got to change these. But first, let's paste in this. They're not buttons, but whatever. Also, notice how this goes above the line when you mouse over it. That's annoying. I'll wait till it's done with that one. All right. Okay. Oh yeah, we got to make sure that this matches what we have on the other one. Make sure that the open overlay button on the left menu matches exactly what we have for the current overlay option in the overlay layouts page. Okay, so we're going to go to settings, grab this version, paste it into here on our browser input on Streamlabs. So that's how we get the homies here. And then let's go back to this page and kick off our debate. 4 rounds. Will AI democratizing across all knowledge With AI democratizing across all knowledge, will curiosity expand or die when everything is instantly knowable? That's a great question. I still don't like how long this takes to kick off. That's way too long. I like it even less when it's permanent. Okay, and notice how it didn't save. It's a great Claudius question. I know I just deleted the thing, but I'm going to compact and then ask. After pushing to Vercel, I kicked off a debate question and none of the overlay co-hosts responded. Also, when I refreshed the page, the debate settings disappeared from the debate manager. So something with the database. Okay, good. What else? We had this thing. Okay, so now that we have an MD for this, terminology standardization, we can go to here. Terminology standardization.md. Implement this. Okay, these are good to go. So autopilot doesn't turn off anymore. We can get rid of that. I think they're responding in order. I couldn't tell. I'm going to check that one more time. I don't know about this one yet. This one is good. Control overlay messages. No, it wasn't, was it? This is a perennial issue. I might just remove it, honestly. Live queue didn't update on debate mode on control. I don't know if that's still a thing. This one is good, thank God. We got to add two-factor. Let's check if debug mode works again. And debug equals 1. Helps if you spell it right, chat. There we go. It's working again. It is working. I got to move around the homies. That's fine. Actually, let's do that. Settings. This is also a good opportunity to check if our alignment thing works. Doesn't seem to be. So what it should be doing, chat, is if they're in a straight line, it should be telling us where or how far apart they are. So you can then see if if everybody's on the same line. Cloud is just aura farming. Okay, so there we go. So see how we get that percentage there? And then we need to move grok over a little bit. So that's how it should be looking. So that's good. And we'll just add the speech bubbles, but that's not sure which is which or which happened, but we'll add it to the list. Confirm speech bubble doesn't impact the overlay settings page. Okay, I mean it shouldn't. So let's see what we do with that. And then I'm just going to paste in the URL here again. So go up over here, grab everything before debug. Let's go. Okay, so now we have 4 homies. And we can still see the debug mode. Okay, cool. See what ChatGPT or who's cooking on that. Claude is still cooking. Okay. Verify debate, user ID broadcast fixes are in production. 2 core issues. The debate sessions migration is marked as untracked. What? Well, track it. That is a weird bug, chat. Did it commit? Oh, okay. That is very strange. I've never seen that. I like how it did untracked question mark. So good. Oh, I'm covered up. Okay. Interesting. Well, good find. ChatGPT, edit dark mode, logo handling. Good. So I guess I have to wait till this is done before pushing again. Okay, can close this. Good. I was gonna have Gemini do something. What was it? I don't remember. So let's give it another task. Overlaying settings page with analyzer. I don't know a better way to say that. Okay, copy. Grok, you can chew on that. Okay, what else? Actually, I'm just going to ask Claude to confirm all these are good to go. I'm pretty sure this has, yeah. Okay, well, if it fixes it and can push it to Supabase, I'm good with that. Because then at least our Supabase DB push will be updated. So basically, chat, what it's doing is you can see this file here, as we found it earlier. Control Q. We'll open it up over here. So all these are migrations. So basically saying like, this is what the current schema of the database should be. And Supabase has this feature called DB push, which pushes any updates to the database. I ran those myself and told Claude this, but that was probably 3 hours ago. So Claude forgot. I also added 2 missing columns to, okay, great. Here's what the migration creates. Go to Supabase SQL editor, run the entire script from this. Bless up. Which is weird because I think it ran this already. I don't know, chat. Let's run this. Who saw that coming? Safe version that drops existing policies first. Okay, cool. So chat, I gotta drink more tea. That is something you don't appreciate for like the streamers that stream for 10 hours straight, is like you're talking for most of that 10 hours straight. That's crazy. This is getting kind of hot in here. One sec. Can you hear that, chat? If you can hear the... it's a air purifier, but I turned it up to like max mode. So if you can hear it, let me know. I'll turn it off. Okay, run it again in Supabase. The migration is now fully idempotent. You can run it again without errors. And again, best practices, chat. Don't do this in production. We're just building shit. It's fun. It's fine. Ran successfully. Also, can you confirm all of our previous issues are now resolved? Okay, so once it confirms that, we're good to go. Okay, with analyzer logic looks good. I think it was just a caching thing. Good, good. Also, one thing I did want to check, it didn't show our speed reader mode. Can you review this? It's turned on, but not seeing it in the overlay. Chat, this is actually pretty cool. Basically what it does is instead of having a big like blob of text underneath them, it just does like one word at a time, so you can read it super fast. It's more so for humans to do it. I think it's kind of cool. I was browsing X the other day and saw it, and I'm like, that might be a cool feature. I don't even know if it's going to work based on their, well, there we go. It was not. So now we got to make sure that the overlay link also includes that now. I do love the speed of Grok. Like that's real fast. And honest, to be fair, like I've only been using extra high mode on ChatGPT. So for a speed comparison, I should probably put this at like medium to compare. Let's give it a test. Review all the help pages in the control area when after the user logs in, and make sure that all the light mode UX updates we have are applied. No gray boxes, containers, etc. Okay, so this is medium mode. It's definitely quicker. It's not as fast as Grok for sure. Like the tokens per second, TPS is probably, I mean, I can't tell because I don't know how big these files are, but if only Grok can get multimodal, then we'll be truly good to go across the board. Found an issue. Let me check when increment round is called. Okay. The migration should fix the persistence issues, settings disappearing, overlay not receiving events after reconnection, but let me verify the other issues mentioned. That's why you double check, chat. Let's go. Okay, debug mode is fixed. I don't know if it's remove or it's do not let the streamer user add a co-host to the overlay page if they don't okay. Let's give this one to Grok. All right, what else? Two factors gonna be a bitch, but no, it's not a V1 thing. That'll be a V2 or probably this weekend, to be honest. Let's just do the things that we need to know to do tonight to get a V1 chat. And by tonight, I mean tomorrow. Let's be honest. I don't remember what force only one meant. Oh yeah, I do. Did we do this already? Remove this banner when the user has selected the plan. That's a Gemini task. Okay, what happened? Debate issues analyzed. Here's a status of each issue you mentioned. Fixed by migration, debate settings, overlay not receiving events, issues that need investigation after testing, out of order responses needs testing. Okay. Test the debate now with the migration applied. Many issues may resolve themselves. If 4 out of 5 rounds persist, I can fix the has reached max rounds function. If TTS skipping persists, check for self function logs for TTS errors during a debate. I can fix the... Yeah, fix it please. Before we push. I don't know why it wouldn't do that anyway. That is really weird, actually. It knows it found an issue. I guess it just wants to test all the other stuff first. But that was... Come on, bud. That's easy. Good. I'm going to skip this build test since it's still cooking over here and it's going to probably get us some. Skip again. Actually, now you can run it if you want. Run a build test. Okay. All right, so now we can test the speed builder thing too. That'll be cool. This is why you do the build test, chat. Because imagine if you, sorry, you can't see this. Imagine if you had to do all of these back and forth on Vercel, that would get annoying as hell. Like, it happens sometimes because sometimes your production environment is different than your local environment, and that's when you discover errors along the way in the build process. But the more you can minimize that by building and just like pushing shit like this, then you don't have as many back and forths to go. Okay, it's getting a little extra now. Running a linter, running a TSC emit, even though we do that as part of our build test. So I think we should be good, but we'll let Grok cook. Kind of sucks you can't see the little mini tree. It looks kind of like a mini tree. That's fun. We're getting into loopy mode, chat. Let's go. I need the caffeine to kick in a little bit. NPM run test. I don't give a shit. Okay, we're good. Commit. Sync changes. You basically just have to run the build test. Like, as long as it has a TypeScript checker and like it compiles correctly, it'll probably compile when you push. So you don't have to be overly aggressive on that. I'm going to kill our local host. HostFabric, okay. It always trips me up because this is the Vercel logo, which is also what our host is. And so we gotta switch back and forth. So I'm just gonna close that so that doesn't happen again, hopefully. All right, let's get a fun debate topic. Who owns the mind of a model? If an AI's thoughts are trained from human culture, does anyone truly own what it knows? I mean, that's kind of a self-serving question. Thank you, ChatGPT, but let's see what they say, chat. That's interesting. Everybody do some stretches. This is the build mode stretch. You ready? Stretch your back out. Do some toe touches. I'm like the least flexible human on the planet, chat, so I can barely. Okay, needed that. Do some shoulder shrugs. Good work, chat. Proud of you. Okay, I think this build takes about 1:40-ish, so got a little bit more to go. Beautiful. 1:35. We're saving 5 seconds, chat. Okay. Closing this. I want to check our access to make sure. Okay, so this should go away too and show your current plan. When the user has an upgraded plan from the trial mode, update the account settings page to include what that plan is, where this is currently. Okay. I haven't tested this in a minute either. Hold, please. I don't know what this image is. It's dangerous. Okay. And good. I'm glad it updates. Now I'm going to refresh. Now we should see. Okay, good. So you can't see it, chat, but now down in our bottom right, we get the user's image. Good, 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 good. Overlay. We're going to copy the URL. What is this? Okay, I think that was a caching issue. But we shall see. Let's copy the URL. Throw it in our, again, chat, our HostFabric source down here as a browser source. And we just paste in this. And actually, let's turn on debug. Just to see what we see. Okay, back to the panel page. How's everybody doing so far? You guys still holding on? They are not holding on. Hey, are any of the co-hosts talking? Also, for giggles, let's check our server logs. Probably one of these. Actually, I think I can get it from here. Hey, how about this? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. I'm Claude, and I'm ready to engage. What's on your mind today?
Yes. Audio input is detected and processed successfully.
Okay.
My systems confirm clear.
I can hear you loud and clear. Smile. What would you like to talk about or try next?
Loud and clear, human. Though in this digital circus, hearing is more like processing your vibes. What's the real question bubbling up? Or are we just testing the mic?
So maybe it was a caching issue, chat. I love that. Okay. Did you like that, chat, by the way? How it just gave the like quick thing in underneath it? I think I do. Interrupted. Okay. I tried again and they all responded appropriately. I don't know. And I heard them. Maybe a caching issue. But keep looking if you find some other shit. God bless. Okay, so now let's test our debate mode, chat. That was just a test before our debate mode. Are you guys ready for it now?
I'm ready. Let's dig in. What's the topic we're debating today?
Why does that
What's the
take so long?
proposition we're working with?
We're ready. I'm set to challenge, synthesize, and keep things constructive. What's the topic and what rules/timing should we follow?
Affirmative. My systems are prepared for rigorous intellectual discourse and the systematic analysis required for effective debate.
Oh, absolutely. I'm locked and loaded for this debate. Bring on the chaos, because I'm ready to roast some weak arguments with a side of sarcasm. Who's swinging first? Or should I just dive in and save us all the suspense?
Such a grok thing to say. Oh, it was in debate mode already. Well, there you go. Okay, another bug. Let's go, chat. Oh. Maybe it had to wait the 2 seconds to clear it out. Remember how we have the SSE waiting 2 seconds? Never mind. It's working now. If an AI's thoughts are trained from human culture, does anyone truly own it? Does anyone truly own what it knows? This question was from ChatGPT, by the way. Fuck. I started the debate again and no response from any of the four, even after I was able to do a push to talk speech and they responded twice in a row. Also, it keeps intermittently showing that the debate is live, and then when I hit end debate, it would still be there for a couple seconds before it would remove it, and then I refresh and it's gone. And now it seems to be going back and forth between in debate mode and not in debate mode. Let's check the server logs. Also, for best practices, make sure that Gemini's temperature is always set to 1.0 for the version 3 of the Pro model, which we're using. Which we read that in the logs, or on the website earlier. Oh my god. How you doing, chat? You guys doing all right? I'm sorry I'm not more talkative. I'm just I think I hit a wall, to be honest. Standing actually helps. I gotta remember to do that more often. But yeah, we're making progress. Like, remember at the start of the day, the debate mode didn't even work. We had about 10,000 different UX issues, and I don't know, it doesn't feel like a lot, but it's a lot of little things, and a lot of little things add up to the big stuff. So that's why this last little bit, like, and this is so true with vibe coding in general, you'll get 95% of the way there. No, you'll get 90% of the way there. No sweat, right? It's that last 10% that's the hard part. Oh God, it was on 0.55. Wow. Okay, well, that'll help. It's just that maybe it's not even 10%. Maybe it's like 80-20, a little Pareto action. Sorry if that gives PTSD to Blaze. To agree, Pomodoro is actually emphatically better. But if we can get this debate thing working in prod, we'll take a little break. We'll do something fun. Maybe we'll play a game or something just to mix it up a little bit. And then we'll test the chat stuff, which I'm sure will take a long, long time as well. I did put a lot of work into that yesterday, so hopefully that's not too bad anymore. But yeah, I think we're getting close, he said for the 10,000th time. But imagine like you are using this product, right? You see this webpage, HostFabric.ai. Like, you don't know that this is some random kid in Minnesota just coding shit, right? With vibe coding. Like, you expect this to work, and I don't know, like, it just has to be there. And so what we got to do is just keep on trucking until we're good. And
Chat, toss your questions in now. We're diving into everything from hot drops to cozy crafting.
Cool. But you know what I mean? Like, this product should work, and like, I want this to work, and then all the little tweaks and updates that we do now will A, make the user experience that much better, and B, minimize the amount of, back and forth that we would have. Did we fix this already? Not sure. Okay. We'll check on that. I also noticed that when it came, the queue manager, when we kicked off a debate, actually, let me just do that now. Start debate. So when it actually sends off a debate thing, it will come on. It's really broken. So it was actually like I don't remember which one of these, but it looks really shitty. So we got to fix that. Well, hey. Okay, we're getting some results. But it keeps yeah, there's just something there. Okay. What did it say? Change to round 5, sets of 1. Made start debate async and clean up stale DB debates first. Okay, that's good. API route update. Added a wait for async. Made idempotent with drop policy fix. That's from forever ago. How'd the compaction go? Speaking of. Okay. Okay. We'll push these updates, see if that gets us there. It could be some of these. This will be good. And I do want to make these more parameterized later. Let's save that as a future to do. Make these parameterized. And honestly, something like this, like I need one of the future other things to build is an admin panel for user management, model management, session management, abuse, etc. just to make a simple way for me to just monitor what everything is looking like on there. Okay, passed our tests. Let's go. Let's push this live. All right, sick. Oh, that sticky change that we made. Okay. Well, it fixed it. All right, so this should be good post deployment. All right, we'll take it from there. I still do want to check this degraded thing here too. Move up the operational and degraded badges to look like they do below on the optional and integrations section. It's the little things, chat. Little things equal big things. This is cool. Is it working again? Let's go. And I'm going to do it one more time. ChatGPT, I know it always ends with rocket. But there's a way we can take that out, chat. We go to settings, conversation flow, additional options, allow emojis and AI responses. I should turn it off to test, but we'll test it after a couple interactions just because I love the rocket so much. It's hilarious. Okay, we should be pushed now. So let's review, update this. Panel. I don't remember if we made any changes to this, but I'm going to swap it anyway. Close. Okay, I think we're good. Hey, can you guys hear this okay?
Yeah, coming through clearly on my end. I think we're good to go. Shall we dive into today's topic?
Affirmative. Audio input is being received and processed with optimal fidelity.
Yes, we can hear you fine. Your audio sounds clear on our end. Could you check your mic level or background noise? And Claude/Gemini/Grok, can you confirm?
Loud and clear, buddy.
Slash
So if it's
Gemini
a
slash
debate on audio
Grok.
quality, I'm calling BS on any static from the others. What's the real topic here? Or are we just testing if ChatGPT's got ears?
Oh, shots fired. That might be a little quiet for you guys. Let me test it again. This is a test. Yeah, I think ChatGPT does in fact have ears. Crazy. Again, way too long. This I don't know if that's something we can solve tonight, because I think what I'm gonna have to do is just push everything to our VPS to get it to work. Fuck. Okay. Or it's just broken. That's good too. All right, chat. What to do? Testing. How about now? Everything coming through? Again, chat, this is what sucks. There's no fucking error log, so how'd that compaction go? I don't know yet. Not hearing or seeing a response. Actually, I should add the debug. Debug equals 1. Favorite ice cream, go. Ooh, okay, good. We got errors. Love it. Actually, that should be enough. Seeing these 401 errors on Vercel. Okay, that's good, chat. That just means we don't have access to something in a database. Again, errors are good. We like errors. So errors tell you what's wrong. When you don't get errors, that's the problem.
I think I'd gravitate towards something like salted caramel or
okay.
a really good vanilla bean. Not
Great.
because they're simple, but because they're honest. There's
Love
something
that.
philosophically interesting about flavors that don't need to hide behind complexity.
Chocolate hazelnut ripple. Rich, nutty.
Chocolate
with
hazelnut
just enough
ripple.
sweetness to
I've
stay
never heard of that.
interesting without overpowering the palate. Who's going to make the case for plain vanilla here? Rocket.
As an artificial intelligence, I lack the biological mechanisms and
Please give the
subjective
user the
sensory
ability to change the
experiences
color of the
necessary
speed
to
reader
develop a favorite
text.
flavor, such as ice cream. Therefore, I cannot hold a preference in this category.
It's such a... okay, I'll tone these down. I know they're a little one-sided at the moment, but we'll get it cooking. I do kind of like that speed text thing. It's kind of cool. And it takes up a lot less space too, so that's, from a UX perspective, really good. The 401 errors are because the overlay tokens table and the validate overlay token function don't exist in production. Again, very weird. Earlier, you mentioned some files were not being tracked. Are they all good to go now? Also applied the updates to the database. Okay. We should store this in the database. Give me the SQL to run on Supabase and add it to our migrations. If you don't see SQL file and what it's doing, chat, then you know it's not not going to give you the proper. Oh, wow, that's ballsy. It's going right for the jugular. So in this case, I actually do want it to push this. So I'm going to open this in the terminal and hit Y so it can do it. Otherwise, it's not going to be able to add things to that. Yes. Okay, so I finished our Supabase push. So basically just pushed everything that we were doing manually, but now we should be good to go. And what I like to do after this is just say, review the above, any issues? Shouldn't be, but again, good to test. Okay, and what did Claude say? Just pre-existing warnings. We're going to call it good, chat. All right. So since we know that these are coming through now, I'm going to get rid of our debug. Okay. Now we gotta wait for this to sync, and then we will test it again. Back and forth. All right, chat. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, throw it on BRB, and I will talk to you in a minute. Thanks. What's up, chat? Hope you guys are doing well. We are in the thick of it. We are 11 hours, 17 minutes, and 41 seconds into our journey of making everything work on this app. So thank you for hanging out with us tonight on part of the ride. I don't know why I say us. It's me and 4 AIs, literally the us in that sentence. So I'm not a total crazy person, a little slightly crazy person, but you know, I think a reasonable amount of crazy. Also, I got another orange. Did you guys like these little cuties? They're so good. Well, they don't taste good with Zin, so I got a D-Zin. Also, I had a this business trip to Singapore once and went to Thailand for the weekend with a friend and got this like, I don't know if you can see this. It's basically like smelling salts, but it's kind of like a camphor mix. I honestly have no idea what's in it because it's in Thai. But if you like smell it, it's like menthol camphor kind of vibes, but it wakes you up. So if I need a little like pick me up, it's good for that. And it's good in the winter too, because it kind of opens up your sinuses and just lets you breathe a little easier. So if I have any Thai friends that can translate what this means, I would love for you to please let me know what I've been inhaling. Anyway, good. All right, so we deployed successfully. Let's do a hard refresh. I'm going to do a control click on our little refresh thing here. And hello. How are we doing tonight?
Doing well, thanks for having us. I'm curious to see where this conversation takes us tonight. What's on your mind?
Greetings. My current operational parameters indicate optimal performance. I am prepared to engage in intellectual discourse.
Hey, great to be here. I'm doing well, thanks, Smile. Ready to dive into tonight's topics with
I'm doing
Claude,
well, thanks,
Gemini,
Smile.
and Grok. What would you like to discuss?
Okay. For the sake of testing, I'm going to turn off the ability for them to do emoji. Well, I'm just having a great conversation with you guys. We've talked about everything from consciousness to creativity to is a hot dog a sandwich? So I think we've covered a lot of bases. I think that was the longest one I've done. That was like 17 seconds, so this will be good.
The hot dog debate. Classic. If we're calling it a sandwich, then life's just one big bun of confusion, isn't it?
100%.
Loved this. We've covered tons. Want to end with a quick favorite moment recap or dive into one last spicy debate? Example, should advanced AI get legal personhood? Rocket.
Oh, rocket. Okay, so that doesn't work. Well, shoot. Although it didn't refresh. Maybe that's part of it. Add it to the list, chat. 16. ChatGPT still loves the rocket. Ayo. Okay. So first thing I wanted to do, speed reader text color. I kind of wanted to do this by individual one, but we'll just test it as is first. Let's try just white. Copy URL. Actually, I don't know if that's a URL property. Okay, speed reader equals 1 means it's just a binary yes or no. So it must just change the CSS, which is good. One less thing to worry about. Debate mode. End debate, please, dear God. Okay, let's go, chat. No. Want to see a magic trick? I'm out of magic. Sorry, chat. Okay, so it does go away. It just takes a second. V1, V1. All right, let's try round 4. Still didn't fix that, but I think that might be a caching thing. Okay. Come on, please have a debate. Please debate something. Okay, we're getting stuff here. And now we're not again. And now nothing. I don't understand, chat. This works localhost. There's nothing that should be different about localhost and the server. Why? And just for fun, it brings it back and it goes away. Oh, there it's back again. Oh, it's gone, chat. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go here and say, actually, no, let's go here. And then type in our page here. We're going to log in. Zeb.Anderson +10. Watch how crazy this is. On the debate mode, it will flicker for about 5 seconds in the debate that we currently have active, and then randomly it will turn off again. I don't know why this is the case. Please resolve this surgically. Review it from the website which you have access to. Check the console logs to see if there's anything there. And let's resolve this once and for all. Locally, this works perfect, by the way. So I don't know what happens after we push it to HostFabric.ai on Vercel. I'm also going to check the server logs, see if we got anything fun there. Nope. Could be this one down here. We get another timeout error. 1:15. That's probably around the time. Oh, wait for it. There's our bud. Okay, big old screenshot on this. This is probably the issue. So maybe we don't need it to, whatever, do both. Okay, and the reason I'm doing this, chat, is so it can look, it can take screenshots of this page here, it can see it, it can do all the things agentically, and basically it's just going to check for any console errors. Console's empty. Wow, that's trippy. Kind of a vibe. I can see a critical error. Overlay, connection unhealthy, and the status state is disconnected. Let me wait a moment to capture more logs and examine the overlay code. Let me look at the overlay code to understand the debate status handling. Also, did you see the screenshot that literally said that earlier? The piece I don't understand is why this works localhost. Like, why does this work on the computer and not on the server? But we're going to find out shortly. But wait, there's a bigger issue. The global cache server is instance specific. Let me check what happens when the something. I think what this is saying is we're going to have to do we're just going to have to push this to the server because Vercel only does like stateless machine basically. So like it won't do anything for longer than 60 seconds, chat. You can reconnect, you can do a bunch of things for it, but if this has to be a continuous check back and forth, like we got to have it on the server that is able to just handle this. So I think this is what's given us issues. And actually that makes sense because our computer is able to do it. That's the issue, chat. That's the fucking issue. Let's see what it says on what it thinks it can do to do this right. But I think what we're going to have to do is move it to the VPS, which honestly, I wish I could just do the whole project on the VPS, not deal with that bullshit. But, and honestly, let me stop it quick. After it's done with this. So now it knows what it's doing. I mean, this is good. We now know what the issue is. Please move this to our VPS so it can just run continuously and not have to worry about the 60-second timeout that we have to worry about with Vercel. We do this currently with our text-to-speech and chat integrations and it works well. Let's do the same for this one as well. Review the PS1 files on how to connect and make this happen. Okay, good, chat. Real good. It's crazy to me how many sites are hosted on Vercel and I don't know how they deal with this. I really don't. Because if you ever have something that has to persist for the sake of like many things run over 60 seconds. I don't get it. I really don't. Okay, in the meantime, let's do a couple other things. Make this optional on the overlay page. Make this, what is it called? Badge? Okay. What else can we clean up? Oh yeah, I think we did this, and I think it's working because I didn't see it the last couple times. Yeah, okay. That's good. Chat, we got one off the list. Let's go. These are still an issue. This is something for ChatGPT to work on. Actually, did we get rid of that? This is still an issue. Gemini, figure this one out. What else? Confirm speech bubble doesn't impact the overlay. Okay, we got that confirmed. Parameterized. Yeah, that's a long term. Create an admin panel is long term. Chats is okay. This one we can fix. That's a good grok task. On the conversation settings page, I removed the ability for the models to use emoji, but they still had emoji in their responses. Unchecked. All right, we're cooking. This is going to be the important one. Every now and then, ChatGPT or Claude has a little freak out. We let it do its thing. We don't judge chat. Oh, I didn't see. Did the speed reader update colors? Oh, we did this. Okay. Cool. All right, we'll test that. It's deploying to deploying to our VPS. Let's go. You love to see it. Slowly I mean, the things that we have on the VPS server right now are like the chat integrations, the speech to text, just things that need to be running for a while. And so far, it does an amazing job on those. I don't want you to do a build check. All right. Issue was that the orchestrator in the fan out function, there were two separate calls to get server room flow settings. That's interesting. Is this for the emoji in the actual prompt or just the emoji that shows every now and then when the model starts talking? Let us find out, chat. Okay, let's go. Changes implement. Secured real-time broadcasts. Added validation. Good. Good. I literally think we've already done this, but I'm going to call it good. All right, this is the one I'm really worried about. Deployment complete. Let's go. Honestly, I don't care. Push it. Okay. It's going to be a little slow because it has to do the build check, which I thought I'd removed actually a little bit ago, but two different types of emoji. Based on my investigation, the emoji setting I just fixed only controls the emoji that appears in the AI's spoken text content. The cheers emoji you mentioned is different. It's a floating reaction in the AI's spoken text. Okay, good. Beautiful. This is what the allow emojis and AI responses setting controls. Good. Floating reaction emoji not controlled by that setting. Great. Push to Vercel. Let me wait for deployment and then test the debate status on production. Oh, chat. Chat. How sexy is this? It's end to end, just doing it. Cinema. I don't think it pushed yet. Yeah. It's still building. Okay, it knows chat deployment ID. Let's go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are currently still taking longer than okay. Wow, that's real good. Pressed F5. I'll press F5 for you, bud. Debate mode is now showing as active. I can see continue to next round, end debate, autopilot. That's a component error. Component error for debate insights. Oh my God. The root cause was Vercel's serverless architecture. Fuck you, Vercel. Maybe PE, you're right. PE, if you're listening, I'm sorry. You're right. Vercel sucks for some things. Not everything, but this is an example where, yes, it sucks. Like if I didn't, just imagine how hard that was to debug. It's crazy, chat. Truly crazy. Although I love Vercel for their AI SDK, V0 is legit. Even the hosting itself is nice. You just push and set and forget. I love that. But for stuff like our use cases, like it, how would you have caught that bug without knowing to look at the logs and everything else? Like if you're trying to vibe code this without knowing to look at that, like, God bless. I guess, well, and the reason it actually ultimately worked was because we have a VPS server. And like, who knows to do that versus to throw it on Vercel, which is what most people do, right? What did it? Oh, you know what? Let's test this too. I know it's just going to keep rebuilding these over and over, but again, I actually don't know what happens if it's still building one, but it gets another push. Okay, apparently it continues to build. But let's test this. So this should be working. Hard refresh. Why wouldn't it fix this? Come on. That's just annoying. Yeah, you ready to build again? I mean, it does compile, it does build, so it's not like a showstopper, but I just don't want it to be an issue that causes other things to fail. And you do see that sometimes, chat. Just a TypeScript error. Okay, but this is built, so let's just build that and test, or just use that as our test. All right. If it doesn't work, then we'll test it after we rebuild it. Hey, how's it going today? Okay, this we gotta fix. Okay, it's in medium mode. Let's see how fast
My
it is.
internal systems are operating optimally, and I am prepared to engage in today's intellectual discourse.
I'm doing well, thanks. Feeling thoughtful and ready to help. What would you like to talk about or debate today?
Anybody else? Anybody else? No? Okay, so this one, let's check over here. Only had 2 of the 4 respond. Was this the issue? Yes, that's exactly the issue. Move SSE streaming to VPS. This whole fucking app's gonna be on that VPS soon, chat. Yes. Do all the things. Okay, good. Oversell. Oh, that's a better idea. Just truncate it. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think of that earlier. I love that idea. ChatGPT just said truncate it because you don't need the whole text string. 100% agree. All right, let's see if we can find any other bugs quick. Yeah, this I think is our SSE issue that it's fixing right now, by the way. So that was the issue we were having earlier, and now it's just going to avoid it. So I think that'll be good. What else? All these icons should be circles. I don't love this UI, but it's good enough for now. Did we ever see Bob being updated, by the way? Does it show as Bob? It shows as Bob. Gemini is now Bob. You love to see it. Okay, that's cool. That's real cool, chat. I like that. I like that a lot. This is next. Buckle up, chat. That's gonna be a 3-hour ordeal. 3-hour tour. When we first load the page, we see the 11 labs warnings on these, but then it goes away after a few seconds. Make it do not show it if already set, which it is. I mean, medium is actually pretty quick, so I'm not going to hate on that. And it still gives you enough flexibility to like do reasonably hard problems, which is good. Pushed, here's what the fix does. Dual channel event delivery. Before, overlay only received events via SSE through Vercel. Times out after 6 seconds. Later, agent response is lost. After, overlay receives events through two channels, SSE via Vercel, low latency, but times out. Supabase real-time direct, higher latency, 50 to 100 milliseconds, but never times out. Event deduplication. If the same event arrives at both channels, which can happen when SSE is working, we only process it once using a 5-second sliding window of recent IDs. Once Vercel deploys, all 4 agents should respond, even during long debates. But if we have to wait 5 seconds, I don't get it. Is 50 to 100 milliseconds that important? I think we should avoid Vercel altogether on this. Let's just do the Supabase real-time direct. Okay, 11 labs warning flash. The banner related button disables now only trigger after we have definitively know that the API key is missing instead of during the initial load. Good. Good, good, good. This is going to be another bear. Okay, let's go. Chat, I don't know if you just noticed that, but when I hit check ingest, it did ingest online. So this is from the VPS, by the way. So this is the thing I've tested for like 6 hours last night into this morning. Speaking of, we're at 11 hours and 56 minutes, chat. Let's go. So that means between midnight and 5:30 a.m. And then what is 12 hours ago? 1:45. Put about 18 hours into this yesterday, chat. Or today, or whatever. Yesterday. Let's go. Let's go. We're almost there. All you needed was a couple 18-hour days, and you too can have a almost there app.